Chen residence on a sweltering summer day. Chen Yuan sought refuge beneath the eaves, noticing the absence of others around him. He loosened the ties of his long robe, feeling the dampness of sweat-soaked hair at the nape of his neck, and wiped the perspiration from his forehead. Only one day left. If I cannot obtain the martial arts manual, this useless body of mine will barely be able to fend off a stray dog. Chen Yuan sighed softly. Ever since he had transmigrated into the body of a side-branch son of the Chen family, he had felt utterly stifled. This side-branch son was nothing more than a good-for-nothing, his physique drained of vitality, gasping for breath after merely taking a few steps. Moreover, his status as a side-branch son relegated him to a position of inferiority, causing him to cower in fear within the Chen residence. Living like this every day, it's a wonder you have endured for over a decade. Chen Yuan internally scolded his predecessor, not wishing to suffer the same humiliation of being ridiculed at every turn within the Chen residence. Fortunately, he had arrived with a martial arts interface, which could be activated if he acquired a manual within 3 days. Yet his predecessor, relying on the family's influence, indulged in reckless behavior outside, neglecting his studies, leading to disdain and contempt within the household, facing beatings and scoldings without even the chance to speak. "My young master, how did you end up here without observing proper decorum?" A young woman emerged from beside the house, clad in a round-collared short jacket paired with a plain long skirt, her hair styled in double buns. With a petite and exquisite face, her arched eyebrows knitted in anger, she approached him hastily. "Why aren't you getting dressed quickly?" Chen Yuan glanced sideways and recognized her as Qing Tang, the sharp-tongued maid. In the past, his predecessor would have fled in fear, picking up his clothes without a word. But today was different. He chuckled lightly. "Qing Tang, in this sweltering heat, it is only natural to remove an outer garment for some relief while in my own yard. What's the harm? That won't do." Qing Tang shot him a glare, picking up the discarded outer garment and brushing off the dust. "If the master sees you, you will certainly be scolded, and I shall be punished alongside you. Do not worry, I shall not allow him to punish my maid." "My young master," Qing Tang could not fathom why he was being so obstinate today. She draped the outer garment over him again, but he evaded her, urgently stating, "If you continue like this, I will inform the master. With you mentioning the master on the left and the master on the right, I cannot tell if you are my maid or his." Qing Tang's cheeks reddened with anger, her usual tactics failing, and she never expected Chen Yuan to utter such rebellious words. "I am not jesting, come. I have a question for you." Chen Yuan beckoned, leaning closer to whisper, inhaling her subtle fragrance as he asked, "Do you have any spare money?" Qing Tang took a few steps back, shaking her head vigorously in refusal. "No, absolutely not." "Young master, are you in debt again?" The pocket money given by the master was squandered at the gambling house at the beginning of the month, not a single coin returned. "I gave you my monthly allowance, and now I am left with nothing." Remembering his predecessor's reckless antics, Chen Yuan realized that he had indulged in gambling, sneaking off to the gaming tables and losing everything each time. With no money to spare, he resorted to borrowing from a maid, and when that failed, he resorted to theft, making it no wonder that he was despised by everyone. "Please, Qing Tang, my dear Qing Tang, think of a way the situation is dire." He took the outer garment back and donned it as a show of sincerity. "There truly isn't any." Qing Tang turned away, frustrated with his lack of ambition. "You promised me last month that you would not visit the gambling house again." "You are mistaken. I absolutely shall not go again." 2 months ago, you said the same." Chen Yuan forced a smile. It was a challenge to obtain even a single coin. He needed only a few taels of silver. With not a single coin in his pocket, if not for the food provided by the estate, he would likely starve by tomorrow. It was only a few days into the month, and asking his biological father for money would not only yield nothing, but also earn him a beating. The urgency of his need was palpable. He recalled that his predecessor had once overheard rumors of a black market merchant selling martial arts techniques. For the right price, one could procure anything from first-rate martial arts to obscure and unorthodox styles. His predecessor had dismissed the matter as mere entertainment, but for him, this was a final opportunity. Missing it would make rising again as difficult as reaching the heavens. "My young master, how much do you owe? Have you been forced into signing a contract?" Qing Tang gazed at him intently. She had never seen him like this before. He had always appeared indifferent when in debt, never this anxious. Perhaps the situation had escalated beyond control, leaving him with no way out. No, no. Chen Yuan clasped his hands, his tone earnest. I beg you, Qing Tang, this truly is the last time. If I miss this chance, it will lead to grave consequences. Please help me think of a solution. Qing Tang swatted his pleading hands away, biting her lip in frustration. This is the last time after this. I will not assist you again. Hope surged within Chen Yuan. His eyes brightened, and he immediately vowed, if I ever go to the gambling house again, may lightning strike me. Do not say such things, Qing Tang interrupted hastily, removing a jade hairpin from her head. This was left to me by my mother when she was alive. I have worn it for years. It should fetch a good price. Young master, take it to exchange for money and see if it will suffice to repay your debts. Reluctantly, she handed the hairpin to Chen Yuan, saying, if it is not enough, I will think of another way. Chen Yuan withdrew his outstretched hand. Such a precious item. You should keep it for yourself. Qing Tang was resolute, forcefully placing the hairpin in Chen Yuan's hand. If you can turn your life around, I would do anything, especially for something as trivial as an inanimate object. I only hope you keep your promise and do not deceive me. Moreover, if it were not for you purchasing me, there would have been no money to buy medicine for my mother. She might have passed away back then, rather than living for a few more years. Chen Yuan paused momentarily, examining the hairpin. The jade glowed with a gentle radiance, and the half-blooming begonia at its tip was stained with traces of blood, a clear sign of the warmth it had absorbed from being worn close to the body every day. Go now, young master, do not dawdle. If the lady arrives, you will miss the opportunity to leave. Qing Tang urged him gently, smoothing the wrinkles of his outer garment as she nudged him forward. Thank you. Qing Tang, I shall remember this kindness. Chen Yuan spoke earnestly that I will surely redeem this hairpin in the future, no matter where I must go. Quickly now. Qing Tang waved him off, a light laugh escaping her lips as she shyly added, how can a master speak such words to a maid? A gentleman's word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I shall return shortly. Come back soon. The master has mentioned that there will be esteemed guests today, and we must not be disrespectful. Yuan Gu, care to join us for a few rounds? We have new tricks today. Not today. I have matters to attend to. After declining numerous invitations, Chen Yuan finally managed to extricate himself. He turned down a deserted alley, passed several dilapidated wooden houses, and finally arrived at his destination, an abandoned temple. Ensuring no one was following him, he picked up a wooden mallet and began to strike in a specific sequence. In no time, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows. What do you want? Chen Yuan scrutinized the figure, all in black, obscuring any discernible features. He decided to be forthright. I seek martial arts manuals. Name your price. Chen Yuan opened his palm, revealing the jade hairpin. A trade. The figure glanced over at a distance, pausing in silence before responding. At most, I can exchange it for a second-rate sword technique. Agreed. Chen Yuan readily accepted, handing over the hairpin. As he received the manual, his pupils dilated, the ink characters on the cover twisting and crawling, and his retina suddenly burst with gilded subtitles. Detected Swift Wind Blade Technique, would you like to learn it? Chen Yuan quickly suppressed his excitement, silently putting away the manual and clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, I would also like to inquire about some information. Speak freely, the figure in black replied in a light tone. Are there any areas nearby where demonic beasts appear? The figure fell silent for a moment. Travel west for over 10 miles in the caves of a village. There have been unusual occurrences. The Demon Suppression Bureau is about to intervene. However, do not think that merely practicing a few techniques will allow you to confront demonic beasts. Be cautious, or you may find yourself with no burial place. Chen Yuan expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the warning. One more thing. Speak. This hairpin, will I have the chance to redeem in the future? The figure stepped out from the shadows, his face concealed by a mask, revealing only his crimson eyes. You are the first to ask me that question. Have you considered the price? Chapter 2. Entering the Demon Suppression Division. Involving the village case. After half an hour, Chen Yuan returned home. The black-clad figure vanished after speaking, leaving an overwhelming sense of pressure that took him several minutes to shake off. He proceeded with caution, circling around outside before quietly entering his residence. With Qing Tang absent, he secluded himself in his room, perusing the martial arts manual he had just acquired. The Swift Wind Blade Technique unleashed a ferocious force akin to a tempest, capable of shattering defenses effortlessly. Mastery of this technique allowed one to pierce through armor with a single strike, Even iron walls would crumble like paper under its blade wind. Chen Yuan was thoroughly satisfied, picking up a firewood stick to practice a few moves. After reading through the manual, a thought crossed his mind, and instantly, the manual transformed into particles of light, merging with his being. A transparent, gilded subtitle appeared before him, and a panel materialized. Current martial arts, common grade, swift wind blade technique, entry level. Initial talent points, 1,000. Can infuse talent points to enhance martial arts realm. Slaying demon entities rewards talent points, common grade? Chen Yuan frowned, realizing that such a second-rate martial art was merely classified as common. What lay beyond the common grade? After pondering for a moment, he infused all his initial talent points into the swift wind blade technique. The points swiftly diminished, 1,000. 700. 200. As the realm of the technique surged dramatically. Entry level, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, swift wind blade technique, perfection, acquired, basic blade intent, entry level. At that moment, Chen Yuan felt a significant change in the firewood stick he held. What had previously felt awkward in his grip now fit perfectly, transforming into a blade that seemed poised to draw blood at any moment. Not only that, his body, once ravaged by indulgence, now felt rejuvenated as if spring had returned to withered wood. Muscles coiled and moved beneath his skin, and the calluses on his palms built up as if he had dedicated decades of unwavering practice to the blade, making every natural element a potential weapon. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging power within him, a wave of tranquility washing over his heart. Though the swift wind blade technique was but common, it had already transformed him profoundly. If only he could acquire a higher-level martial art. Under the governance of Deqian, there existed a Demon Suppression Division, tasked with addressing matters of demons and monsters. For those wishing to eradicate evil and rapidly enhance their strength, joining the Demon Suppression Division was the optimal choice. To common folk, the Demon Suppression Division was a perilous endeavor, fraught with death. Chen Yuan recalled the hearsay circulating in town last year. The sole heir of the Li family in the south of the city had joined the division, only for his charred remains to be returned 3 months later. Old Zhang from the blacksmith shop in the west had seen his son torn apart by a demon, with scarcely a trace left behind. Although the division held real power, its official ranks were small and deemed insignificant by the masses, leading many to regard it as a path to self-imposed suffering and a lowly position. His family, too, posed significant obstacles. He chuckled to himself. Others would likely rejoice at the prospect of this illegitimate son disappearing. If they knew he intended to join the Demon Suppression Division, they would probably deem him suicidal, offering no further words of concern. With this thought, Chen Yuan resolved to act. It was still early. He would first investigate the division. If he could join directly, it would save him considerable trouble. The Demon Suppression Division occupied the western part of the city. Its 3 main buildings adorned with black tiles and flying eaves, encircled by towering, gray walls. Every 10 paces, black banners with golden inscriptions fluttered, exuding a faint scent of blood. The streets were nearly deserted, the ominous atmosphere palpable as the usually shut black doors stood wide open. Chen Yuan weighed the firewood stick at his side and, braving the ominous winds, crossed the threshold into the Demon Suppression Division. Who goes there? As soon as he stepped inside, a black-clad demon suppressor blocked his path, questioning him sternly. Chen Yuan clasped his fists in greeting, his demeanor composed. I am Chen Yuan, here to join the Demon Suppression Division. The demon suppressor's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Chen Yuan, noting his extravagant attire and the incongruous firewood stick at his waist, which prompted a derisive laugh. This is not a place for frivolity. Not at all, Chen Yuan replied. The demon suppressor ceased further admonitions and guided him to a nearby loft, where a white-clad demon suppressor was engrossed in a book, and a desk piled high with documents awaited recording. In no time, the clerk closed the book. Young Master Chun, I recall you were indulging at the drunken immortal pavilion days ago, and now you seek to eradicate demons? Do you truly believe the Demon Suppression Division is a venue for your amusement? Upon hearing this, the white-clad demon suppressor glanced at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan replied coolly, my sole purpose is to eradicate evil. How could it be deemed amusement? The clerk slammed his hand on the table, rising in mockery. You, a dandy? Is Deqian devoid of capable individuals? Enough. The white-clad demon suppressor interjected, frowning. The division is short-staffed. You will be assigned as a menial laborer. Understood. The clerk nodded, taking a seat to record Chen Yuan's name, then tossed him a document. Menial laborers must sign a death waiver. 10 will go on a mission. And if 3 return, consider it fortunate. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan dipped his pen in red ink and signed his name, unaware of the dangers. The black-clad figure produced a wooden token. You are temporarily assigned as a menial. Upon slaying a demon, you may be promoted. Though labeled as menial, he was effectively cannon fodder. To become a full-fledged demon suppressor, one must face a demon. This was why entry into the Demon Suppression Division was so challenging. Ordinary folk faced a 9 in 10 chance of death when confronting demons. Quickly proceed to the west gate to meet Lord Shui in black. You will accompany him on a mission. As Chen Yuan accepted the token, He recalled the black-clad figure's words. Could this be related to the village incident? Upon reaching the west gate, he spotted the black-clad demon suppressor, exuding an aura of lethal intent and surrounded by a vacuum of space. Approaching, Chen Yuan presented his token, Lord Shui. Lord Shui scrutinized Chen Yuan, frowning. Why has the division sent a dandy? He had little patience for burdensome individuals, as they could bring harm to themselves and others. If you are here to flaunt your status, stay in the city with your token. Do not hinder us. A previous menial laborer who meddled ended up in a demon's jaws. Rest assured, I will not be a burden. Bring your own weapon. Seeing Chen Yuan's lack of awareness, Lord Shui scoffed and turned to leave. Chen Yuan immediately followed. He had the firewood stick ready, but acquiring a long blade was not an option at the moment. Lord Shui deliberately quickened his pace, attempting to shake off Chen Yuan, yet the latter followed closely, effortlessly keeping up with him. The two remained silent as they made their way to the western village, arriving at noon under the scorching sun, the air thick with heat. As they stepped into the village, a cacophony of wails met their ears before they even entered. Lord Shui, gripping his blade, followed the sound, discovering a woman kneeling at a grave, mourning. Upon hearing their approach, the woman turned, and upon seeing Lord Shui and Appos, as attire, her tear-streaked face lit up with hope as she rose, trembling. Are you a lord of the Demon Suppression Division? Lord Shui nodded. At last you have come. My husband has been slain, his body is in pieces, and my child. Before she could finish, a sharp reprimand interrupted her. Ignorant woman. Creating a racket as the lord of the Demon Suppression Division arrives. Instead of reporting, you prattle on. Suddenly, several burly men emerged, led by a man in his 40s who waved his hand, causing the stunned woman to be forcibly dragged away. What is the meaning of this? Lord Shui frowned, displeased. Forgive me, my lord, the leading man approached with a smile. I am Fang Dihao, the village chief. I sent someone to report the incident. I know the circumstances best. This woman is prone to gossip. I feared she would disrupt your investigation. As he spoke, several silver notes were slipped into Lord Shui and Appos' hand. Lord Shui's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Now he understood. However, matters concerning demons could not be treated lightly. Please, elaborate. Fang Dihao nodded. Of course, my lord. Please follow me as we discuss. He cast a glance, and the woman was immediately restrained by the burly men, her lips trembling as she dared not speak. As Lord Shui clutched the silver notes, he turned a blind eye. Clear the way. You are obstructing our path. Suddenly, the burly men felt a tremendous force from behind, toppling them to the ground without resistance. Chen Yuan walked up to the woman with a hint of exasperation. The path was so narrow, yet she insisted on walking alongside him. Ah, my good sir. Fang Dihao swiftly approached, pulling out several banknotes. This rural path remains in disrepair. I hope you will not take offense. In the face of the woman's despairing gaze, Chen Yuan accepted the banknotes, slipped them into his pocket, and smiled. It's a trivial matter. I bear no grudge. In that case, I shall reluctantly share the path with her. Chen Yuan extended his hand to draw the woman closer, shielding her by his side. Fang Dihao was taken aback. Having accepted the money, he was left speechless by such behavior. He could only nod, feeling as if he were swallowing bitter herbs, and said, Ah, yes, thank you, sir. Please, go ahead. Shui Hai shot a glare at Chen Yuan, his eyes brimming with warning. Now, let us quickly ascertain what transpired. Sir, it is as follows. Recently, there have been incidents of children going missing in the village. Chapter 3 Shui Hai was filled with fury as Chen Yuan embarked on his solitary investigation. Shui Hai remained vigilant, aware that the appearance of demonic beasts often coincided with mysterious disappearances. He demanded a detailed account, insisting that no concealments or omissions be permitted. Seeing Shui Hai's seriousness, Fang Hao felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow and forced a smile, assuring, My lord, rest assured, the matter is quite straightforward. Last week, several children from various households vanished in the night without a trace, causing widespread panic, as if some malevolent force were at play. A woman beside Chen Yuan could no longer contain herself and interjected, Nonsense. My husband witnessed someone abducting the village children that very night. Fang Hao shot her a fierce glare before continuing. Indeed, following an investigation, it was confirmed that child traffickers were involved, and they have since been imprisoned, awaiting execution come autumn. Shui Hai nodded in understanding, casting an irate glance at the woman, who trembled and lowered her head, whispering in fear, What traffickers? Chen Yuan, standing nearby, overheard clearly and furrowed his brow, sensing that this matter was far from simple. The village chief seemed to be concealing something. As a mere outsider, he could not act recklessly and risk alerting any potential threats. Realizing he had no substantial evidence, Shui Hai accepted a silver note, unsure if he would heed his words. He pressed further, If the traffickers are already imprisoned, why inform the Demon Suppression Office? Alas, it is my fault for not managing the situation well. Just days ago, the traffickers had not yet been apprehended, and more people met with tragic fates, their bodies dismembered. Rumors of demonic beasts circulated among the villagers, and to calm their fears, I reported the matter. Have you seen the bodies? Shui Hai's voice rose. The heads were severed and discarded within the village for all to see, a harrowing sight. Yet the rest of the bodies have vanished. Shuai nodded. That does not appear to be the work of demonic beasts. They are notoriously brutal and savage, consuming their victims without leaving remains. This sounds more like a homicide, which falls beyond the jurisdiction of the Demon Suppression Office. Fong Hao chuckled in agreement. Your insight is remarkable, my lord. The trafficker, now imprisoned, has confessed under strict interrogation. I had intended to notify the Demon Suppression Office this afternoon, but I did not expect your early arrival. I acknowledge my error. Shuai waved dismissively. As long as there are no demonic beasts, that is sufficient. However, we must adhere to protocol. Once the matter concludes, I shall return to report. The woman, hearing this, grew anxious and attempted to speak again. Qin Yuan quickly pulled her back, shaking his head to silence her, whispering, do not rush. Speaking out of turn will only make Shuai feel questioned and irked. Fong Hao noticed her silence and felt a surge of delight. Of course, my lord, the weather is sweltering, and it happens to be mealtime. Why not take a moment to rest? The village offers fine wine and delectable dishes. Wine is unnecessary. I must return to the office. I shall settle for a light meal. Shuai contemplated, realizing that hastening back to report could invite criticism for a lack of thorough investigation. It would be wiser to pause and catch his breath. Please, my lord. Fong Hao beamed, leading the group into the village, heading straight for the courtyard. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yuan leaned in to inquire, is there anything else you are concealing? The woman hurriedly whispered, Fong Hao has concealed many details. He is a man of wickedness, having ruined several families. The traffickers he mentioned, we have never seen, yet they have been imprisoned. The missing children are said to have been sold, and there is no hope of recovery. It has only been a few days, and yet we have found no trace of the traffickers. Are you suggesting that there are no traffickers at all? Indeed. The woman's voice was somber. On the night my husband vanished, he specifically instructed me to remain indoors and wait for his return. A heavy rain fell, and I heard strange noises outside, yet I lacked the courage to look. I waited all night without seeing him return, only to learn the next day that he had perished outside. Qin Yuan pressed further. What kind of strange noises? I cannot describe it. The rain was too loud, and I could not hear clearly. Qin Yuan etched this into his memory, recognizing the peculiarities of the situation. It was not as straightforward as it seemed. The black-clad figure had mentioned the presence of demonic beasts, and these events could not merely be attributed to a single trafficker. Fong Hao escorted them into the courtyard, shooing away the woman and presenting the prepared feast. Shuai, who had initially claimed to abstain from alcohol, was soon reveling in joviality after receiving compliments. Qin Yuan pondered silently. How could a person with such a lack of self-control be appointed as a demon suppression officer? As he chewed on a piece of meat, tasteless as cardboard, an idea struck him, and he interrupted their conversation. Village chief, might I inquire about examining the bodies? Shuai, clearly displeased, erupted. This matter already has a conclusion. Why do you meddle? Had I known I would be burdened by a reckless youth, I would have left you in the city. Ah, my lord, young Chun is merely eager to contribute, a natural sentiment. Fong Hao interjected. I have learned from our earlier discussion that Qin Yuan is of humble origins, yet the bodies have already been buried, making it difficult to examine. Qin Yuan remained relentless. Does the village chief recall the specifics of the situation? That is enough. Shuai slammed the table, his voice dark and forbidding. Do you not understand human speech? My lord, please, calm down. Fong Hao quickly intervened. I dare not speak recklessly, fearing it may cloud your judgment. The coroner's examination has been documented. I shall fetch a copy. Thank you. Qin Yuan replied, glancing back at the furious Shuai, clasping his hands in respect. My lord, I merely wish to ensure a thorough investigation so that I may report accurately upon my return. A thorough investigation? With your lowly status? Shuai's face flushed with anger, his breath reeking of alcohol. A mere lowly figure dared to speak boldly in his presence, when previously, such individuals were always deferential and compliant. Qin Yuan met his gaze. Speaking firmly, the traffickers who abduct children for profit do not flee after their deeds. Instead, they display a cruel streak, continuing to harm others. My lord, do you not sense that something is amiss? Impudent. Shuai glared furiously. Do I require your instruction? He seized Qin Yuan's wooden insignia and hurled it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Qin Yuan maintained his composure. Had it not been for the black attire he wore and the legal protections of the Dakian, he would have ensured that Shuai understood the true meaning of impudence. In light of the pressing matters concerning demonic beasts, the decision regarding entry into the Demon Suppression Office did not rest solely with Shuai, and he had no intention of appeasing him any longer. Turning to leave. Drink. My lord, drink. Fong Hao lifted his cup, coaxing Shuai to drink, before hastening to Qin Yuan's side, producing a stack of documents. Young brother Qin, here are the coroner and Oppo's papers you requested. You should step outside and allow the Lord to cool his temper. Heed my advice. While youthful enthusiasm is commendable, there are times when one must bow their head. The nuances of human relations are paramount. Qin Yuan accepted the documents, casting a sidelong glance at Fong Hao. His voice cold. Perhaps you should worry about yourself first. With that, he strode out of the courtyard. As he watched Qin Yuan's figure disappear, Fang Hao's smile faded instantaneously. He summoned a burly man over and whispered orders. Keep an eye on that boy. Do not let him uncover any information that may jeopardize our plans. I will pacify the black-clad demon suppression officer. A mere lowly figure cannot stir up much trouble. By tomorrow, everything will be settled. The burly man nodded, following closely behind Qin Yuan. Fang Hao turned back, once again donning a smile as he approached Shui Hai, saying, My lord, our village also produces homemade wine, rich in flavor. Would you care to sample? Let us have a taste. Chapter 4. Investigation impeded. Interrogating clues. Have you heard any recent news about missing children? I'm sorry, but I am not informed. Perhaps you should inquire elsewhere. The woman behind the wooden door hastily waved her hand, her fingers tightly gripping the doorframe. Before Qin Yuan could utter another word, she slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Qin Yuan stood there, staring at the closed wooden door, his brow furrowed. This was the third household to respond in such a manner. He had already perused the coroner's report, which merely stated the time and place of death, devoid of any useful leads. The villagers had once again fallen silent, as if the channels of information had been deliberately severed. Clearly, the matter being concealed was far from simple. It seemed he would have to find another approach. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Yuan caught sight of a burly man who had been trailing him since earlier, engaged in furtive movements. Suddenly, Qin Yuan halted his steps and veered into a desolate alley. The alley was mottled with moss, and a pile of decaying straw rested in the corner, the air thick with a musty odor. The burly man, realizing he had lost sight of Qin Yuan, hastened to follow. As he rounded the corner, a large hand suddenly struck, gripping his neck and forcefully throwing him to the ground. The back of the burly man's head collided with the stone pavement, producing a dull thud. Qin Yuan stepped on the man's chest, coldly inquiring, What are you following me for? My lord, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The burly man coughed several times, hastily explaining, The village chief sent me to follow you, concerned that the foolish villagers might provoke you. So he dispatched me to keep watch. Qin Yuan's gaze was piercing as he increased the pressure of his foot, eliciting pained cries from the burly man. Had I not noticed your furtive actions, I might have actually believed your deceit. The villagers who had just opened their doors quivered at the sight of the burly man. Brother, aren't you afraid of the village chief? Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out. Qin Yuan turned to see a young girl, no more than a few years old, timidly standing at the entrance of a dilapidated wooden house, her hair tied back in a ponytail, her clothes tattered, and her feet smeared with mud. What are you doing running around? A half-gray-haired woman burst out of the wooden house, snatching the girl up and delivering a few firm smacks to her backside before hurriedly retreating inside, without raising her head. Looks like you've not been a good child, Qin Yuan remarked with a cold chuckle, unceremoniously delivering a kick to the burly man's abdomen, causing him to curl up and groan in pain. He dragged the burly man to the front of the wooden house and tossed him aside, then gently knocked on the door. Auntie, I merely seek to understand some matters. I mean no harm. Inside the house, there was an eerie silence, devoid of any response. Qin Yuan patiently called out, I am from the Demon Suppression Bureau in the city, sent here to investigate the case of the missing children. Please share anything you know. The Bureau will uphold justice. At last, there was movement within. The white-haired woman slowly opened a crack in the door, peering out. Upon spotting the burly man on the ground, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes as she whispered, My lord, I live in a remote area and know nothing. Please ask someone else. Qin Yuan noted the woman's unease. Following her gaze to the burly man, he wasted no time and delivered another kick to the man in Oppo's neck. The burly man's head lolled, and he fell into unconsciousness. Turning to the frightened woman, Qin Yuan said earnestly, Auntie, yielding only invites further oppression. If there is something difficult to speak of, I implore you to be forthright. But, alas, please come inside. The woman opened the door wider, her complexion pale. Having been seen by him, even if she said nothing, trouble would surely find her. Qin Yuan stepped inside. The interior was furnished with a rickety wooden chair and sparse furniture, the walls bare. The girl he had seen earlier stood in the corner, wiping her tears, casting timid glances at him. The woman brought forth a cup of hot tea, with coarse tea leaves floating atop the surface. My lord, I beg your pardon. My home is humble, and I have little to offer. Qin Yuan took a sip of the warm tea and asked, What did you mean by trouble will find you? That burly man is a henchman of Fang Hao. The woman sighed. They wield immense power in the village. Anyone who offends them meets a dire fate. Immense power? Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with surprise. This village lay but a few miles from the capital, under the emperor's very feet. Could anyone truly be so brazen? The woman nodded, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. My lord, you may not know this, but years ago, Fang Hao was known for his benevolence, his reputation even reaching the capital. He helped me procure furniture after I lost my husband. Then how did it come to this? Qin Yuan recalled the banknote Fang Hao had slipped him, noting the man's seasoned methods. The woman hesitated, weighing her words before finally whispering, It began a year ago. Fang Hao, after many years of yearning for offspring, finally had a son in his old age. The entire village rejoiced, and he held a grand feast for everyone. But then, calamity struck. Mere days later, the infant passed away, and his wife, consumed by grief, took her own life. Fong Hao was devastated, convinced that someone in the village had cursed him, and began to harbor a deep-seated animosity toward everyone. Chen Yuan understood, realizing why the coroner's report had been so dismissive. He had assumed it was due to governmental negligence, but it was clear that collusion and corruption were rampant. To make matters worse, a charlatan had appeared in the village. The woman continued, her voice trembling. Since then, Fong Hao has grown increasingly tyrannical. He has resorted to every means to seize land and extort wealth. With most of the village men now his laborers. Why not report this to the capital? Chen Yuan furrowed his brow. We have, the woman shook her head, despair evident in her eyes. The officials in the capital have no interest in such troublesome matters. They merely instruct the local authorities to handle it. The local officials are all in Fong Hao's pocket, and the following day, they would come knocking at our doors. As she spoke of her sorrows, tears brimmed in her eyes. His subordinates are even more oppressive. The man outside has committed countless heinous acts, extorting money and assaulting women. I fear for my daughter's future. Chen Yuan felt a weight in his heart. After a moment of silence, he shifted the topic. And who is this charlatan? I know nothing of him. Only that Fong Hao treats him as an honored guest, and he seldom shows himself. I understand. Thank you. Chen Yuan drained the now cool tea and stood, solemnly declaring, I swear to restore justice for you. But first, I require an item. What is it? A bucket of filthy water. Chen Yuan, with the bucket in hand and dragging the unconscious burly man, sought out a secluded and desolate spot, surrounded by overgrown weeds. The air was thick with a noxious stench, and he doused the burly man's face with the entirety of the foul liquid. Wah! The burly man jolted awake, wiping the stinking water from his face, his eyes wide with terror at the stick pressed against his throat. Chen Yuan spoke coldly. Now I will ask, and you will answer. Who is the person favored by Fong Hao? My lord, what favored guest? Ah! The burly man's words were cut short as Chen Yuan's stick pierced through his palm like a blade. I do not wish to hear your nonsense. Chen Yuan withdrew the bloodied stick and pressed it against the man's forehead, slowly sliding it down. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. The burly man trembled, gripping his injured arm, sweat pouring down his face, his voice quaking in pain. And my lord, 3, 2. The burly man, shaking and clutching his wounded arm, his forehead slick with sweat, stuttered. And my lord, I will tell you everything. But as for Fong Hao's favored guest, I truly do not know how many. Speak of what you do know. Chen Yuan's expression remained impassive. I only take orders from Fong Hao. I typically just extort a bit of money. I overheard that man's name is Xiao. Beyond that, I know nothing. Fong Hao never allows us to interact with him. How do the two communicate? Periodically, Fong Hao ventures alone to the southern part of the village, never accompanied by guards. I truly cannot fathom how they manage to communicate. The voice of the burly man dwindled, his eyes brimming with trepidation. Chen Yuan coldly snorted, shaking off the blood from the fire stick, saying, You should be aware of Fong Hao's incriminating evidence. Surrender it obediently, and perhaps you might escape death. Chapter 5. Following the clue, the big fish behind. Yes, my lord. I shall deliver the evidence of Fong Hao and Appo's crimes to you at once. The burly man, panic-stricken, struggled to rise from the ground, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes, wielding the fire stick like a bolt of lightning, striking the burly man's forehead with a muffled thud. Before the man could react, he collapsed to the ground, utterly unconscious. Do you think you can go back and inform your allies? Chen Yuan cast a glance at the man lying on the ground. Having dealt with the burly man, he did not linger, turning swiftly toward the south of the village. As he ventured further south, the peculiarities of his surroundings became increasingly evident. It was the height of summer, a season that should be lush with foliage, yet the scene around him tightened his heart. The trees lining the road were sparse, and the few that remained appeared desiccated, with yellowing leaves and shriveled trunks, as if drained of vitality by some unseen force. Numerous dilapidated wooden shanties stood abandoned, suggesting they had not been inhabited for quite some time. The soil beneath was cracked and parched, riddled with fine fissures, resembling ground that had been scorched by fierce flames. It is no wonder that Fong Hao was so eager to offer wine and food upon my arrival. This vast village could not withstand even the slightest scrutiny, Chen Yuan murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping over the cracked earth. He crouched down, his fingertips brushing over the dry soil, which surprisingly revealed darkened fragments exuding a pungent, metallic odor. Frowning slightly, he followed the direction of the fissures, noting that they deepened as he moved southward. In the distance, he even spotted a few charred roots, as if they had been uprooted by intense heat. Deliberately buried scorched earth. These cracks resemble the traces of something that has been dragged away, he muttered softly, rising swiftly and hurrying southward. Within 100 paces, a cave suddenly appeared amidst the rocky foothills. The entrance was cluttered with branches, seemingly haphazard, yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that someone had intentionally concealed it. Chen Yuan halted at the mouth of the cave, tapping his fire stick against the cave wall, and to his astonishment, the falling debris mingled with dark, viscous blood. He pondered, this blood has dried for some time. No wonder I could not find any remains. They must have been hidden away here. Clearing the entrance with his fire stick, Chen Yuan bent down and entered the cave. After just a few steps, the space before him opened up unexpectedly. The cavern was far more spacious than he had anticipated, with a wide passage illuminated by several hanging lanterns casting a red glow. From the depths of the inky blackness, eerie howls resonated, akin to low whimpers of sorrow, which were exceedingly unsettling. Recalling the words of the figure in black, he gripped his fire stick tightly and strode purposefully deeper inside. Not far ahead, a wooden door stood before him. He lifted his foot and kicked it with force, the door crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. "Who goes there?" came a voice of outrage from behind the door, as two men wielding sabers stepped forward. Chen Yuan scrutinized them in the dim light. Both were clad in official garb, their swords a standard issue of the authorities. He inquired, "Are you from the government? Knowing that, you better scram." The man in front retorted sharply, drawing his sword and pointing it at Chen Yuan, the blade slightly quivering. "Yang Rui, have you forgotten what old Fong instructed? No one is to leave alive." The man with the buzz cut coldly reminded him from behind. "Ugh, this is quite a nuisance. If it weren't for the magistrate's orders, I wouldn't give a damn about old Fong." Yang Rui spat irritably, his gaze turning icy as he appraised Chen Yuan before sneering. "Hey, you heard that, pretty boy? It's just your bad luck for stumbling into the wrong place. This cave is in dire need of a fresh body for the oil lamps." The two men grinned menacingly, closing in on Chen Yuan, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Chen Yuan remained motionless, his expression inscrutable. Engaging in such vile deeds is truly a disgrace to my skin. Who are you to judge? Yang Rui's expression darkened as he raised his saber, aiming to cleave Chen Yuan's skull. In response to the oncoming blade, Chen Yuan raised his fire stick with ferocious intensity, the force causing the air to whistle. Clang! The long saber shattered midair, pieces flying off and embedding into the adjacent stone wall. Yang Rui's hands were left wounded, and he let out a pained cry as half of his saber clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yuan's fire stick came crashing down upon Yang Rui's chest, producing a muffled thud as Yang Rui fell heavily to the ground, rolling several meters, his chest heaving violently, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. "With such skills, you aren't even worthy of guarding the door," Chen Yuan remarked indifferently. "My lord, it was merely a jest, spare my life." Yang Rui's voice trembled, his body curling slightly as if enduring immense suffering. Chen Yuan did not respond, advancing instead, raising the fire stick to deliver the final blow. Sensing Chen Yuan's lack of vigilance, Yang Rui lowered his head, a triumphant smile creeping across his lips as he stealthily reached for his waist. In mere steps, he abruptly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with malice as he swiftly hurled a black sleeve arrow, cutting through the air towards Chen Yuan's throat. "Die!" Yang Rui shrieked, the fear on his face instantly replaced with a savage snarl. Anticipating the attack, Chen Yuan effortlessly sidestepped, the arrow narrowly grazing his neck before embedding itself in the stone wall behind him. The wall immediately began to emit a hissing sound, the brown rock darkening as it crumbled. Chen Yuan, unscathed, lunged forward, his fire stick striking like a venomous serpent at Yang Rui's chest. Yang Rui's body flew back like a rag doll, crashing against the cave wall before collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide in shock, utterly silent. "Boring," Chen Yuan remarked, turning to the buzzcut man, who appeared utterly dazed, still processing the events. Chen Yuan extended his fire stick, deftly disarming the man and placing the tip against his throat. "Do not move," he commanded coldly. The buzzcut man, filled with terror, trembled uncontrollably, stammering, "I want to move, absolutely not." "Where's that person, Xiao?" "Inside. I saw him just this morning. He specifically instructed us not to disturb him." The buzzcut man spilled everything, eager to avoid any delay. "And who is this magistrate you mentioned?" "This." The buzzcut man hesitated momentarily, but soon felt the pressure at his throat intensify, prompting him to quickly respond. "It is County Magistrate Jiang from Yongning County nearby." Chen Yuan's eyes gleamed with intensity. I did not expect such a formidable adversary lurking behind the scenes. Recognizing the man's compliance, he decisively delivered a swift blow, granting him a merciful end. After collecting the silver, he picked up the fallen saber, twirling it expertly in his hand. Since mastering the art of the sword, he had relied on the fire stick, feeling somewhat awkward. With the saber sheathed at his waist, Chen Yuan gazed into the pitch-black depths of the cave. Without a wooden door to separate him, the strange sounds grew louder as he ventured further inside. After approximately 15 minutes, a massive, gray-black cauldron came into view. Flames roared beneath the cauldron, thick smoke billowing up to the cave's ceiling, and the air was saturated with a foul stench. Surrounding it were iron cages, filled with skeletal remains. A small figure stood atop the cauldron, wielding a large pestle, stirring a bubbling, dark red liquid. The grotesque figure was clad in tattered grayish cloth, its sleeves riddled with patches, long hair cascading untamed over its shoulders, and a face adorned with stubble. With arms as muscular and menacing as a beast, the figure strained against the fabric of its clothing, grinning hungrily as it stared intently at the cauldron and Appos' contents. Chapter 6. The Blade Strikes Demons. Rewards of the Heart Technique. Chen Yuan unsheathed his long blade, his eyes narrowing slightly as he commanded in a stern voice, "The Demon Suppression Division is here to apprehend you. Surrender immediately." The peculiar figure halted its movements, its voice rasping and chilling, gaze fixating on Chen Yuan like that of a venomous serpent. "A court hound? Your senses are as keen as a wild dog, finding this place so swiftly to thwart my plans." Without further ado, Chen Yuan leaped forward, his blade slicing through the air towards the creature's throat. The figure let out a cold chuckle, swinging its pestle down upon the cauldron. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed within the cavern, the dark red liquid within the cauldron boiling violently. 3 skulls erupted from the cauldron, their hollow eye sockets igniting with a ghostly green flame. The skulls twisted in the air, swiftly transforming into 3 phosphorescent hounds, standing guard before the figure. Chen Yuan paused, sweeping his blade across, only to find it merely stirring the phosphorescent flames without inflicting harm. The hounds, unfazed, bared their gaping maws, drooling a foul liquid as they lunged towards him. His physical attack ineffective? Chen Yuan furrowed his brow, pivoting swiftly to evade the hound's assault. The figure's laughter reverberated through the cave, cold and mocking. "Mere mortal steel dares to harm my demon spirit? You little demon suppressor, I shall take your head to fuel my fire today." Ignoring the taunts, Chen Yuan raised his long blade, his arm muscles taut, a faint azure glow emanating from the blade. He then swung fiercely, the blade cutting through the air, conjuring a razor-sharp wind blade. A gale arose within the cave, howling as the wind blade hurtled towards the 3 hounds. Before the blade arrived, the fierce wind had already scattered the phosphorescent flames, the hounds' heads collapsing to the ground, shattered, their ghostly flames extinguished. Trivial skills. The figure scoffed, swinging the pestle once more, as blood surged from the cauldron, coalescing into a 9-headed blood serpent. The surrounding iron cages, filled with remains, were drawn into the swirling mass, each serpent head adorned with grotesque remnants, exuding a nauseating stench. "You waste my divine blood. Damned wretch." The figure gritted its teeth, commanding the 9-headed serpent to lunge at Chen Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yuan raised his long blade, the azure light intensifying. He shouted, "Swift wind blade technique." The tempest whipped through his hair, cascading in the wind. The ferocious gust struck the iron cages around him, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. The blade's light flickered like lightning, the wind blade sweeping forth, abruptly halting the surrounding winds, severing the 9-headed serpent into segments, a rain of foul blood showering the ground. The figure's countenance shifted dramatically, hastily leaping from the cauldron to narrowly escape the residual force of the wind blade, yet its sleeve was shredded, a deep wound gaping on its arm, blood streaming forth. It landed heavily, its injured arm drooping, face twisted with fury and resentment. "You little brat, I underestimated you. But you are still a step too late. The final step of my concoction is nearly complete. Your essence shall serve as the catalyst." Lifting the pestle, the figure struck the ground with force, causing the entire cavern to tremble as the boiling liquid surged into a massive blood and flesh colossus. The colossus, towering and grotesque, bore twisted faces that wailed silently, their silent screams echoing the agony of their transformation. Chen Yuan's expression remained impassive, gripping his long blade tightly, the azure glow blazing ever brighter. The blood and flesh colossus let out a thunderous roar, its malevolent visage brimming with murderous intent. It advanced with thunderous steps, shaking the ground with each movement, a foul stench permeating the air as it rushed forward in a blur. Chen Yuan exhibited no fear, closing his eyes momentarily, fingertips caressing the spine of his blade, then abruptly opening them with a piercing gaze. The approaching monstrosity slowed dramatically, nearly coming to a standstill. Strike! A silver flash sliced through the air, the colossus and Appos' form froze mid-step, its foot suspended in the air. A deep gash appeared across its chest, oozing thick, black blood. Terror filled the colossus and Appos' eyes as it stammered, "You? Who are you? How could you possess such blade intent?" Before it could finish, its massive body collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Chen Yuan approached, gazing down at the figure's original form, now pale and gasping, clearly at the end of its strength. "I am the one who will end your life," he stated coldly. The figure coughed up blood, eyes wide with fear as it pleaded, You cannot kill me. I am Shao." "What? Your name is a ticket to immunity?" Chen Yuan pressed his blade against the figure's neck, his gaze sweeping over the skeletal remains in the iron cages, his expression as frigid as frost. "Today, even if you were the emperor himself, I would show no mercy." The figure, Shao, rasped desperately, "I will tell you anything you wish to know. If you kill me, the curse will not spare you. Within 7 days, you shall perish." "Cursed?" Chen Yuan remained unfazed, slightly raising his blade, coldly inquiring, "What exactly have you done in this village?" Shao, bloodied, trembled as he recounted, "I merely sought to conceal my identity here. After learning of Feng Haod, I intended to use his child as leverage to secure my protection. Unfortunately, The child succumbed to the effects of the drugs. I thought my schemes were exposed, yet Fong Hao harbored resentment towards the village. I seized the opportunity to inject demon blood into that child, transforming him into a demon entity, left in a state between life and death, believing I was a deity. Thus, under his protection, I remained hidden here, collecting materials to refine divine blood. Divine blood? Chun Yuan interjected, unable to listen further. With a swift motion, he swung his blade, and Zhao's head fell to the ground. Zhao's face bore a look of confusion, unable to comprehend why Chun Yuan dared to end his life. Slain the late-stage demon fallen. Reward, 2,000 talent points. Spirit tier heart technique. Pure yang heart method. Current martial arts. Mortal tier. Swift wind blade technique. Perfection. Spirit tier. Pure yang heart method. Beginner. You wretched creature. You have met a swift end. Chun Yuan sheathed his blade. Though the rewards were plentiful, his anger remained unresolved. The scene within the iron cages was harrowing. Piles of bones stark against the gloom, among them, the remains of children. Such cruel methods warranted a swift execution, a mercy in the grand scheme of things. He collected the head of the demon fallen, wrapping it in a blood-soaked cloth, determined to return to the village and provide the townsfolk with an explanation. As for any remaining remnants, Chun Yuan would not let them escape his grasp. Chapter 7. The Ascension of the Black Robe. A mishap befalls Chun Yuan returned to the village, gripping a blood-soaked bag, and made his way directly to Fong Hao's courtyard. The guard at the entrance, confronted by the menacing presence of Chun Yuan, stammered, Master, I have already informed the village chief. Step aside, Chun Yuan thundered, smashing the tightly shut vermilion door with his blade. As wood splinters flew, Fong Hao rushed over in panic. Forcing a semblance of calm, he plastered a sycophantic smile on his face. Master, what has happened? Has some rogue offended you? Silently, Chun Yuan hurled the bag to the ground. A severed head rolled out, coming to rest at Fong Hao's feet. Startled, Fong Hao instinctively recoiled, but upon recognizing the familiar visage, his body stiffened. Unable to mask the tumult of emotions within. You, how could you? Kill him. He bent down, trembling hands reaching out as he shouted fiercely. What will become of my son? What do you intend to do with him? I shall send you to join him, Chun Yuan replied with an icy demeanor. The blade reflecting Fong Hao's contorted expression. Fong Hao, tears streaming down his aged face, pointed a shaking finger at Chun Yuan, howling, You are so young. Yet your heart is so cruel. I, Fong Hao, have no enmity with you. Why must you sever my son's life? If I do not kill you today, I vow I shall not live as a man. He bellowed to his henchmen. Whoever slays this man shall receive half of my fortune. But, master, he is a demon suppressor. Nonsense. The true demon suppressor has long since been incapacitated by poison. He is nothing but a mere lackey. Fong Hao and Appo's features twisted in rage. Chun Yuan and Appo's gaze swept across the courtyard, where Shui Hai lay snoring thunderously on the ground. He sneered. Obstructing the Demon Suppression Office's investigation incurs an even graver punishment. After your demise, no one will dare question your fate. Master Shui will not concern himself with your arrogance. Charge! Fong Hao roared, his voice hoarse, as several henchmen exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with malice. They seized their weapons and advanced toward Chun Yuan. Unmoved, Chun Yuan stood his ground, his expression indifferent, blood still fresh on the blade's tip, dripping to the earth. In the next instant, the flash of his blade illuminated the air. With a swift motion, several severed arms soared into the sky. The cries of anguish yet to be uttered as Chun Yuan moved like a specter through the throng. Without pausing, he directed his blade at Fong Hao. His gaze as sharp as the steel itself. Behind him, the henchmen stumbled and fell, their wails intertwining in a cacophony. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Fong Hao, now frenzied, locked his bloodshot eyes onto the glinting blade before him. I only wish for my son to return. And what of the innocent citizens? For your selfish desires, you conspired with demons. Harming the populace, such a crime deserves the utmost punishment. Fong Hao shrieked in despair. Do you think I wish to be a villain? Without that poison, I could not even preserve my son and Appo's remains. Enough. Chun Yuan shook his head. This wretch confessed before his demise to poisoning your son. Yet you have allowed him to manipulate you like a puppet, fool. Fong Hao paused, disbelief washing over him as his eyes widened. Fixated on the head of the wretched man, trembling all over. Impossible. How can this be? Words failed him as he crumpled to the ground. Understanding that Chun Yuan had no reason to deceive him, he repeatedly bashed his head against the earth, muttering, Impossible. Impossible. What have I done? Chun Yuan and Appo's eyes bore no trace of pity. He had no desire to hear further nonsense. With a swift motion, he severed Fong Hao and Appo's throat. The man collapsed, lifeless. Chun Yuan wiped the blood from his blade and sheathed it, gazing down at the corpse. Even a fool like Fong Hao must have realized, over the course of nearly a year, that the so-called resurrection was nothing but a deception. Yet, having aided in the perpetration of atrocities against the innocent, he had descended into an abyss from which there was no return, only numbing himself with lies. A tragic and contemptible fate indeed. Chun Yuan averted his gaze. He had no intention of dwelling on such matters. His sole purpose was to send his adversary to hell. Stepping over the fallen men, he approached the still snoozing Shuai and kicked him several times. What is it? Shuai squinted, drool trickling from his mouth, waving his hand in a dazed manner. Chun Yuan crossed his arms, stifling a chuckle. Master Shui, did you sleep well? Why? You. Cad. Shuai recognized Chun Yuan and began to awaken. Struggling to rise, his lips still tangling in confusion, words barely intelligible. Sleep soundly if you wish. Chun Yuan pressed his foot firmly upon Shuai's face, twisting it forcefully, rendering him unconscious. Gripping the head of the wretched man like a ragged dog, he dragged Shuai along before exchanging a few words with the onlooking villagers, then set off to report back to the city. Upon returning to the Demon Suppression office, dusk had already fallen. Amidst the gazes of many, Chun Yuan unceremoniously dropped Shuai and the severed head onto the ground. The white-robed demon suppressor he had encountered earlier in the hall furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has transpired?" Chun Yuan recounted the day's events in detail, omitting only the affairs concerning County Magistrate Jiang. The white-robed demon suppressor grew increasingly astonished. A wayward disciple managed to single-handedly slay a demon-besotted individual? Is this true? Should there be any falsehood, the consequences will be dire. Indeed, Chun Yuan replied, his tone steady. Do you believe this was the doing of Master Shui? The white-robed demon suppressor shook his head, with the stench of alcohol emanating from Shuai. One could smell him from several paces away. Noticing Chun Yuan's self-assured demeanor, the white-robed man's brow lifted, and he nodded. Excellent. I remember you. Your name is Chun Yuan, correct? Truly, a youth of remarkable talent. This villain, Xiao, has long committed heinous acts, colluding with beasts. He is a wanted criminal on the Demon Suppression Office's blood list. You have successfully eradicated him, an outstanding achievement. The remaining matters will be handled by the office. Chun Yuan, maintaining his composure, replied, It is my duty. I dare not be negligent. Good. The white-robed man nodded in satisfaction, contemplating for a moment before continuing. Ordinarily, a lackey's promotion to black-robe status requires a year of training and multiple demon-slaying missions to accrue sufficient merits. Most individuals take 3 years to gather enough merit for promotion. Yet you have slain the 73rd on the blood list, earning immediate elevation to black robe. Chun Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, master. No need to thank me. You have earned it through your own merit. The white-robed man smiled. My surname is Luo. You may call me Luo Bai. As he spoke, someone approached, presenting black robes and a ceremonial blade. Enough for today. You must be weary. In a few days, the formal decree will be issued and delivered to the Chun residence. Luo Bai's tone softened. It is getting late. You should return home. Yes, Master Luo Bai. Watching Chun Yuan depart, Luo Bai could hardly conceal his elation. Just when we needed manpower, a young genius has arrived. Finally, we shall not have to endure those sour faces in the upcoming demon-slaying competition next month. A black-robed individual beside him queried, Master Luo Bai. The black-robe tokens require time to forge. Shall we send them along with the documents in a few days? No need for delay. Luo Bai glanced at Shuai's body, his expression suddenly icy. Drawing a token from his waist, he scoffed. Foolish Shui, let's see how your little uncle saves you this time. He commanded. This matter will be handled according to protocol. Do not extend any courtesies to Zhao Bai. Arrange for immediate action regarding the village affairs, liaise with the authorities, and leave no stone unturned. Understood, master. Luo Bai contemplated the black-robe token, intending to personally deliver it to the Chun residence and hand it to Chun Yuan. 10 years prior, he had been cast aside by his family into the Demon Suppression Office as a scion. Seeing Chun Yuan, also a scion, stirred some feelings within him. This youth had far surpassed his own achievements, an extraordinary individual indeed. Establishing a connection with him was not merely a matter of duty. As Chun Yuan hastened back to the Chun residence, the sun had set, and the streets were aglow with lights. He reeked of blood and could not change his clothes, so he carried them in hand. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard the gatekeeper's anxious voice. Young master, why have you returned so late? What is the matter? A distinguished guest arrived today, and the master searched for you in vain, becoming furious. Even Qing Tang has suffered. The guest is about to leave. You must not be seen by them. The guard, with an anxious expression, attempted to push Chun Yuan aside, only to find he could not budge him. Chun Yuan's voice turned cold. What has happened to Qing Tang? He recalled that before his departure, Qi Tang had reminded him of the esteemed guest arriving today. However, the unexpected turn of events had caused him to cast it aside. Chapter 8. The Chun family's business. By Yi's command, the guard furrowed his brows, urgency and impatience lacing his tone as he urged, Young master, this is hardly the time for such concerns. You must leave at once. If the master sees you, it will be my downfall. Chun Yuan paid no heed, his gaze piercing like a blade as he locked eyes with the guard, his voice as frigid as if it emerged from the depths of an ice cavern. Tell me, what has become of Qing Tang? The guard had never witnessed such a fierce demeanor from Chun Yuan, momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. What are you doing standing there? A sharp voice rang from within the door, and a middle-aged man clad in silk strode out, the sound of jade pendants clashing at his waist echoing crisply. Chen Yuan turned to see his father, Chen Jingxian. Clad in a long silk robe, Chen Jingxuan's face was contorted with rage as he pointed a finger at Chen Yuan. Rebuking, "What a disgrace. All you do is gallivant outside. Have you no sense of time? A worthless, illegitimate son, a wretched creature." Chen Yuan remained expressionless, simply observing the furious Chen Jingxian, uttering two words, "It's early. You, insolent." Chen Jingxian had not anticipated Chen Yuan would dare to retort, his chest heaving with anger, ready to unleash a torrent of rage, when another sharp voice interjected from behind. "Brother Jingxian, what has you so enraged?" A pale-faced eunuch with sunken cheeks approached, smiling. "Do take care not to harm your health with such fury. The fourth princess's business still requires your attentive oversight." In an instant, Chen Jingxian donned a smile. Turning to the eunuch, "Rest assured, Lord Ning, I shall personally oversee the fourth princess's business, and I hope you will speak favorably of us." He took a painting scroll handed to him by a servant, which contained several large denomination silver notes, and presented it to Lord Ning. "This is a gift I prepared for the fourth princess, along with a few small tokens for you. I hope you will accept." Lord Ning's bony fingers skimmed the scroll, the corners of his eyes crinkling with a hint of amusement until he halted abruptly upon touching the thickness of the silver notes, a barely audible scoff escaping his throat. Very well, very well." As he stowed the scroll away, his gaze fell upon Chen Yuan, feigning surprise. "So this is the second young master. At last, I meet you. The fourth princess speaks of you often. Today, I see you live up to your reputation." Who does not know of Chen Yuan's infamous reputation? One so tarnished that most would avoid him? This remark was laden with sarcasm. Chen Jingxian chimed in. "This ungrateful son is indeed beyond redemption. Do not hold it against him, Lord Ning. Should he offend the fourth princess, I shall ensure he apologizes in due course." He shot a fierce glare at Chen Yuan, urging, "Hurry and apologize to Lord Ning." Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, regarding Lord Ning, who held his chin high, a look of disdain upon his face, feeling perplexed. What sort of demon was the fourth princess? Had he ever wronged her? The Chen family was a royal merchant, allied with the third prince, absent any authorization from above. Even with tenfold courage, this eunuch would not dare speak so brazenly. Still dawdling. "You wretched thing," Chen Jingxian shouted again. "I had someone remind you earlier about the esteemed guest arriving. Yet here you are, loitering outside until such an hour. Have the teachings of etiquette at the academy not reached you?" Lord Ning has come with sincerity. "The fourth princess has a significant business proposition that could alleviate our recent financial strain. Do you understand gratitude, you fool?" Chen Yuan chose to disregard the clamor of Chen Jingxian. After all, he was his biological father, and with so many witnesses around, public ridicule would be a loss of face. In this society that revered feudal propriety, he feared the repercussions. In the memories of his predecessor, Chen Jingxian had seldom cared for him, his favoritism apparent, and he had largely neglected his paternal duties, leading to a rather indifferent father-son relationship. As for Lord Ning, this rootless individual, Chen Yuan scoffed. The fourth princess indeed lives up to her reputation of being astute and capable, managing a plethora of affairs with remarkable diligence. Her information as fluent as that of a market gossip. I am most grateful for her concern. Should the princess be interested, I shall certainly give it due consideration." At these words, Lord Ning's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. His pale face flushed with indignation, he coldly huffed. "What a sharp-tongued little brat. Jingxian, it seems your family's sincerity is rather lacking." Chen Jingxian felt a pang of panic. The fourth princess's intention to discuss business had taken him by surprise. Recently, 3 official ships he was responsible for had sunk in the Jiangnan salt trade. And now the fourth princess's weaving bureau had extended an olive branch, akin to a lifeline. Seeing Lord Ning's grim expression, Chen Jingxian swiftly chastised, "Fool. Is it your pack of scoundrel friends who taught you to speak this way? If only you possessed a fraction of your legitimate brother's humility and decorum, you wouldn't find yourself in this position, constantly gallivanting outside and uttering such nonsense." He glanced at Lord Ning, whose expression showed no signs of softening. And after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Kneel before Lord Ning and apologize." Chen Jingxian was anxious. If this business fell into the hands of another royal merchant, it would be disastrous. Forcing his son to kneel was indeed a blow to their dignity. But Chen Yuan was merely an illegitimate son. At most, he would be the subject of gossip, and the strict family teachings would be more noted. Securing this business was far more vital than the pride of an illegitimate son. Lord Ning's voice turned sharp, dripping with sarcasm. "Brother Jingxian, it seems the young Master Chen looks down upon our fourth princess. I must take my leave and report back." "Wait, Lord Ning." Chen Jingxuan's expression darkened, weighing the consequences, and coldly addressed Chen Yuan. "Don't forget your birth mother's recent illness. Kneel and apologize." Upon hearing this, Lord Ning's face contorted with arrogant mockery as he glanced at Chen Yuan, snickering lightly. A mere illegitimate son of a royal merchant, singled out by the fourth princess for reprimand, It seemed all too easy. Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed as he was about to speak, when a figure in white approached. Tonight, the Chun residence is quite lively, Luo Bai remarked, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face as he strolled leisurely. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lord Ning immediately shed his arrogance. Bowing low, Luo Bai, what a coincidence. I did not expect to encounter you here. The fourth princess sends her regards. His obsequious demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Though Chen Jingxian had never met Luo Bai, witnessing Lord Ning's deference, he too did not neglect his manners. Bowing, sir. Before he could finish, Luo Bai interjected, is there something of importance on such a late hour? Chen Jingshuan's face contorted into a forced smile. Nothing important, just my son's lack of understanding, and I was reprimanding him. Lord Ning nodded. Apologies for troubling you, Luo Bai. I hope you will understand. He noticed Chun Yuan's silence and inwardly chuckled, thinking that this boy possessed no discernment. He would surely be remembered by Luo Bai, and it would be he who would face the consequences. Thank you for the fourth princess's concern, but Luo Bai's tone suddenly turned icy. I am not like Lord Ning. I do not have the luxury of leisure. I have come for a matter of great importance. He produced a black-clad command token and handed it to Chun Yuan, bestowing upon him the newly minted black command token of the Demon Subduing Division. As Chun Yuan accepted the token, Lord Ning's throat tightened, disbelief washing over him, his smile frozen in place. Luo Bai, could it be that you are mistaken? Do you think I would make an error in such matters? Luo Bai retorted sharply. I just stood nearby and listened. Lord Ning spoke with such bravado in the streets, mocking the Demon Subduing Division. Surely, you cannot harbor such disdain for it. I would never. Lord Ning and Appos. Cold sweat streamed down his face, his throat constricting as he hastily denied it. I would never dare. If this were to fall upon him, even the fourth princess would not protect him. Though the Demon Subduing Division held little visible authority, within the bureaucratic system of Deqian, its influence was significant. The white-clad Demon Subduer, while officially of 7th rank, could easily escalate matters by invoking the pretext of demon beasts, potentially surpassing several ranks in investigation. Not to mention the saying that officials in the capital were 3 ranks higher. Chapter 9. The Lesson of the Eunuch. Where is Qingtang? Lo Bai's expression was stern. If that is the case, why do you treat my subordinates in black so audaciously? It appears you do not regard me highly, having fought against demonic beasts for years. Lo Bai exuded a chilling aura that ordinary individuals found unbearable. Ning Gonggong, overwhelmed by this oppressive presence, struggled to breathe, his throat feeling constricted, rendering him unable to articulate an explanation. Within mere moments, he trembled uncontrollably and eventually collapsed to his knees, banging his head against the ground repeatedly. My lord, forgive me. I truly did not know that Lord Chun was in black. I did not mean to offend. Lo Bai did not respond, but merely cast a sidelong glance at Chun Yuan, signaling for him to handle the situation. Chun Yuan stepped forward, gently assisting Ning Gonggong to his feet, his tone composed. You are accustomed to kneeling in the palace, so I understand your weakness. However, there is no need for such formality outside. I am not one to hold grudges. With that, he extracted several silver notes from a scroll, casually stowing them away in his sleeve, all while Ning Gonggong looked on with a mix of fear and heartache. Please convey my regards to the fourth princess. May our collaboration be fruitful. Ning Gonggong and Appos' face turned ashen, yet he dared not utter a word, nodding obediently. His gaze averted from the silver notes that rightfully belonged to him. Lo Bai observed this and slightly nodded, appreciating Chun Yuan's handling of the matter. Despite his youth, he exhibited remarkable composure, avoiding unnecessary escalation while safeguarding his own interests. Enough, you may leave, Lo Bai said coldly. Should I hear you gossiping in front of the fourth princess, do not blame me for investigating any potential collusion between you and the demonic beasts. Ning Gonggong felt as if he had received a pardon, hastily bowing his head. I dare not. I shall take my leave. With that, he nearly stumbled away from the scene. Lo Bai glanced at Chen Jingxian, who stood by, at a loss for words, and said to Chun Yuan, Chen in black, that eunuch will not dare to cause trouble again. The official appointment letter will be delivered to the Chun residence tomorrow. Given that Chen Jingxian was Chun Yuan's father, Lo Bai felt it inappropriate to interfere further. Chun Yuan nodded. Thank you, Lord Lo Bai. The father and son watched Lo Bai depart in silence. After a moment, Chen Jingxian could no longer contain himself. Rebel, why did you not consult me before joining the Demon Suppression Division? Fear that you would disapprove. Chun Yuan replied calmly. Unfilial child. You know full well that the Demon Suppression Division is not a tea house. Out of 10 who enter, 9 become fodder for the beasts. Chen Jingxian and Appos' anger surged, as he sought to reclaim his paternal authority. Do not think that just because you have become a man in black, you can act with impunity. Offending the fourth princess endangers the entire Chen family. If someone like you were to die outside, the Chen family would not even bother to collect your body. The surrounding servants lowered their heads, afraid to listen further. Chen Yuan performed a slight bow, his expression unperturbed. Thank you for your reminder, father. I wonder where Qitang is now? Chen Jingxian. feeling as though he was striking a pillow, replied coldly, Qingtang? That maid by your side? Yes. Humph. That maid specifically informed me this morning that there would be distinguished guests, yet she could not even keep track of someone of your stature. What happened to her? Chun Jingxian frowned slightly, feeling a sense of trepidation in the face of Chun Yuan's emotional detachment. Had he been too inattentive? This illegitimate son seemed vastly different from his memory. What else could happen? The Chun family's wealth does not come from thin air. Useless maids are certainly sent back to the brothel. Chun Yuan and Appo's brow furrowed, and he turned to leave. Where are you going at this late hour? Chun Jingxian demanded. West Market. Come back here. Without turning back, Chun Yuan left, infuriating Chun Jingxian, who smashed a jade pendant at his waist into pieces. As night fell, the West Market remained bustling. The curfew in Deqian was lenient, and the night market thrived, with aromas of food and a steady stream of pedestrians. Boats bobbed gently on the river, shops glowed with light, and the sounds of vendors filled the air, while the lavish brothels echoed with enticing melodies. Chun Yuan navigated through the crowded streets, turning into a narrow alley, eventually stopping in front of a shop bearing the sign of Zhixin Pavilion. Inside, the lights were bright, but the main door was tightly shut, flanked by 2 guards. Despite the prohibition of brothels in Deqian, demand remained high. They did not engage in forced sales, adhering to an unspoken rule of conducting business behind closed doors. As Chun Yuan reached to push the door open, one of the guards abruptly blocked his way. Apologies. Young Master Chin, but the pavilion master is currently attending to distinguished guests. Please wait a moment. Do you not recognize me? Chun Yuan raised an eyebrow. Although his reputation was poor, he was quite accustomed to this environment. The guard lowered his head. Of course, I recognize young Master Chun, but the pavilion master has given orders that no one is to be disturbed. Since you recognize me, do not block my path. The blame does not fall on you. Chun Yuan pushed past the guard and entered. Inside the main hall, the pavilion master, Bai Zhe, was holding several contracts, following a young gentleman closely. A few demure girls stood nearby, most of them gaunt but beautiful, with Qingtang among them, her head lowered, a sorrowful expression on her face. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Zhe turned to see Chun Yuan, his expression instantly changing. He quickly exchanged whispers with the young gentleman beside him before hastening over, his voice anxious. Young Master Chen, we have a significant business opportunity. Please wait in the side room. I will accompany you to Finkala for drinks later. How does that sound? Chun Yuan remained unmoved, shaking his head indifferently. I recall stating that without my express permission, my maid is not to be touched. This morning, someone from the Chen family came and said it was your wish. That is why. Bai Zhe began to sweat, offering awkward chuckles. Earlier, the Chen family had only requested a half-price refund, and seeing the maid's appearance, he thought he could sell her at a much higher price after some enhancements. The thought of the profit had caused him to forget Chun Yuan entirely, but he never anticipated this ruffian would come knocking so soon. Chun Yuan extended his hand, his tone unyielding. Bring me the contract. Young Master Chun, you see. Bai Zhe was anxious. Normally, he could charm a few words and a small profit would suffice. But today this ruffian was proving troublesome. The young gentleman, noticing Bai Zhe had been gone for some time, approached with a folding fan in hand, asking, What is the matter, Bai Guanshi? Bai Zhe quickly replied, Young Master Chun, it is not that we do not wish to help, but this young Master Jiang has just purchased your maid. The contract now belongs to him. Upon hearing this, young Master Jiang scrutinized Chun Yuan, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Bai Zhangguo has new guests, so I shall not intrude further. I will take these girls with me for now. He gestured for his attendants to bring the girls forward. Only then did Qingtang, who had been lost in thought, notice Chun Yuan. Her expression turned anxious, and unable to speak due to the pill she had taken, she could only grip her sleeve tightly, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Young Master Jiang, waving his fan, noted her expression and joked, No wonder you are so anxious. Your maid is quite a beauty. Thank you for your painful sacrifice. I shall treat her well. Bai Zhe, shaking the contract in his hand, echoed, Young Master Jiang, please take care. The contracts will be delivered along with the restorative pills. Young Master Jiang nodded in satisfaction and was about to leave when Chun Yuan's icy voice rang out. How much did he offer? I will pay double. Chapter 10. Lavish Spending, Restoring Freedom from the Beginning to the End. Chun Yuan did not spare a single glance at young Master Jiang. Bai Zhe rubbed his fingers, his expression revealing discomfort. Young Master Chun, this may not be wise. He felt a pang in his heart. If he were to double the amount, how much could he earn? Before Bai Zhe could finish his sentence, young Master Jiang could no longer contain himself, his face darkening. Does this young Master Chen not understand the principle of first come, first served? With an air of indifference, Chun Yuan replied, Have you not heard that the highest bidder wins? It was absurd. Young Master Jiang snapped his folding fan shut with a crisp sound and stated in a low voice, I am the son of the county magistrate of Yongning. Today, I have come to the capital to report to my father and prepare for my promotion. I am here to purchase maidservants to expand my household. Bai, you must think this through. Yongning. Chun Yuan's gaze locked onto young Master Jiang like a hawk, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He recalled clearly that the two enforcers from the government had mentioned they served under the magistrate of Yongning. This substantial catch, which he had deliberately kept under wraps to avoid alerting the enemy, had now presented itself. Originally uncertain about how to proceed, he was unexpectedly handed an opportunity. Seeing Chun Yuan's silence, a smug expression crossed young Master Zhang's face. From the very beginning, he had dismissed Chun Yuan as inconsequential. By Zhe and Appo's earlier theatrics must have indicated that Chun Yuan lacked any significant backing. Bai Zhe chuckled awkwardly. Young Master Jiang, in our humble business, we prioritize integrity. Rest assured, these contracts will be, Chun Yuan interjected, triple the amount. Bai Zhe's voice faltered, his throat constricting, his eyes nearly overflowing with greed. Trembling, he asked, Young Master Chun, once spoken, words cannot be taken back. The total for these 6 contracts amounts to 60 taels of silver. Tripling it would be 180 taels. This is no jest. 180 taels. That was the equivalent of several years' worth of expenses for an ordinary family, enough to buy 2 or 3 properties, representing a fortune that he earned in a year. Young Master John's complexion shifted from blue to black. As the son of a county magistrate, he had always been afforded respect. His father's official salary was merely 50 taels, and to pay such a premium for a few lowly maidservants was clearly a challenge to his authority. Feeling the gaze of several maidservants upon him, he flushed with anger. His fists clenched. Once my father is promoted to deputy magistrate, I will make sure to take care of this establishment. 200 taels, and enough of this nonsense. Qin Yuan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at young Master Jiang. He leisurely produced 2 silver notes from his pocket, each prominently bearing the official seal of 100 taels of silver. Bai Zhe could hardly tear his eyes away, not allowing young Master Jiang an opportunity to respond. And forced a smile. Young Master Jiang, it is getting late. Our establishment will soon close. You're welcome to visit us another time. You mere merchant, how dare you? Young Master Jiang felt a profound humiliation. His status had been dismissed by a common trader. His guard stepped forward, their imposing figures exuding a palpable pressure towards Bai Zhe and Qin Yuan. Bai Zhe's smile faded, and he clapped his hands softly. The guards outside immediately pushed the door open, surrounding them menacingly. Very well. A glint of malice flickered in young Master Zhang's eyes as he turned on his heel and departed. The door closed swiftly behind him, and Bai Zhe, with a face full of servility, bowed and said, Master Chun, please have a seat and enjoy a cup of cool tea. It has been a long journey. Rest your feet. Do you know the address of that person? Qin Yuan inquired. Yes, he just left his address for me to deliver the contracts, Bai Zhe replied. Quickly jotting it down, Qin Yuan noted the address and tossed the 2 silver notes into Bai Zhe's hands, urging him to hurry. Of course. Bai Zhe glanced at the silver notes, quickly stowing them away, his smile widening. Master Chun, the contracts will be ready shortly. We can skip the copies since we trust each other. And the antidote? Qin Yuan asked. Bai Zhe produced a small vial from his sleeve, presenting it respectfully. Qin Yuan took it in hand, the exquisite porcelain vial containing several brown pellets. He toyed with it for a moment, letting out a sigh. On the surface, De Qian prohibited the trafficking of people, yet behind the scenes, it went unchecked. The wealthier the class, the more frequent the buying and selling of servants. Often, such practices became the last lifeline for impoverished families. In this environment, the treatment of servants continued to deteriorate, with many appearing emaciated, and the deprivation of speech became commonplace. Bai Zhe efficiently finalized the contracts. Master Chun, there are 6 in total, now in your hands. Shall we go to Fengqi Tower? I'll treat you. Today a special is on me. There's no need. I have matters to attend to, Qin Yuan replied. Bai Zhe wore a knowing smile, casting a fleeting glance at the girls. I understand. Master Chun, take care of yourself. As Qin Yuan led the 6 young women out of the Western Market, the surroundings gradually quieted, the faint glow of fire illuminating the streets, with pedestrians few and far between. The 5 girls timidly followed behind, while Qingtang flitted beside Qin Yuan. Noticing her tugging at his sleeve once more, Qin Yuan handed her the antidote, smiling. You're always in such a hurry. It wasn't the right place to speak with so many people around. Qingtang sniffed, sharing the antidote with the other girls, taking one for herself. After a few coughs, she finally spoke. Master, where did you get so much money? I earned it myself, Qin Yuan replied. Qingtang stamped her foot anxiously. Master, if you secretly took money from the old master, then I will go with you to apologize. Spending so much money, if the old master finds out, it will be a disaster. Qin Yuan chuckled, lightly flicking her forehead. What on earth are you thinking? Qingtang clutched her forehead, her anxious expression unwavering. Master, I do not deserve such an expense. Rest assured, this money has nothing to do with him. Qin Yuan reassured her gently. I promised I would not let my maidservants suffer. A gentleman's word is worth 1,000 gold. Qingtang remained skeptical as Qin Yuan smiled and shook his head. He took the contracts in hand and approached the young women. Once their voices returned, the girls whispered among themselves. Upon seeing Qin Yuan approach, they all lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Qin Yuan addressed them. I understand that many of you are bound against your will, burdened by thoughts of your families. From now on, You shall be free. He tore the contracts, including Qingtang's, in half before the astonished eyes of the girls. If you wish to return home, you may do so. I will give you some silver to ensure you can live well. If you have nowhere else to go, you are welcome to stay with the Qin family. But you must still adhere to the rules. The girls exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend. They had just heard that this young Master Qin had spent 200 taels to purchase them, and now he was offering them freedom? Seeing no one respond, Qin Yuan curiously asked, "Does no one wish to leave?" "I do." A timid voice piped up, a girl nervously raising her head. "Sir, my mother has been ill since I left home. I haven't seen her in months, and I wish to return and check on her." "Go ahead." Qin Yuan handed her a few taels of silver. With one girl taking the lead, the others gradually found the courage to express their desires to return home. Qin Yuan provided them all with silver, allowing them to depart with peace of mind. In the end, only one girl remained, head bowed, softly saying, "Sir, I have no home to return to. I am willing to follow you to the Chun residence." Qin Yuan nodded, giving her a few taels as pocket money. "Master, when did you become such a philanthropist, and where did all that money come from?" Qingtang inquired, puzzled by Qin Yuan's drastic change. She couldn't help but mumble softly. "I have always been kind-hearted. You just never noticed," Qin Yuan replied with a smile. "This money may seem little to me, but it is of great significance to them." He smiled again, regarding the money from the tooth shop, confident that soon he would repay it with interest. Qingtang, hearing this, pouted and muttered, "Master, you Haven and Oppos, T changed a bit. If anything, you and Oppos, even more boastful now." Chapter 11, The Heart and Oppos' Secret and the Arrival of the Concubine upon their return to the Chun residence. The three found the main gate firmly shut, giving the impression of a house that had closed its doors to visitors. Qingtang stepped forward to knock. But after a lengthy wait, there was no response, as if they were resolutely refusing entry. "Young master, father must be upset," Qingtang said anxiously, twisting the hem of her garment. "Why concern ourselves with that?" Qin Yuan replied nonchalantly, effortlessly lifting both women in his arms. Amidst their startled exclamations, he leapt nimbly over the wall, landing gracefully in the courtyard. The guards inside were left dumbfounded, nearly dropping their lanterns. Second, young master?" One guard stammered, as if he had seen a ghost. Qin Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, offering no further acknowledgement. Qingtang and Oppos' cheeks flushed slightly as she exclaimed, "Young master, when did you become so formidable?" Qin Yuan offered no explanation, simply smiling. "It's getting late. You should rest now. I'll fetch you clothing for your bath." Qingtang hurriedly insisted. "No need. I can manage myself today. You first take her to familiarize herself with the Chun residence. We can discuss matters tomorrow." After washing away the unpleasant scent of blood, Qin Yuan returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed, a panel appearing in his mind. Current martial arts, common grade, swift wind blade technique, perfected, spirit grade, pure yang heart technique, beginner, remaining talent points, 2000, a spirit grade heart technique. Previously, the second-rate blade technique he had infused was merely rated as common. This spirit grade heart method must have reached a first-rate level, perhaps even surpassing it. Heart methods are exceedingly rare in martial arts. While techniques might be obtainable through unorthodox means, heart methods often have a price but are rarely available. With a decisive thought, Qin Yuan infused all his talent points into the pure yang heart technique without hesitation. Beginner, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment. In an instant, his talent points were depleted, and the pure yang heart technique ascended to major accomplishment. Qin Yuan felt a surge of intense heat emanating from his dantian, rushing through his limbs like molten lava, invigorating his blood. The temperature in the room soared, causing a teacup on the table to crack with a sharp sound, steam rising in the air. The heat coursed through his body, establishing a cycle of energy, as if he were being reborn. His senses sharpened, the calluses on his hands gradually vanished, and his skin became smooth and resilient. After an indeterminate time, Qin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of fire igniting in his pupils. He raised his hand, gathering a sphere of blazing true qi in his palm. With a slight fist, the air around him warped and distorted from the heat. "Impressive. I am certainly much stronger than before." Qin Yuan smiled softly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his lips. Should he return to that cave, he was confident he could cleave the monstrous figure and the cave itself in twain with a single strike. He rose from the bed and gazed out the window at the starry sky. The timing was perfect. Dressing in black attire, he stepped out with a steady gait, silently leaping onto the roof, quickly vanishing into the night. Like a specter, he glided over several rooftops, effortlessly leaping across alleys. Landing soundlessly on the rooftop of a courtyard he had learned belonged to young Master Jiang. The courtyard lay shrouded in darkness, as if all its inhabitants had already retired for the night. After pausing in silence for a moment, Qin Yuan suddenly caught the faint sound of hushed voices below. Had it not been for his heightened senses, he might have missed this subtle commotion. A raspy voice belonging to a middle-aged man broke through the quiet, seemingly suppressing his anger. "How could you fail to manage such a trivial matter?" Moments later, young Master Jiang's voice responded, "Father, please calm down. I didn't expect a rogue to suddenly appear, which led to my blunder. Fool, I'm not angry about that. Do you understand what it means to act with discretion? You've barely arrived in the capital, and already you've gotten into a dispute. But father, news just came that the Demon Suppression Bureau has intervened in the village. It won't be long before they trace it back to us. So soon? I anticipated that Fong Hao was of little merit. This time, he concocted medicine to offer as a tribute, merely to expedite his transfer from Yongning County. After that, any issues will have nothing to do with us. Understood, father. I will hasten to acquire some people in the coming days. It's a pity that the pawnbroker today has a reputation for being tight-lipped. Since you managed to inquire about this pawnbroker despite being unfamiliar with the area, how could they possibly be tight-lipped? Do not stir up further trouble. The county still has leftover medicinal materials. In a few days, the slave traders will deliver the pills. The conversation abruptly ceased. Qin Yuan, perched on the rooftop, remained silent, choosing not to depart in haste. He had discerned the collusion between the county magistrate and the demon worshippers. To his surprise, it appeared that the other party had powerful backing. Their dialogue conveyed an odd sense of urgency. While promotions typically involved expanding courtyards, they were seemingly eager to escape while still contemplating purchasing servants from the pawnbroker. Could it be that the individuals they intended to buy were related to alchemy? Though merely a conjecture, having witnessed the cruelty of the demon worshippers, he understood that these people were capable of anything. Qin Yuan lingered on the rooftop for nearly half an hour until he heard the rhythmic breathing of someone sleeping within, after which he departed stealthily, returning to the Chun residence. After tidying up, he lay on his bed, contemplating. These two would remain in the capital for a few more days. The best course of action would be to seize the opportunity while Yongning County was vulnerable and search for evidence. With both witnesses and material proof in hand, even if they had powerful connections, they would not escape unscathed. In the coming days, he must find time to visit Yongning County. The next day, as dawn broke, Qing Tang reluctantly crawled out of bed, bleary-eyed as she prepared to fetch water for washing. Upon stepping outside, she spotted a figure clad in black standing in the courtyard. Rubbing her eyes for clarity, she was taken aback to discover it was her own young master. Is the sun rising from the west? Doesn't the young master usually sleep until late in the morning? Filled with curiosity, Qing Tang couldn't help but ask, young master? Did you go out all night again? Chen Yuan turned, dismissively waving his hand. What thoughts occupy that little head of yours? Hurry and wash up. Seeing the young master's vibrant demeanor, Qing Tang chuckled and dashed off to fetch water. At that moment, a sound of a door being pushed open echoed from outside, followed by hurried footsteps. A beautiful woman peeked in, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Qin Yuan. Xiao Yuan, you're awake? Qin Yuan, taken aback, approached her and asked, Mother, when did you arrive? This woman was none other than his biological mother, concubine Lin. Not long ago, I thought you might still be asleep. I came in upon hearing your voice, she said with a smile, patting her chest before coughing a few times, visibly relieved. Qin Yuan assisted her in taking a seat. Concubine Lin had always been frail, and her health had further deteriorated after giving birth to him. Recently, she had fallen ill with a cough, and even the slightest exertion would provoke a fit. Mother, since you're here, you should come in. Who would dare blame you? No. The master has said not to disrupt the rules, concubine Lin quickly retorted, instinctively shrinking back at the mention of Chun Jingxian's name. It's damp and chilly outside in the morning. Standing for too long is not good for your health. As for what he said, Qin Yuan hesitated. Recognizing the underlying reasons, he would not press the matter. Concubine Lin's eyes brightened, her face brimming with pride. Xiao Yuan has grown up, showing concern for others. Noticing that she had entirely missed the point, Qin Yuan could only smile helplessly and, sitting beside her, asked, Mother, did you come so early because he said something again? Concubine Lin's smile faded, her brow furrowing as she grasped Qin Yuan's hand, asking, Xiao Yuan, have you joined the Demon Suppression Bureau? Yes, Qin Yuan nodded. Concubine Lin's concern deepened. I often hear others say that joining the Demon Suppression Bureau is very dangerous. It's usually poor families who go there, and many times people do not return. Shouldn't we refrain from this? I'm not urging you to find work. The Qin family is so large that it surely can accommodate the two of us. As her emotions surged, she was overtaken by another fit of cough. Hastily covering her mouth with a handkerchief, her frail shoulders trembling with each spasm, Qin Yuan gently placed a hand on her back, attempting to soothe her. However, the moment his palm brushed against hers, Aunt Lin suddenly trembled, her brow furrowing and a trace of undeniable pain surfacing on her face. What is it? Qin Yuan inquired, his tone laced with concern. It and Appos. As nothing, perhaps just standing for a while. Feeling a bit unwell, Aunt Lin managed to force a faint smile, her fingers instinctively tugging at the satin of her garment, attempting to conceal something. The already short, frayed cuffs of her sleeve slid further up her arm, revealing several bruises that marred her skin. Qin Yuan and Appos' gaze sharpened, and his expression darkened instantly. Chapter 12. Gathering at Qingyi Garden. Official appointment. Qin Yuan coldly inquired. Has he struck again? No. It's nothing, Lin Yinyang replied, covering her wound with her hand, forcing a smile. Yesterday, the master was in a foul mood. This small injury can be remedied with some medicine from the physician. She attempted to shift the topic. Xiao Yuan, if you are unwilling, once the master is calmed down, I will plead for some funds to secure a civil position. It would be safer. Mother, the Demon Suppression Bureau is not as perilous as rumored. Otherwise, why would so many be willing to join? Chen Yuan patiently explained. It's merely patrol duty, and there is a monthly salary. Is that truly the case? Lin Yinyang's brows remained furrowed. Rest assured, Chen Yuan reassured her, noticing the fatigue etched on her face. Mother, you rose early today. Why not rest in your room for a while? Lin Yinyang shook her head. Your elder brother has returned from Jiangnan, and this morning, the master has specially convened a gathering at Qingyi Garden to welcome him back. He was in a bad mood yesterday and probably did not inform you. I feared you would be late and feel embarrassed. Chen Qinglan has returned. Chen Yuan's brow furrowed. Since his arrival in this world, he had yet to meet the eldest son of the Chen family in person. According to the memories of his predecessor, Chen Qinglan was a few years his senior and had taken over the family business at a mere 17, thriving in his endeavors. He was quite talented, but due to the restrictions on imperial merchants from participating in the imperial examinations, he had not attained official accolades. Whenever outsiders discussed the Chen household, they would deride Chen Yuan as a debauchee while praising Chen Qinglan as the pride of the Chen family. Lin Yinyang gently said, please summon Qingtang. We must be on our way. Chen Yuan nodded. It was time to settle both old scores and new grievances. On the way to Qingyi Garden, Qingtang accompanied Lin Yinyang, vividly recounting the events of the previous night. The young master leaped lightly, as if he were flying. I barely had time to react before that towering wall was behind us. Lin Yinyang did not chastise Qingtang for her lack of decorum. Instead, she smiled. The guards must have been startled, indeed. Yes. Their eyes were as wide as copper bells, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a stern voice interrupted from nearby. Such a ruckus. What a disgrace. Do you not understand proper etiquette? Madame Zhao, the matriarch of the Chen family, approached with an icy demeanor, followed closely by several maidservants who kept their heads bowed. Lin Yinyang immediately suppressed her smile, lowering her head in greeting. Good morning, madam. It is my fault for not supervising properly and disturbing you. Madame Zhao snorted coldly. It is good that you understand. If you anger the master, you shall not escape a beating. She cast a disdainful glance at the indifferent Chen Yuan and remarked, an uncouth wretch. With that, she strode into Qingyi Garden. Chen Yuan merely observed her retreating figure with indifference, remaining silent. Inside Qingyi Garden, the fragrance of flowers filled the air, accompanied by sounds of laughter and play. The Chen sisters were chatting casually by the railing, while the maidservants took this opportunity to gather and frolic. As soon as Chen Yuan and the others stepped into the garden, Chen Qinglan noticed them and rose to greet them, a smile gracing his face. You've arrived, Yuan Gu. I intended to send someone to notify you, but I became too busy upon my return and forgot. Thankfully, you came on your own. At these words, the surrounding laughter diminished, and many eyes turned toward them, sensing the underlying mockery in Chen Qinglan and Appo's tone, implying that Chen Yuan had shamelessly intruded without an invitation. Just as Lin Yinyang was about to defend her son, Chen Yuan preempted her, saying, Chen Qinglan, I have heard of your sudden return to the capital. It must be due to substantial profits for the Chen family, and I have come to congratulate you. Chen Qinglan's smile faltered immediately. He was responsible for the inexplicable sinking of 3 official vessels in the Jiangnan salt trade, resulting in a significant financial loss. This incident had yet to be made public, and he was taken aback that Chen Yuan would mention it. After a moment of silence, he forced a smile and replied, Thank you for your concern, Yuan Gu. However, it seems that in the months we have been apart, you have not progressed much, failing even to address me as elder brother, remaining as uncouth as ever. Chen Yuan remained unperturbed, calmly responding, That is not as profound as your knowledge of etiquette, yet you have failed to address the considerable trouble you have caused. With 3 salt vessels lost, I wonder how you can still stand here. Chen Qinglan quivered. How could this debauchee know of such matters? Enough, we are all family, and with the sisters present, there is no need for bickering. Chen Jingxian, who had been sipping tea in the courtyard, approached with a frown, interrupting the two. Chen Yuan glanced over. Only moments ago, Chen Jingxian had sat calmly, enjoying his tea while Chen Yuan was ridiculed. Now he hurried over. Recalling the injuries on Lin Yinyang, Chen Yuan let out a cold laugh. What a family we are. Unfilial son, what is your attitude? Chen Jingxian was already impatient. He had yet to settle accounts with Chen Yuan for yesterday's incident. You dare to deceive me. If it weren't for Madame Zhao informing me that one must have a year of experience before officially serving in the Demon Suppression Bureau, I might have been fooled by your nonsense. Chen Qinglan exaggeratedly exclaimed, The Demon Suppression Bureau. Second brother certainly has ambitions. Could it be that your dark attire is an imitation of those demon suppression envoys? The fabric is quite well mimicked. Master, Xiao Yuan. Lin Yinyang, standing beside him, began to speak, but was met with a fierce glare from Chen Jingxian, causing her to tremble and fall silent. Madame Zhao approached with a smile, squinting as she chimed in. If it were not for our Zhao family having connections, You would have led the entire family astray with your deceptions. It took the Zhao family 3 years to ascend from the ranks of commoners to black-clad officials, yet Chen Yuan, in a single day, managed to don a black cloak and claim to be a demon suppression envoy? Chen Jingxian shook his sleeves and said sternly, I have refrained from reprimanding you for your indulgences, yet I did not expect you to behave so recklessly. Thankfully, Lord Ning is magnanimous, and the business has not fallen through. Otherwise, the Chen family would be ruined by your hands. With each accusation thrown, the surrounding sisters and maidservants turned their gazes toward Chen Yuan, whispering among themselves with expressions of disdain. Have you finished? Chen Yuan's gaze swept over the few before him, finally resting on Madame Zhao. It took you 3 years to rise from commoners to black-clad officials. Perhaps you should have discussed with me sooner about withdrawing from the Demon Suppression Bureau, lest you find yourselves devoured by beasts one day. Madame Zhao scoffed. You can only rely on your sharp tongue, just like your mother, with sweet words that deceive momentarily. Can you truly fool for a lifetime? Chen Yuan shielded the trembling Lin Yingyang behind him. Sharp tongue, you say? At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside Qingyi Garden. The guards rushed in, bowing as they announced, Master, there are officials from the government at the door. It must be someone from the fourth princess. Chen Jingxian exclaimed with delight, striding toward the entrance. Before leaving, he did not forget to scold Chen Yuan. I will deal with you later. A deep voice emerged from outside. There is no need for such trouble. I am simply here to deliver documents today. 2 figures entered, one clad in the blue attire of the Demon Suppression Bureau's officials, and the other wearing an official hat, holding documents. Chen Jingshuan's joy quickly turned to confusion. Given the circumstances, it did not appear they were there to discuss business. Rather, it seemed they were there to bestow an official title. The official from the Demon Suppression Bureau spoke. Who is Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan stepped forward confidently and clasped his hands. I greet the 2 officials. The official, noting Chen Yuan's youth, nodded with a smile. Chen Yuan, you have slain wanted demons and eradicated their remaining factions. Hence, you are specially promoted to black-clad official. He handed over the documents, encouraging, I hope you will continue to excel. Chen Yuan accepted the documents. His black-clad position was of the 8th rank, and as a court-appointed official, there would naturally be officials involved in the appointment. Still putting on a show, a sharp voice suddenly pierced through the air as Madame Zhao approached, clucking her tongue. Once again, with official robes and black attire, you are still not disheartened? Chapter 13. Madame Zhao receives training. The first encounter with Shun Hei, Madame Zhao cast a disdainful glance at the 2 individuals, her tone laced with contempt. It truly seems like a farce. This illegitimate son must have spent a fortune to hire an actor. Does he dare to don an official robe? Perhaps he pilfered funds from a gambling den. Her voice took a sudden turn, deepening with a hint of chill. However, the Qin residence is not a place where second-rate actors can easily deceive. Foolish woman, be silent. Qin Jingshuan's countenance changed abruptly as he stepped forward, his voice sharp with authority. Although he was not well versed in the workings of the Demon Suppression Bureau, his duties for the royal family had inevitably brought him into contact with officials. The individual before him, holding a document and adorned with an official's hat, was someone he had encountered several times within the government. This was a genuine court official. Madame Zhao was momentarily taken aback by his reprimand. And seeing Qin Jingshuan's grave expression, a wave of panic surged within her. The 2 appointed officials also ceased their laughter, their gazes turning cold as they regarded her. I beg your pardon, Your Excellency. My wife is afflicted with a bout of hysteria and speaks indiscriminately. Chen Jingxian hastily interjected, producing a stack of banknotes from his sleeve and respectfully extending them towards the 2 men. Chen Yuanwei certainly has a generous disposition, one of the officials remarked, pinching the banknotes between his fingers but not accepting them. He coldly stated, this official's appointment represents the dignity of the court. If the Chen residence speaks in such a disrespectful manner, do they wish for me to file charges for contempt of royal authority? Certainly not, certainly not. Chen Jingshuan's heart raced as he noticed the official's sleeve revealing the Ministry of Personnel seal, a bead of cold sweat forming on his palm. The recent maritime disasters in Jiangnan had already left him in a precarious situation, should he further incur the disgrace of offending an imperial envoy. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly swung his hand back, delivering a resounding slap to Madame Zhao's face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed throughout Qingyi Garden. Madame Zhao's fair cheek instantly reddened and swelled, staggering back a step, her golden hairpin askew, a stray lock sticking to her flushed face. Her eyes brimmed with shock, far surpassing any pain, as her lips trembled, leaving her momentarily speechless. Chen Jingxian bowed his head, clasping his hands, and spoke respectfully. I hope Your Excellency will forgive this incident. Having spent many years in commerce, he was acutely aware of the challenges faced by merchants. Though working for the royal family, the last thing one could afford was to offend officials, for it would render any path forward nearly impossible. A merchant who could not turn a profit could be easily replaced. The official nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Chen Yuan, before accepting the banknotes and stating coolly, It is fortunate you have a good son. This matter shall be overlooked. With that, the 2 turned and departed. Silence enveloped Qingyi Garden, and Madame Zhao clutched her throbbing cheek, Disbelief etched across her features. As the two men walked away, she suddenly pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Jingxian, her voice sharp with fury. How dare you lay a hand on me? Chen Jingshuan's face turned a shade of iron, his voice low and thunderous. Have you had your fill of chaos? There are troubles brewing in Jiangnan, and the court is relentless in their inquiries. If we are implicated in a scandal involving the third prince, how will he be able to protect us? The Chen family cannot compare to the Zhao family. We lack such backing, he added. Madame Zhao's anger flared. Very well. If you wish to share in the Chen family's fate, I shall return to the Zhao family. With a dramatic flourish, she turned and strode out of Qingyi Garden, her maid hastily trailing behind. You foolish woman. Chen Jingxian muttered in a low voice, his expression dark enough to draw water. He then glanced at Chun Yuan, his heart a tumult of emotions. The son he had always looked down upon had managed to secure an official position. Those earlier mocking remarks now felt like stinging slaps against his own face, leaving a burning sense of embarrassment. Seeing that the commotion had subsided, Chen Yuan, feeling disinterested, glanced at the document in his hand and slightly bowed. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to assume my duties at the Demon Suppression Bureau. You, go ahead. Chen Jingxian breathed deeply, his voice stiff. Do your best and do not bring shame upon the Chen family. Chen Yuan offered no response, calling out to Qing Tang, assist my mother. Let us return. Shall I accompany you? Asked Lin Yinyang hesitantly, glancing at Chen Jingxian. Seeing his lack of response, she reluctantly followed them out of Qingyi Garden. Returning to their courtyard, Lin Yinyang's face was alight with joy, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Little Yuan truly did not deceive me. He has indeed made something of himself. If you find yourself in need of funds, speak freely with me. An official requires connections and favors. Do not hold back. She retrieved a small pouch from her sleeve, filled with the savings she had secretly accumulated over 6 months. However, now that her son was an official, she steeled herself and emptied the entire contents. Chen Yuan shook his head. I have enough. Please keep it for yourself. The silver notes sent by Fong Haod and eunuch Ning remain untouched. Moreover, mother, you should move to my courtyard. There are vacant rooms available. Your father. Rest assured, I will speak with him. After a moment's contemplation, recalling Chen Yuan's earlier display of confidence, Lin Yinyang, not wishing to dampen the mood, finally nodded in agreement. Chen Yuan collected the document and returned to his room to retrieve his dagger, addressing Qing Tang. I am heading to the Demon Suppression Bureau to take my post. Please summon a capable physician to provide some medicine for my mother and tend to her injuries. You may keep the remainder for your own expenses. He handed her a silver note. Understood. Farewell, young master. Qing Tang beamed, her eyes sparkling as she escorted him to the door. Upon entering the Demon Suppression Bureau, Chen Yuan found the Kuan Division and Apos S office as indicated in the document. Luo Baiyi was reclining in a chair, engrossed in a scroll, exuding an air of tranquility. Greetings, Lord Luo Baiyi, Chen Yuan said, clasping his fists in respect. You have arrived, Luo Baiyi replied, setting aside the scroll. There were matters left unaddressed yesterday. Do you possess the token? I do, Chen Yuan replied, producing the token from his waist. Luo Baiyi accepted the token, drawing out his own white token, and the two touched them together. The merits for apprehending the wanted criminals were now fully credited, allowing for the exchange of martial arts elixirs at the Demon Suppression Bureau. Promotion assessments were closely tied to accumulated merits. Returning the token, Luo Baiyi smiled. The Bureau has yet to witness a newcomer like you, who, within just 2 days of entry, has risen to the rank of Black Cloak with hundreds of merits. Chen Yuan accepted the token, observing the ethereal green glow of 700 merits. Thank you, Lord Luo. May I inquire how many merits are required for promotion to White Cloak? Luo Baiyi shook his head with a smile. Your ambitions are commendable, but the White Cloak is still a distant goal for you. It requires 5 years of experience and 3,000 merits. With your current merits, you can exchange for a second-tier martial art, which should be your priority for improvement. While Chen Yuan nodded in agreement, internally, he dismissed the notion. The second-tier martial arts were merely rated as ordinary in the panel. His own techniques were already of a spiritual level, and exchanging merits for martial arts moves would be a waste. What he truly lacked were the talent points obtained from slaying demons. The Black Cloak demon suppressors could exchange merits for martial arts at the Bureau, yet they lacked the authority to investigate beasts privately, as all task assignments were dictated by their superiors, the White Cloaks. If he could swiftly ascend to the rank of White Cloak, his acquisition of talent points would significantly accelerate. Lord Luo, I have yet to fully master my sword techniques. It would be unwise to overreach. It is better to accumulate merits and then exchange for first-tier martial arts. Are there any tasks available in the near future? The youth is indeed full of energy, Luo Baiyi remarked, retrieving a document from the table. This morning, Yongning County reported a case of demon infestation, with several individuals mysteriously disappearing. Yongning County? Chen Yuan and Apos S. heart stirred, realizing the opportunity at hand. He promptly clasped his fists, declaring, Lord, I am willing to take this on. Luo Baiyi nodded. This case has already been assigned to Shenhe Yi, but due to a shortage of personnel at the Bureau, there may be oversights. You shall accompany him to ensure thoroughness. Thank you, Lord Luo. Given the high likelihood of demon involvement, exercise utmost caution. You are to meet Shinhei at the North Gate in 15 minutes and report back to the Bureau in 7 days. Yes, please inform my maid as well. Chen Yuan hurried toward the northern part of the city, spotting Shinhei from a distance. Clad entirely in black, his face obscured by a black veil, his features were indiscernible. Approaching, Chen Yuan succinctly explained, Shinhei, due to a shortage of personnel at the Demon Suppression Bureau, Lord Luo has dispatched me to assist with the case. Shinhei turned her gaze, and a chilling voice resonated. In that case, let us set forth at once. The journey to Yongning County would require a full day's travel, and by the time they arrived, it would already be dawn. Time was of the essence. A woman? Chen Yuan felt a flicker of surprise, and only then did he notice her long hair tied up in a high ponytail. Though her figure was rather flat, there was an unmistakable aura of valor that radiated from her. Chapter 14 Arrival at Yongning County. The enigmatic town of Yongning County awaited as the demon hunter embarked on their journey, often relying on a horse-drawn carriage for transportation. The two travelers boarded the carriage, maintaining a profound silence throughout the ride. Chen Yuan closed his eyes to rest, only to be stirred by the voice of Shinhei as they neared Yongning County. How should I address you, my lord? He inquired. Chen Yuan, came the reply. Could it be the famed Shinhei, who vanquished the notorious figure ranked 73 on the blood list? Chen Yuan nodded, surprised at how swiftly his reputation had spread in less than a day. Shinhei spoke earnestly. With your assistance, this mission shall prove much less arduous. May I inquire about your current realm of martial prowess? Realm? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, acknowledging his scant knowledge of martial arts levels. You are unaware? Shinhei explained. The martial path comprises 5 realms: Qi movement, condensed essence, spiritual voyage, void breaking, and celestial being. The figure ranked 73 on the blood list is a mid-stage Qi movement criminal, capable of shattering bricks with sinews of iron. Chen Yuan recalled a previous notification indicating that the enigmatic figure Xiao's realm was late-stage Qi movement, likely due to the corrupting influence of that cauldron enhancing his strength. As for his own current realm, he remained uncertain. Noticing Chen Yuan and Appo's silence, Shinhei refrained from further inquiries, instead stating, I have reviewed the case files. The number of missing persons is considerable, yet your strength should suffice. I excel in intelligence gathering and shall assist you wholeheartedly if needed. After this brief exchange, the carriage gradually came to a halt. The driver whispered, My lords, Yongning County lies just ahead. I shall remain outside to avoid incurring additional entry fees for you. The two disembarked, paid the driver, and proceeded towards Yongning County. The morning mist hung thickly in the air, with birds chirping intermittently. Under normal circumstances, the city gates would be wide open, bustling with vendors and farmers. Yet Yongning County's gates stood resolutely closed, and the surroundings were eerily deserted. Chen Yuan narrowed his gaze, slowing his pace, while Shinhei sensed something amiss and cautioned, Be careful. No sooner had he spoken than shadows flickered atop the city walls, and 3 arrows whistled through the air, aimed directly at Chen Yuan's face. He halted briefly, stepping back a pace, and with a swift motion, grasped the arrows. 2 of them thudded into the earth at his feet, while the third was firmly held in his palm. Raising his eyes, he spotted a heavily armored commander, bow drawn, gazing down with indifference. Here, take it back, Chen Yuan said, flicking his wrist. The arrow flew like lightning, hurtling towards the battlements. The commander's pupils constricted in alarm as he attempted to block it. However, the arrow suddenly erupted into a burst of crimson flames, resembling a meteorite plummeting to the ground. Boom. The explosion of fire turned the bow into charred remnants. The commander's hands splintered as he staggered back, his expression one of sheer terror. The arrow's residual force gouged a half-foot deep crater in the city wall, stones cascading down. Chen Yuan spoke coolly. Should you dare to launch another surprise attack, it will not be the bow that breaks next time. A profound silence enveloped the guards atop the walls. Even Shinhei's eyes widened in disbelief. He has manifested his vital energy. Has Chen Yuan truly reached the condensed essence realm? Is he not yet 20? The commander, pale and shaken, bellowed, Who dares to trespass? Announce your names. Shinhei brandished his token. We are from the Demon Hunters Bureau. Does Yongning County wish to rebel? Nay, I am merely following orders, the commander replied, discarding his longbow and gesturing for the gates to be opened, permitting their entry into the city. The heavy gates creaked open, and Chen Yuan alongside Shinhei stepped inside, the commander lingering behind. Shinhei approached him, demanding, Why were the gates secured? It is by the orders of the county magistrate. For the past few days, no unauthorized individuals are to enter the city to prevent the infiltration of demonic beasts. The commander glanced at Chen Yuan, having failed to recognize their identities prior, and implored forgiveness for his rash actions. Utterly ludicrous, Shinhei scoffed, deriding the excuse. The commander clasped his fists. I am but a humble servant of duty. I know not of the other matters. Please follow me. Shinhei snorted, clearly dissatisfied with the flimsy rationale. Demonic beasts possess no human traits. How could they infiltrate? Chen Yuan observed the commander closely. He had utilized only 30% of his strength with that arrow, Yet the commander had managed to deflect it without sustaining any harm. This individual was not to be underestimated. As the commander led the way, Chen Yuan and Shun Hai followed closely behind. The streets of the city were desolate, with a few beggars huddled in corners, their gazes evasive. Shun Hai wrinkled his nose, muttering, "The stench in this city is overwhelmingly foul, far more than the typical decay." Chen Yuan nodded, recalling a similar scent from the cave of the enigmatic figure Xiao's, though it was considerably more subdued. A county of such size surely harbored unrest. Upon reaching the magistrate's office, the commander bowed and said, "My lords, I shall take my leave here. The details will be conveyed by someone else. Farewell." No sooner had he departed than a servant emerged from the office, bowing. "My lords, please, the magistrate has been awaiting your arrival." Inside, a man in his 40s, bearing a grotesque scar across his face, rose to greet them with a smile. "At last, you have arrived. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea to soothe your throats." Shen Hai took his place, his tone cool and detached. "Are you the county magistrate of Yongning?" "Not quite." The scarred man chuckled. "The magistrate has been promoted and is currently in the capital. I am Wu Chong, the deputy magistrate, temporarily acting in his stead." Noticing Wu Chong's respectful demeanor, Shun Hai settled into a stone chair, finishing his tea before saying, "What matter requires reporting to the Demon Hunters Bureau? Please elaborate." Wu Chong sighed, his voice low. "To put it simply, demonic beasts have recently appeared outside the city, repeatedly harassing the county." "Outside the city?" Shen Hai frowned. "There are troops stationed. How could demonic beasts threaten the walls?" "These beasts are extraordinary." Wu Chong trembled as he spoke. "They can conceal themselves among merchants and oppos, goods to infiltrate the city, and at night, they launch assaults. They even wear human skin, nearly deceiving the guards." Shen Hai found this to be absurd, frequently glancing back at Chen Yuan. Wu Chong continued, "The county is utterly unable to handle this. Hence, we report to the Demon Hunters Bureau. If you doubt my words, I have the corpses of those slain by the beasts." He gestured, and several servants brought forth a stretcher covered with a white cloth. Wu Chong produced a handkerchief to cover his nose and motioned for Shun Hai to examine the body. As Shun Hai approached and lifted the cloth, a wave of putrid odor assaulted his senses. The corpse had been pierced through the chest, its innards hollowed out, the face frozen in terror at the moment of death. Demonic beasts were known to feast on human hearts and livers. This indeed bore their signature. Shen Hai scrutinized the body closely, suddenly furrowing his brow. The victim bore circular bruises on his arms, indicating he had been bound prior to death. "What is the meaning of this?" Wu Chong's expression shifted, hastily signaling for the servants to remove the stretcher and offered a wry smile. The incident erupted unexpectedly. It was a scene of chaos, and I am not entirely certain. Chen Yuan interjected, "Is there a list of missing persons?" "Indeed, it has been prepared." Wu Chong retrieved a ledger and placed it on the table. Chen Yuan skimmed through the names before securing the list, nodding. "I am now informed. Should the demonic beasts dare to harass us again, we shall take action." Wu Chong's face brightened. "Then I must thank both of you on behalf of the citizens of Yongning County. I have arranged accommodations for you. You may stay at the station beside the magistrate's office." He instructed a servant to escort them to the inn, which had been cleared of other guests. Once the servant departed, Shen Hai set down his weapon, opened the door, and confirmed that no one was around. He then retrieved a blue talisman from his sleeve and affixed it to the door seam. "What is this?" Chen Yuan inquired. "A soundproofing talisman, to prevent eavesdroppers." Shen Hai replied. "The Demon Hunters Bureau can exchange for them. They require minimal merit and are quite convenient." Feeling reassured, Chen Yuan spoke. "You have noticed it, haven't you?" Shen Hai nodded. "This deputy magistrate is clearly suspicious," his words evasive. "With the demonic beasts rampaging and the servants being harmed, how could he not inquire about his own safety? Furthermore, the bruises on the corpse's arms indicate that the victim was bound for an extended period before death." Chen Yuan asked, "Can we ascertain that the injuries were indeed inflicted by the demonic beasts?" "Affirmative." Shen Hai asserted with certainty that it would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary weapon to inflict such a wound. The deceased bore an expression of terror, indicating that it must have been a swift and lethal strike, leading him to conclude that it could only be the work of a ferocious beast. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan could not help but feel a sense of lamentation regarding his own lack of experience in the pursuit of these creatures. While he could manage to hunt down the beasts and track their whereabouts, his skills in discerning traces and observing details required further refinement through continuous experience. He retrieved a flower catalog from his pocket and spread it open, remarking, "There is something peculiar about this list." Chapter 15. The peculiar roster and the obstructive fragrance on the roster. The conditions of the deceased were meticulously recorded, with neat handwriting and detailed information. Shen Hai browsed through it carefully, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What is this?" Most of the individuals listed are marked as missing, with a wide age range and diverse identities. Chen Yuan explained, "These individuals are either officials from the county office or trusted aides of the county magistrate." He pointed to the names on the list, analyzing them one by one. These four were minor clerks in the county office, and among the other 8, 2 share the surname Jiang, along with a servant and a maid from the Jiang household, and a groom from the Wu family. Your reasoning holds merit. Shun Hai nodded in agreement, having familiarized herself with the situation in Yongning County before the mission. The roster listed a total of 12 individuals, all of whom were, to varying extents, connected to Magistrate Jiang. What was astonishing, however, was that Magistrate Jiang had inexplicably been promoted amid the chaos in Yongning County. Could it be that the Jiang family intended to obscure their culpability for murder by shifting the blame onto the monstrous beasts? Shen Hai speculated, but quickly shook her head, dismissing her own thought. Unlikely, Magistrate Jiang is certainly no fool. Those wounds were clearly inflicted by a beast. My judgment cannot be mistaken. Chen Yuan recalled the earlier conversation between the Jiang father and son, reflecting on the complexity of the situation in Yongning County, which was far beyond his initial assumptions. If the Jiang family truly sought to conceal their wrongdoing, they would never voluntarily report to the Beast Suppression Department. While there might be mutual protection among officials, once the Beast Suppression Department intervened, the matter would no longer be easily manipulated by local authorities. Furthermore, the strong slave mentioned by Jiang and Apos, S father must refer to Wu Chang, their host. Regarding the matter of the elixir, he still had no leads. Shen Hai pondered for a moment, then said, I shall go investigate. I will need you to provide cover for a while. Chen Yuan cautioned, proceed with caution and take your weapon. This catered exclusively to their needs, yet in reality, it served as a means for surveillance. Earlier, Shen Hai had mentioned the ropes. She had already stirred the hornet's nest, and Wu Chang, being guilty, would undoubtedly be on high alert. Do not worry. I will return in half an hour, Shen Hai assured, pushing the door open. Her footsteps were as light as a swallow's, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished outside. Chen Yuan watched her depart, then leisurely half-closed the wooden door and began to tidy up the bedding. He wrapped the quilts into the shape of a person resting in bed. Then, he opened the door and called out, someone. In less than a few seconds, hurried footsteps approached, and a servant rushed in, head bowed and respectful, asking, Sir, what is your command? Feigning fatigue, Chen Yuan replied, We have traveled a long way and need to rest for a moment. Do you have any incense? As he spoke, he cleverly obstructed the servant and Apos' view with his body, leaving only a narrow gap so that the servant could not see the entirety of the room. The servant answered, Yes, sir, but there is only a small bed in this guest room. There is an empty room next door that has been prepared. Shall I take you there? Chen Yuan frowned, his tone suddenly turning colder. Do you not understand? I only want incense. The servant hastily bowed and replied, Yes, sir. I will prepare the calming incense for you right away. A few minutes later, the servant brought the calming incense. Chen Yuan took it, ignited it, and placed it in the incense burner, then promptly closed the door. This way, he should not be disturbed for half an hour. However, not long after, he suddenly felt a wave of intense drowsiness wash over him. Drowsiness. Chen Yuan and Apos' eyes snapped open, his gaze fixed on the curling smoke of the calming incense. With his cultivation, ordinary calming incense should not have fatigued him. This was clearly a drugged fragrance. He swiftly circulated his pure yang true energy to dispel the drowsiness. Sneering inwardly, it seems someone cannot remain calm and has resorted to such despicable tactics. He remained silent, quickly stowing away the soundproof talisman, stuffing the bedding into his embrace, and turned to feign the position of Shun Hai, curled up asleep on the bed. Sure enough, a faint rustling sound emanated from outside the door, followed by two sets of footsteps approaching. One of them scoffed quietly. Is this the level of the beast suppressor? That voice belonged to the servant who had delivered the incense earlier. Shoo, be quiet. You go and switch the calming incense back. Don't get too close. Although this dosage is increased, even a giant bug could be subdued, but if something goes awry, 10 of your heads would not suffice, the other person chided softly. Be nimble about it. Yes, my lord, the servant quickly replied. The two spoke in hushed tones, their voices suppressed, and the wooden door serving as a barrier. Yet Chen Yuan could hear them clearly. The wooden door was silently pushed open, and the two entered the room, making subtle movements. Chen Yuan could clearly hear weapons being drawn, though they had not been unsheathed. After a series of rustling sounds, the two quickly exited the room. Once the outside was silent, Chen Yuan slowly rose, surveying his surroundings. The layout of the room remained unchanged. The incense burner now contained a different calming incense. Identical in color to the previous one, even the ash seemed undisturbed. How meticulous! No wonder they dared to be so audacious, even employing drugged fragrances. He glanced down at the long knife on the table, at first glance appearing unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, he discovered a small patch of a clay-like substance stuck to the bottom of the handle. What is this? Chen Yuan did not rush to touch it. He first affixed a soundproof talisman, returned the long knife, and patiently waited. Before long, Shun Hai and Apos' figure gracefully descended and entered the room. She asked in a low voice, You're back. Were you discovered? Seeing Chen Yuan shake his head, she sighed in relief and said, The county office is heavily guarded. It took me quite some effort. But first, let us see what this is. Chen Yuan raised the long knife to show her the clay-like substance at the bottom, detailing the situation with the drugged fragrance. These people are truly audacious. Though he could not see her expression, merely hearing her words made it evident that Shanhai was furious. She leaned down to examine the clay closely, sniffing it lightly, and after a moment of contemplation, remarked, I have seen this substance only a few times. It should be some kind of blended powder. Coating the bottom of the knife handle, it is not a deadly poison. She used a piece of paper to scrape the clay, and in midair, it spontaneously ignited into a blaze. Shanhai snorted coldly. If this were to stick to the bottom of a sword handle and ignite during combat, it could easily throw one's footing into disarray, catching them off guard. What audacity! They dare to scheme against the beast suppressor. She drew her own long sword, angrily declaring, mine is far larger than yours. They truly underestimate me. Qin Yuan was puzzled. Why would they report to the beast suppression department only to secretly obstruct it? What were the intentions of those behind Wu Chang? Did they intend to use the beast suppression department as a pawn, or was there a deeper plot at play? Such actions, if discovered, would have catastrophic consequences, as colluding with monstrous beasts would endanger their very families. Qin Yuan inquired, what news have you gathered? Just as Shanhai was about to speak, her brow suddenly furrowed, and she whispered, do you smell something foul? Qin Yuan's expression shifted, and he looked up at the ceiling. Something was above. Almost simultaneously, the ceiling emitted a rapid, piercing disturbance, accompanied by scratching sounds, and fine wood chips began to fall. Shanhai instinctively gripped her sword hilt, as a suppressed growl echoed in her ears, and a foul wind descended from above. Boom! A shadow crashed through the ceiling, revealing a wolf demon. The wolf demon roared, its claws tearing through the air, bringing with it a gust of foul wind aimed directly at Shanhai's throat. Not good. Shanhai's figure flickered as she narrowly dodged. But the wolf demon and Appo's speed was astonishing, and its second claw followed closely behind. She barely managed to raise her long sword to defend. Clang! The long sword clashed with the claw, sparks flying. Shanhai felt a numbing sensation in her hands, and the tremendous force sent her staggering backward, collapsing to the ground. The immense power instantly toppled her, shattering the wooden door, rolling several times. The wolf demon let out a low growl, its crimson eyes fixed intently on her, as the foul wind overturned the wooden table, and its gaping maw lunged to bite at Shanhai. At that moment, a flash of blade gleamed as Qin Yuan's long sword cleaved toward the wolf demon's nape like a streak of lightning. A howl erupted from the wolf demon, blood gushing forth. However, its vitality was remarkably resilient, and it fiercely lashed its tail, forcing Qin Yuan to stagger back several paces before collapsing. Seizing this opportunity, Shanhai rolled away, only to witness the blood splattering onto the ground, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded the earth. A black mist rose from the ground, and as Qin Yuan retreated half a step, he discovered that the leather of his boot had been eaten away, forming a myriad of honeycomb-like holes. Do not touch the blood, he admonished sternly, as he pivoted his blade, fire dancing through the air as he struck at the wolf demon's neck wound. Chapter 16. Intelligence unerring. The head of the wolf demon soared into the air like a severed arrow, crashing heavily to the ground nearby. Moments later, the dismembered corpse ceased its convulsions, falling utterly still. Slay a mid-stage transformed beast. Reward, 300 talent points. Qin Yuan wiped the blood from his blade, his expression grave. Are you all right? I and Appo's am fine, replied Shanhai, rising and brushing off the wood chips from her attire. Had I not detected the medicinal powder, we might have perished at the hands of this beast. She fixed her gaze upon the wolf demon's body, pondering how it had approached them unnoticed. With their abilities, they should have sensed any disturbances within several meters, especially from a creature devoid of reason. Yet, they had been completely oblivious to the ambush. Qin Yuan shook his head and crouched to examine the corrosive blood pooling on the ground, noticing the rapid desiccation of the beast's remains. Is it common for demon beasts to exhibit such behavior? Shanhai replied, I have never seen it before. But we cannot dismiss the possibility of unique anomalies among different species. Demon beasts are notoriously unpredictable. Nodding in agreement, Qin Yuan inspected the wolf and Appo's head, finding nothing amiss. He stood and said, please continue with the information you have gathered. Shanhai produced a blood-stained piece of coarse cloth, her voice low. I discovered this in the county office and Appo's storeroom. It is a fabric commonly worn by the refugees, soaked in medicinal fluids and reeking of blood. The inventory ledger indicates that several hundred taels were withdrawn, yet the destination remains unrecorded. Nearly 100 individuals have been missing from Yongning County for 2 months. County Magistrate Jiang ordered a lockdown, but it failed to deter the demon beasts, prompting him to report to the Demon Suppression Bureau. 2 months? Qin Yuan frowned. If the demon beast truly appeared 2 months ago, a lockdown would have been futile. Word should have reached the capital by now, and the Bureau would not have remained oblivious. The intelligence could not be erroneous. Indeed, the disappearance issue had arisen 2 months prior. Shanhai paused, as if grasping a realization. Are you implying? Qin Yuan raised a hand to interrupt her. Someone is approaching. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the station, followed by Wu Chang and Appo's voice growing nearer. Upon seeing the two uninjured, disappointment flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by concern. Are either of you injured, demon suppressors? Thanks to the sturdy accommodations provided by Magistrate Wu, we are unharmed, Qin Yuan responded, stepping aside to reveal the demon's remains. Is this the creature that attacked the county? Wu Chang hesitated, pulling a handkerchief from his sleeve to cover his nose. He craned his neck for a better view and declared with conviction, no, it looks entirely different. Shanhai immediately inquired, are there multiple demon beasts troubling the county? Why was this not mentioned earlier? Wu Chang hastily explained, I am unaware of how many there are, but this one is completely unlike the previous one. He fumed. These demon beasts have grown increasingly audacious, daring to attack demon suppressors in broad daylight. What is General He doing to defend the city? I must hold him accountable and provide you both with an explanation. Qin Yuan observed Wu Chang and Amp, Oppos, S. Theatrics, sheathing his blade. Magistrate Wu, please take care of this scene. Of course. Why not accompany me to the county office? There are soldiers stationed there for your protection, and I can offer you hospitality. Wu Chang signaled his subordinates to clear the site and led the two to the county office, personally arranging guest accommodations. Rest assured, meals will be provided at noon. Once the door was closed, Qin Yuan settled into a wooden chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. The situation was gradually clarifying. They had just dealt with the demon beast when Wu Chang arrived, clearly anticipating their encounter. Were the demon beasts being manipulated? Or was this part of a meticulously set trap? Regardless, Wu Chang could not escape culpability. The disappearance cases had begun 2 months prior, and the county was well informed. Yet no rumors had reached the capital. This indicated that everyone was aware the disappearances were not the work of demon beasts, but rather a human orchestrator. Several questions remained unanswered. Why had Yongning County been sealed off and a general stationed for defense? What was the significance of the pills from the Jiang family? Qin Yuan sighed softly and asked, Shanhai, does the Demon Suppression Bureau have support elsewhere? No, she shook her head. The Bureau and Oppos S branches are sparse, and casualties are high. With a long history, it has become a target of royal suspicion, leading to a gradual reduction in scale. Qin Yuan was taken aback. How could a long-standing institution be feared by the royal family? The Great Qian has merely existed for 300 years, yet the Bureau has endured for over a millennium. As long as demon beasts persist, the Bureau will continue to exist. However, in recent years, the Emperor has grown increasingly wary, cutting expenditures. Otherwise, such calamities would not arise near the capital. Indeed, troublesome, he concluded. Within the county office, Wu Chang had stationed numerous spies. Qin Yuan discerned at least 5 individuals monitoring them. Shanhai proposed, if there is trouble, why not apprehend Wu Chang for interrogation? The truth will inevitably surface. Demon suppressors possess the authority to execute first and report later. Should any collusion with demon beasts be suspected, officials of the 7th rank and below could be directly apprehended. Once captured, it would be up to the demon suppressor to determine the nature of the collusion. Qin Yuan shook his head in disapproval. That is not a viable option. He was not being rigid. Wu Chang was evidently a pawn in a larger scheme. Merely capturing him would play into the hands of the shadowy mastermind behind it all. Shanhai crossed her arms. Then what do you propose? Let us wait for a flaw to present itself. Qin Yuan leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Very well, Shanhai sighed, shrugging her shoulders. Recalling Qin Yuan's timely intervention, she chose not to press further. Time passed swiftly, the fierce sun streaming through the window. A servant knocked on the door, prompting Qin Yuan to open his eyes and rise. The voice from outside called, my lord. Lunch is ready. Qin Yuan grasped his blade and stepped out of the room, the aroma of the meal wafting through the corridor. Wu Chang awaited him by a stone table, standing alongside a general still clad in armor. Wu Chang donned a facade of forced cheerfulness, eagerly pouring wine. Please. Take a seat, gentlemen. It is but a simple meal. I hope you won't find it lacking. He continued, the prior incident was entirely my oversight. I failed to arrange things properly. Turning sharply, he barked, General He, you signed a military decree 3 days ago. Now, with the city's defenses compromised and such negligence leading to a daylight attack by demon beasts, do you not owe an apology to the demon suppressors? With that, his gaze subtly shifted to Qin Yuan. General He Isho responded casually, his voice like distant thunder. I apologize. I will ensure greater vigilance next time. Qin Yuan nodded, unimpressed. You both must be weary from your journey. I specifically prepared food and drink. Wu Chang smiled, presenting a wine cup. Qin Yuan glanced past Wu Chang's insincere smile. Turning to inquire, General He, what did the demon beast that previously invaded the county look like? Wu Chang froze, his cup suspended in midair, the porcelain reflecting the twitching of his lips. This matter is urgent. Perhaps we should first. The beast had sharp claws, akin to bloody blades, capable of effortlessly piercing through city walls. General, he interjected, disregarding Wu Chang's glare, his words piercing straight to the heart of the matter. Even amidst a rain of arrows, it would remain unharmed, and its blood possesses. Wu Chang interrupted angrily. He Isho, do not attempt to deflect. Do you think I am unaware of your repeated failures to capture that beast? He Isho clasped his fists. My lord, I was merely following orders. Preposterous. Wu Chang thundered. The deputy has repeatedly reported this. You ungrateful wretch. Have you forgotten Magistrate Jiang and Appos, as kindness? Who was it that saved your family? Heisho lowered his head. I dare not forget the magistrate's grace. Wu Chang glared at Heisho, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside. A young clerk stumbled in. His face as pale as parchment, a blood-stained gash trailing from his neck down beneath his collar, barely visible. My lord, the demon beasts are attacking the city. What? Another one? Wu Chang trembled, his anger dissipating instantly. The porcelain cup shattered on the floor, and he staggered back, his sleeve knocking over the dishes on the stone table. Chun Yuan and Appos. S gaze sharpened, nostrils flaring as his fingers stealthily grasped the hilt of his blade. The panicked clerk, oblivious, continued in a trembling voice, Magistrate, come quickly. With General He failing to defend the city, it will not be long before the demon beasts breach the walls. They will likely target the county office first. Wu Chang, now flustered, nodded and moved forward, trembling as he pointed outside, commanding, General He, hurry and drive those demon beasts away. Yes, General Heisho responded. His eyes also fixed on the bowed clerk as he slowly drew his sword. Before he could make a move, a flash of steel cut through the air beside him. Chun Yuan unsheathed his long blade, sweeping it horizontally towards the messenger. The messenger, seemingly prepared, crouched down to evade, tearing through his outer layer, revealing a face marred by scars, resembling that of a monstrous beast. A beast! Wu Chang exclaimed in horror, frozen in place, his legs trembling beneath him. The exposed beast, undeterred, lunged at Wu Chang, its claws aiming directly for his heart. Help, help me. Wu Chang collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 17. Something fishy, a swift strike against the demon stand back. Heisho had long been on guard, his figure flashing as he positioned himself in front of Wu Chang. The blade in his hand glinted coldly, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, forcing the demon beast to retreat several paces. How could there be a demon invasion when the city wall-s drums had yet to sound? He cast a sidelong glance at Chun Yuan nearby, puzzled as to how this demon suppressor had detected the beast's presence in advance. The demon beast now fully revealed its ferocious visage, its eyes ablaze with malice and an aura of menace radiating from it. Its sharp teeth clashed, and its claws dug deep into the ground, silencing the earlier human sounds. A hoarse growl rumbled from its throat. Heisho, if you don't step aside, I want to spare you. Unmoved, Heisho let out a cold laugh. It seems you still fail to grasp the disparity between us from our previous encounters. He waved his hand, and several attendants promptly lifted the still prostrate Wu Chang, hastily retreating into the room. Upon witnessing Wu Chang being taken away, the demon emitted an anxious roar, its form suddenly darting forward in an attempt to circumvent Heisho. Anticipating this, Heisho thrust his sword like lightning towards the demon's heart, his true energy taking shape, with a faint aura swirling around the blade. The demon was compelled to evade swiftly, a flicker of reluctance crossing its eyes as it watched Wu Chang being carried off. Unrepentant, this time you shall not be spared. Heisho shouted fiercely, his armor clanging as his long sword danced, the blade aiming directly for the demon's head. The demon, agile as a specter, swiftly retreated, creating several meters of distance in an instant. Its gaze swept over the sword-wielding Chun Yuan, a hint of human-like wariness flashing in its eyes, before it resolutely turned and bolted outward. Shenhai, you stay here and block that he. Chun Yuan commanded softly, stepping in pursuit of the demon. Heisho frowned at this, raising his sword to give chase, only to be intercepted by Shenhai's cross-sword. General He, leave the demon matter to the demon suppressor. Your duty is to protect County Magistrate Wu. Shenhai's tone was calm, yet left no room for dissent. Heisho's brow furrowed tightly, urgency in his voice. As the guarding general, I must promptly fortify the city defenses to prevent further demon incursions. Rest assured, with Shenhai's prowess, dealing with this demon will be effortless. It won't be long before Yongning County is restored to tranquility. And there is no need for the city soldiers to worry, Shenhai insisted unwaveringly. At these words, a flicker of anxiety crossed Heisho's features as he gritted his teeth. You know nothing. If General He understands, perhaps you could elaborate? Shenhai replied, maintaining his placid demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Heisho glanced back toward the county office, sighing lightly. You will come to regret this. With that, he ceased his entanglement and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Chun Yuan followed closely behind the demon. From the moment he stepped into the courtyard, a sense of vigilance arose within him. How audacious for a mere deputy magistrate to chastise a commanding officer. From their exchange, it seemed that Magistrate Jiang had some debt of gratitude towards Heisho. No wonder such a proud man would still bow his head after being scolded. Additionally, when the young official first entered, he had emanated an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. The demon beast Chun Yuan had encountered before had all lost their reason like wild beasts. However, this demon was articulate and logical, with a clear objective. It was no surprise that Wu Chang spoke of it with trepidation, necessitating military presence. Most intriguingly, when Heisho repelled the demon, his swordsmanship was fierce, and his true energy was palpable, indicative of a practitioner at the condensed chi level. Yet, once Wu Chong was removed from the scene, He Isho proclaimed that the demon could not be spared, only to have his swordplay shift from ferocity to an impotent softness. At that rate, even slaying a chicken would be a challenge, let alone vanquishing a demon. Between the man and the demon, there was certainly something amiss. Chen Yuan had already drawn his conclusions, which was why he had instructed Shen Hai to intercept He Isho. He sensed that if he could capture this demon, the mysteries shrouding Yongning County would surely be unraveled. Allowing the demon to race ahead, he noted the multitude of onlookers in the city, rendering action inconvenient. The demon, aware of Chen Yuan's pursuit, frequently glanced back, emitting chilling growls. It quickened its pace, charging northward through the city, smashing through countless obstacles. Fortunate that the streets were devoid of pedestrians, thus avoiding casualties. As the towering city wall drew closer, the demon, feeling the pressure, suddenly veered towards a corner of the wall, squeezing through a narrow opening. Dust and debris billowed as it revealed a hole barely the width of an arm, the grass mats and dirt above having been disturbed. With a howl, the demon's bones cracked as its form shrank, forcing itself through the opening and breaching the city wall. It turned back to glance at Chen Yuan, who had halted at the hole, letting out a human-like sneer filled with cunning. Having tailed it only to end up with nothing to show for it, Chen Yuan remained composed, observing the rough edges of the hole, which appeared to have been carved out methodically. The grass mats and clay were of similar hue to the earthen wall, indicating deliberate assistance from someone who could be aiding this demon from the shadows. Aside from He Isho, he could think of no other. The hole was indeed too small for him to pass through. Gazing up at the towering wall, he bent his knees and leaped, light as a swallow, landing effortlessly atop the city wall. Ignoring the astonished soldiers around him, he approached the edge of the wall, peering down to locate the demon that was searching for its trail below. Here, Chen Yuan spoke softly. Upon hearing his voice, the demon shot its head up, instinctively trembling at the sight of Chen Yuan, its limbs scattering as it frantically fled into the distance. Chen Yuan leaped down, landing gracefully and continuing his pursuit. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at the sight of one man and one demon racing away. About 10 minutes later, the frenzied demon gradually slowed down. Its heavy breaths sounded like the wheezing of a bellows, its steps faltering, clearly at its limit. Chen Yuan, however, appeared unperturbed, showing no signs of fatigue. "You must halt before entering the forest," he declared, stepping forward and instantly appearing in front of the demon. Startled, the demon abruptly turned, hurling itself into the woods, tumbling several times before crashing into a sturdy tree trunk, barely managing to stop. Branches swayed, and tender green leaves fluttered down like a gentle rain. The demon pushed itself up, turning to face Chen Yuan, its already battered visage contorted in further rage. "We have no grievances nor enmity. Why pursue my annihilation?" It spat weakly, filled with hatred. Chen Yuan produced a token. "The Demon Suppression Office is here to carry out its duties, slaying demons and eradicating evil." "Oh, the Demon Suppression Office. Now it rears its head after being absent before." The demon roared in anger. "You are all the same as those others. May you descend into hell." Its shrill scream echoed around, sending vibrations through the ground, causing the loose soil to churn as if boiling. Chen Yuan stepped back a few paces, and within a radius of several meters around the demon, the ground cracked open, revealing countless skinned corpses. The corpses seemed to be animated by some unseen force, contorting as they rose, their bodies swelling. In mere moments, dozens of demon beasts materialized before him, differing in kind, their stench overwhelming, their roars deafening. The demon on the ground let out a raucous laugh, originally meant to deal with that band of thieves. "Now I can dispose of a demon suppressor. What a bargain." Chen Yuan drew his long blade, speaking calmly. So this is how the wolf demons on the rooftops came to be? Cold, lifeless entities. Indeed, he could not perceive them. At the sound of movement, dozens of beastly eyes turned in unison towards him, saliva splattering as the horde charged at Chen Yuan. Standing firm, he activated the pure young heart technique within, his true energy surging like a river. The blazing red energy enveloped the long blade, the air around it distorting, resembling a sword of fire. Swift wind blade technique, pure yang. He swung his blade, unleashing a tempest of flames and wind in a sweeping arc. In an instant, the swirling flames engulfed dozens of demonic beasts, staining the azure sky of vivid crimson. The fiery essence gradually dissipated into the atmosphere. The howls of the beasts abruptly ceased. Apart from itself and the tree trunk it leaned against, no trace of life remained in the vicinity. With but a single strike, countless demonic creatures and vast stretches of forest were reduced to mere rubble. Chapter 18. Northern Refugees. Investigating the Jishir Hall, slain 37 early-stage mutated beasts of the Qi movement realm. Slain 14 mid-stage mutated beasts of the Qi movement realm. Reward, 7,200 talent points. Spiritual grade martial art. Xiantian, a new martial art? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, the effects of Xiantian already ingrained in his mind. Xiantian possesses the ability to perceive opportunities and decipher various phenomena, Its potency enhances with the elevation of one's realm. He chose not to ponder further, sheathing his long knife and advancing with a composed gait. The mutated beast stood before him, its eyes vacant and body trembling slightly, still reeling from the shock of the recent encounter. When it finally regained its senses, Qin Yuan was already before it. You may do as you wish. The beast raised its head abruptly, eyes blazing with hatred, its voice hoarse. One day, you humans will all descend into hell. Qin Yuan offered no response, merely lifted his foot and forcefully kicked the tree trunk beside the beast's head, which splintered, leaving a deep footprint in the bark. I never said I would kill you. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, his tone indifferent. Still wish to humiliate me? The beast roared, baring its bloody maw and lunging at Qin Yuan with all its might. Qin Yuan deftly stabilized the knife sheath against the beast's head, pinning it firmly against the tree trunk. Such excessive chatter and vivid imagination, you might as well write a tale. He lowered his head, gazing down at the half-human, half-demon creature, his voice icy. First, tell me, are you human or demon? The beast's teeth clicked together, fury burning in its eyes, yet it remained silent. Qin Yuan withdrew his long knife, speaking calmly. With your intellect, it is quite fortunate you have survived this long, thanks to Hiisho's protection. What do you mean? The beast gritted its teeth. If he hadn't intervened multiple times, I would have already extracted the hearts and lungs of those surnamed Jiang and Wu. Qin Yuan shook his head, a trace of derision flickering at the corners of his mouth. He had initially suspected a connection between the wolf demon at the station and this beast, but it appeared he had overthought it. The wolf demon's ambush had evidently been meticulously planned, with alluring incense and drug powders intricately intertwined. Given the intellect of the beast before him, it likely could not execute such a sophisticated scheme. If Hiisho truly wished to kill you, would he allow you to escape so easily each time? Qin Yuan stood with his knife in hand, his tone steady. With a single arrow, I could request a bounty from Wuchang for you. That is because he feels guilty. The beast roared. My family were originally refugees. My mother was coveted by the Jiang family, shamelessly offering herself, and I became their watchdog. Quite a grudge you harbor. Qin Yuan crouched to meet the beast's gaze. Now, tell me, what truly transpired in Yongning County? You genuinely do not know? The beast regarded him with suspicion. I arrived in Yongning County only this morning. Will you spare me? The beast tentatively inquired. Qin Yuan shook his head. No. I am human. You are a demon. After a moment of silence, the beast sighed, its voice low and hoarse. We were once common folk of Yanzhou, displaced by the northern barbarians' invasion, as the great Qian surrendered without a fight. We refused to be ruled by them and were forced to wander, fleeing near the capital. Upon hearing that Yongning County was aiding refugees, we all flocked there. Initially, as the rumors suggested, there was indeed porridge provided. However, lacking land and household registration, we were unable to stay long. At that moment, the Jiang dog approached us, claiming that if we worked for him, he could arrange our registrations. At the mention of County Magistrate Jiang, a hint of malice flashed in the beast's eyes, a low growl emanating from its throat. At first, we all thought he was a benevolent official and agreed. But who would have imagined it was a trap? Daily, those who went to work never returned. When inquired, we were told they were temporarily stationed in factories, busy with work. Qin Yuan frowned. Did no one sense something amiss? Some did, but Jiang Dog maintained a FAA, arranging registrations for us, and the dissent quickly faded. The beast chuckled bitterly. What could a group of refugees do if we questioned it? It paused before continuing. I still recall the day it was my turn, filled with excitement at the thought of finally reuniting with my parents after days apart. Not in vain for the hardships of our escape. I was pushed into the Jishir Hall. The beast's voice trembled, as if reliving a nightmarish scene. There were severed limbs everywhere. They hung my mother from the beams, and the skinning knife traced down her spine. She convulsed in pain, but repeatedly mouthed to me, and Amp, Oppos, run. But where could I run? A burly man held my head down, forcing my face into a vat of medicine. When I opened my eyes again, I had become this. The beast raised its claws, the keratin layers caked with dried blood. It was all a ruse. I do not know what they desired, nor do I wish to know. After becoming like this, no one believes me. Hiisho, who knows the truth, remains silent. It gasped. After escaping the city, I watched the corpses of my fellow refugees, who had once fled south with me, discarded like refuse from the city each night. My father, my mother. I swear, I will tear those beasts to shreds. The beast's rage nearly became palpable, blood seeping from the corner of its mouth, yet it remained oblivious. Qin Yuan stood in silence, without evidence. How can I believe you? I am the evidence. The beast growled. If you do not believe me, visit the Jishir Hall within the city. That is the so-called factory. Understood. Qin Yuan turned and made his way into the city. The beast paused, watching Qin Yuan's retreating figure, unable to suppress its cry. You want to kill me? The time is not yet ripe. Qin Yuan replied without looking back. Upon returning to the city, Qin Yuan casually offered some silver to a beggar on the street, inquiring about the location of the Jishir Hall. When he arrived, the doors of the Jishir Hall stood wide open, and the interior was devoid of life. Chen Yuan quickly entered, immediately detecting a strong stench of blood. Before him lay an elderly man with white hair, collapsed before the medicine cabinet, stabbed multiple times, blood pooling around him. Chen Yuan frowned, stepping forward to touch the body. Warmth still lingered, indicating he had died not long ago. He extracted a piece of rice paper pressed under the old man and Appo's palm, filled with his final words. A cursory glance revealed a confession of having been bewitched, refining pills from living people, harming the populace, and thus, in a state of fear, he ended his own life. Chen Yuan dipped his finger lightly, noting the script was fresh, the ink still damp, yet no ink or brush lay around the medicine cabinet. Examining the corpse, he observed 3 deep knife wounds visible to the bone on the back, yet the man's face bore an expression of confusion. What a scapegoat, stabbed in the back, complete with a suicide note. It seemed he was aware of my investigation, neglecting even the most superficial of efforts. They likely cleaned the Jishir Hall thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. Did they truly think I would be unable to uncover the truth? His thoughts shifted, summoning his interface. Elevate the Xiantian to perfection. Entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, total consumption, for 1,000 talent points, current martial arts, common grade, swift wind blade technique, perfection, spiritual grade, pure yang heart technique, major accomplishment. Xiantian, perfection, remaining talent points, 3,200. Chen Yuan felt a fleeting itch in his eyes, followed by a vision clouded in vibrant hues. Among the swirling colors, the most conspicuous red mist spiraled along the ground, slowly extending outward. Chapter 19. The Hellish Dungeon. The general retreats following the path shrouded in red mist. Chen Yuan stepped into the courtyard, where an eerie silence prevailed. The ground was impeccably swept, even the soil appeared freshly turned, lending an air of pristine order. The courtyard, seemingly ordinary with its rockeries and flowing water, lush bamboo leaves, and a faint scent of medicinal herbs, stood in stark contrast to the terrifying descriptions of the demonic beasts. However, the red mist suddenly surged, enveloping the courtyard like a dark cloud, and the atmosphere turned oppressive in an instant. A mere trick of craftsmanship. Chen Yuan's eyes shimmered with a golden hue as intricate runes emerged on the surface of the rockery. The flowing water ceased, and the runes writhed as if alive, outlining the silhouette of a hidden door in his unusual gaze. He raised the hilt of his blade and gently tapped a protruding stone, causing the rockery to crack open with a thunderous sound, revealing a dark, deep passageway. A chilling, metallic scent assaulted his senses, the stone steps winding downward into the depths. Chen Yuan's expression darkened. This odor was all too familiar, reminiscent of the stench from the cave in the earlier village, a foul miasma of decaying corpses and remnants of flesh. He descended the stone steps with deliberate caution, the damp blood soil clinging to his soles, rendering each step a struggle through the muck. In fewer than 10 paces, a wave of heat surged, and the horrific scene described by the demonic beasts unfolded before him. Bodies stripped of their skin dangled from above like grotesque lambs. In iron cages, the fates of the captives remained uncertain, blood pooling ominously on the ground, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. At the center, a colossal bronze alchemical furnace boiled violently, its flames roaring as they erupted from the gaping mouth of the vessel. The hundreds of taels spent from the storeroom were likely used to forge this monstrous bronze coffin. As Chen Yuan approached the furnace, a familiar voice echoed from behind it. "My lord, the flesh of this mother and daughter is exquisite. We can produce a new batch of elixirs momentarily, which will be sent directly to the capital." The speaker leaned out, revealing himself to be the same servant who had delivered the narcotic incense at the relay station. His previously obsequious smile froze upon seeing Chen Yuan. "Why you? How did you end up here? How fortuitous." I haven't tea yet settled the score regarding the narcotic incense. Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed, ready to confront this matter. Before the servant could react, he delivered a powerful kick to the furnace, causing it to cave in and topple toward the servant. The servant hastily dodged, but it was too late. The furnace struck his lower leg, shattering the bone instantly. He let out a cry of agony, his terror morphing into desperation as he clawed at the ground, trying to escape. The lid of the furnace flew open with a resounding crash, unleashing a wave of rancid, bloody mist. Charred limbs twisted grotesquely, joints bending in unnatural directions, producing a series of sickening cracks. The servant's pupils contracted in horror before he could scream. A mangled corpse crawled forth, its bloodied moss sinking into his neck. The sound of his scream echoed through the dungeon. Self-inflicted retribution. Chen Yuan moved toward the iron cage, severing the lock with his blade. Inside, the captives lay lifeless, among them children and young girls. Suppressing his fury, he searched the dungeon and discovered a tattered booklet and a small porcelain vial of elixir on a wooden table near the furnace. He opened the booklet, and his pupils constricted in shock. It recorded in detail the destinations of the elixirs produced, complete with dates, quantities, and recipients. Names of high-ranking officials in the capital were listed extensively. The names at the end were notably emphasized, including one named Zhao Mingzhao. This name bore another significant identity, the 4th princess of the Great Qian. Chen Yuan's realization struck him. No wonder County Magistrate Jiang could operate with impunity so near the capital, refining human beings into elixirs. Under the emperor's very feet, an atmosphere of lawlessness prevailed, with the capital sheltering these nefarious individuals. Yongning County had ceased to be a mere county. It had been reduced to a den for the elite's alchemical pursuits. With the crucial evidence now in hand, the subsequent actions would be straightforward. Chen Yuan approached the servant, whose body was now unrecognizable from the gnawing. He ended the creature's suffering with a swift strike, gazing at the hellish scene around him with a heavy heart. If such atrocities occurred near the capital, one could only imagine the horrors elsewhere. The roots of the great Qian had rotted beyond repair. As demons consumed men, and mankind betrayed one another, it became increasingly difficult to discern who truly was the demon and who was human. With his blade in hand, Chen Yuan exited the dungeon. Upon reaching the county office, he found someone waiting at the entrance. He, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, stood resolutely at the door. Upon seeing Chen Yuan approach, he remained silent, steadfast in his stance. "Step aside. You still possess some conscience, and I do not wish to kill you," Chen Yuan intoned gravely. He shook his head. "County Magistrate Jiang has saved my family's lives. You cannot stop me. I am aware." Chen Yuan stepped forward, his fiery, true energy enveloping the blade's edge as he executed a slashing upward strike, the sound of the blade cutting through the air deafening. He braced himself with his spear. The sharp clang of metal echoed as true energy scorched the weapon's shaft. His muscles tensed, and the grip of his hands split, blood evaporating into mist before it could touch the ground. With a muffled grunt, he poured all his strength into blocking the strike. Not retreating an inch, Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes, lifting his blade for a second strike, the energy swirling like a tempest, crashing downward. He bellowed, grounding the spear, unleashing sparks that cascaded for 3 yards. He staggered back, his true energy coiling around the spear, momentarily frozen before it shattered. The armor was cleaved, and he became a mass of wounds, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The third strike. Chen Yuan extended his wrist, the long blade transforming into a glimmering arc as it shot forward. His pupils dilated. He could not even discern the trajectory, instinctively raising his arms to protect himself. The sound of metal shattering echoed as the iron spear splintered into several pieces, clattering to the ground. His hands trembled, his grip on the remaining spear shaft turning pale. The blade's south tip hovered perilously close to his throat, mere inches away. Chen Yuan sheathed his blade, flicking off the remaining flames, leaving 3 feet of scorched marks on the blue brick floor. He walked past He, who no longer harbored any intent to obstruct him. Entering the county office, the voice of Wu Chang rang out. "Hurry up. After all this time, you're still so clumsy. Leave your clothes behind. Gather the silver notes and jewels. Where are the horses? Don't just stand there. Go fetch the horses." Wu Chang stood in the courtyard, barking orders as his subordinates hurriedly packed, wooden crates piled around him, clearly preparing for a hasty escape. "Lord Wu, in such a rush, where are you headed?" Chen Yuan inquired. Wu Chang spun around, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. He quickly masked his shock with a strained smile. "There's been a family emergency. I'm in a hurry to pack up. The remaining matters will be handled by General He. I neglected to inform you of the urgency. May I ask if there are any directives from you, Black-Clothed Chen?" "Nothing of consequence." Chen Yuan's tone was casual. "I merely wish to inquire about the effects of the elixir." What elixir?" Wu Chang stammered. "The very elixir that high officials, and even the 4th princess of the great Qian, Zhao Mingzhao, covet." Wu Chang's smile vanished, and he shouted, "Where is he? Where is he? Cease your calls. He will not come, nor can he," Chen Yuan declared, advancing with his blade drawn. Wu Chang retreated, his visage contorted with malice. "Have you lost your mind? Knowing this, you dare to meddle in such matters? Aren't you afraid for your life when you return? That is no concern of yours." Chen Yuan replied, his intent to kill unmistakable, every name etched clearly in his memory. Wu Chang backed against the doorframe, his voice rising in desperation. "Are you truly going to ignore the other black-clothed figure?" He flung open the door, revealing Shun Hai tightly bound with ropes, his head drooping. "I never anticipated that a half cup of medicinal tea this morning would take so long to take effect, forcing me to expend considerable effort to subdue him." Wu Chang exchanged glances, and 2 of his servants immediately pointed weapons at Shun Hai's throat. Chen Yuan halted, recalling how Shun Hai had accepted the tea upon arriving in Yongning County. From that moment, they had already plotted to eliminate the 2 of them. Wu Chang grinned malevolently. "I hadn't anticipated you 2 would be so troublesome. I intended to report the demon beast's havoc after your demise, justifying an expedition to eradicate the aberration." Chen Yuan remarked. "Then there will undoubtedly be individuals from the capital who will shield you, pretending as if nothing has transpired, allowing you to continue your alchemical pursuits. Is that so? Quite clever, I must say." Wu Chang scoffed. "That short-sighted fellow, County Magistrate Jiang, in the wake of his failure, seeks to escape and naively expects me to persist in my alchemical endeavors. It is truly laughable. Should my elixirs reach the capital, and with some deft maneuvering, Once those high-ranking officials are ensnared in the web, manipulating the imperial court would be a trivial matter. Alas, it is regrettable that you, the meddler, have interfered. Chapter 20. The spectacle of heterochromia. The emergence of malevolent entities. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause resonated sharply in the stillness of the air. Magnificent. Chun Yuan slowly clapped his hands, addressing Lord Wu. What a clever strategy you have devised. I presume the alluring fragrance and the wolf demon were also your handiwork? Indeed. Wu Chang chuckled, straightening his posture. I had thought the plan was flawless, yet I did not anticipate your escape. He regarded Chun Yuan with a disdainful glance, then briefly surveyed the restrained Shen Hai behind him, speaking languidly. Shen Hai, might we engage in a rational discussion now? And what do you propose? Chun Yuan replied, his tone resolute. I have no intention of exterminating you entirely. Wu Chang produced a small porcelain vial from his sleeve, gently shaking it. If you consume this potion, we can discuss matters amicably. This remedy must be taken monthly, or you will be tormented by a swarm of insects, living a fate worse than death. With a faint smile, he continued, as long as you keep the secret of the elixir, I shall supply you with the antidote each month and grant you an additional divine pill. Each divine pill extends life by 3 months. Chun Yuan's voice was grave. To concoct elixirs at the expense of the populace for a mere 3 months of life? What do you comprehend? Wu Chang scoffed. 3 months of life for the powerful is worth far more than the lives of those commoners. No matter how formidable your martial prowess, you will eventually succumb to the decay of vitality. With this elixir, those concerns will vanish. So, have you made your decision? In a fit of rage, Chun Yuan replied with a cold laugh, hopelessly obstinate. Wu Chang's expression darkened as he abruptly raised his hand. The servant behind him immediately pressed twin blades against Shen Hai's throat, the edges biting into her skin, blood oozing forth. With a mere gesture, Wu Chang could sever her head from her body. Seeing Chun Yuan remain unmoved, Wu Chang ceased his words, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as his hand fell decisively. Xiantians. In an instant, a peculiar light flickered in Chun Yuan's eyes. Gripping his long knife tightly, his thoughts raced. The world around him seemed to freeze, the trajectories of the 3 figures crystallizing into flickering afterimages, unveiling the past, present, and future in a vivid tableau. Now, Chun Yuan flipped his wrist, the long knife shooting forth like a released arrow, slicing through the air directly towards the interior of the room. The blade skimmed past Wu Chang and pierced the palm of one servant with precision. Ah! The servant shrieked, losing grip of his weapon, which fortuitously deflected another blade poised to strike Shen Hai's neck. Chun Yuan sprang forward like lightning, stepping into the room. With an elbow strike, he knocked down the unprepared servant and seized the airborne long knife, severing the ropes binding Shen Hai. He wrapped an arm around her, turning to Wu Chang, whose face wore an expression of shock, and coldly declared, this ends here. How is this possible? Wu Chang stumbled back, disbelief etched across his features. He could not fathom how Chun Yuan had traversed the distance in an instant, neutralizing 2 blades poised at their throats with a single stroke. Luck, it must be luck. Wu Chang's expression grew increasingly feral, unable to accept the reality before him. No. What? Chun Yuan gently lowered Shen Hai to rest against the door, his demeanor calm as if everything had unfolded as he anticipated. He lifted his gaze to Wu Chang, speaking evenly. There is no why. When you regard life as mere fodder, you inevitably lose your sense of reverence. The arrogant will ultimately reap the consequences of their hubris. Wu Chang shook his head furiously, his visage contorted with rage as he bellowed. What do you understand? Who are you to lecture me? He pointed at the scar on his face, his voice hoarse. Those in power have never regarded common folk as human. A flicker of resolution flashed in his eyes as he abruptly produced a porcelain vial, draining its contents into his throat. Cough, cough. The vial shattered upon impact, and Wu Chang clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. His bloodshot eyes widened in terror as he pointed weakly at Chun Yuan, blood spewing from his mouth. You will die. The curse will not spare you. Before he could finish, his arm fell limp, devoid of life. Chun Yuan shook his head impassively, sheathing his long knife. Such a person as Wu Chang was hardly worth lamenting. He crouched down, preparing to check on Shen Hai's condition. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed, and Chun Yuan turned sharply to see Wu Chang and Appo's corpse inflating like a balloon. Boom, boom. 2 more resounding thuds followed as Wu Chang and Appo's skin began to crack, and a blood-red tentacle burst forth from his back, writhing wildly. Soon after, a second, a third, countless tentacles emerged from the corpse, extending frenetically in all directions. Chun Yuan's expression hardened as he swiftly severed 2 of the advancing appendages with his knife, crushing one underfoot into a pool of blood. In the courtyard, the servants caught off guard were pierced by the tentacles, instantly becoming sustenance, devoured by the central mass of flesh. The grotesque mass continued to swell, ultimately coalescing into a monstrous blood entity, resembling a phoenix with outstretched wings, yet devoid of the creature's grace and purity. With hollow eyes and dripping blood, It appeared as though it were a cursed existence. A malevolent entity? The cursed phoenix? Qin Yuan's heart sank, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure. The cursed phoenix locked its empty gaze upon Qin Yuan and emitted an ear-piercing screech, its wings flapping violently. In an instant, a torrential downpour of blood and carnage descended upon him. The deluge of blood struck like a barrage of needles, raining down on Qin Yuan. He swiftly hoisted Shun Hai onto his shoulder and sprinted to the side, crashing through the walls to evade the sanguine deluge. The wooden structures that encountered the blood were instantly reduced to splinters, eroded entirely, leaving behind gaping craters. Just as Qin Yuan secured Shun Hai in a safe spot, the cursed phoenix lunged at him once more. He gripped the long knife tightly, charging toward the malevolent entity to seize the initiative. The blood tendrils wriggled from the cursed phoenix's chest, darting forth like arrows aimed at Qin Yuan. The wind howled as the tendrils approached. Qin Yuan concentrated, activating his, predicting the trajectories and evading in advance. He maneuvered swiftly, closing in on the cursed phoenix, leaping with a flick of his toes, his long knife aglow with fiery brilliance. In a flash, the knife cleaved through the air, leaving a massive gash upon the cursed phoenix and Apos' chest, pure yang energy searing the wound. As Qin Yuan alighted, his left foot sank deep into the ground, sliding several meters before halting. Turning back, he observed the wound on the cursed phoenix and Apos' chest gradually healing as the flesh writhed. The pure yang energy being devoured. This is troublesome. Qin Yuan suppressed his rising agitation, his eyes scanning the foe for any vulnerabilities. Yet they yielded no insights. The cursed phoenix and Apos' body was enveloped in a deep, abyssal hue, devoid of any apparent weaknesses. The crimson fissure in its chest vanished in an instant. Just then, the cursed phoenix emitted a piercing cry, its massive body suddenly descending, claws crashing down upon Qin Yuan like a mountain. The overwhelming force left Qin Yuan no avenue for escape. He could only raise his long knife to withstand the blow. Boom! The blood claws collided with the blade, an immense force surging forth. Qin Yuan and Apos' stance faltered as he braced against the blood claws. Get away from me! With one hand on the blade, he concentrated his energy, feeling the chaotic flow of power surge within him, augmenting his strength as he forcefully repelled the blood claws. The cursed phoenix staggered, losing its balance, and toppled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yuan advanced, stepping onto the cursed phoenix's body, his fiery blade descending in a tempest of slashes. The flames erupted into a dazzling display, illuminating the night. Chapter 21. The Slaying of the Cursed Phoenix. Zhao Bai of the Demon Suppression Division, the glint of the blade resembled a cascading waterfall, as the searing true energy ravaged the flesh of the cursed phoenix, causing charred and contorted wounds to continuously emerge, only to heal at an astonishing pace. The relentless onslaught pinned the cursed phoenix firmly to the ground, rendering it unable to rise. Qin Yuan's hands throbbed painfully from the recoil, his breathing growing erratic, yet he could not afford to cease his assault. Suddenly, a faint groan emanated from nearby. Qin Yuan. Shun Hai leaned against the crumbling wall, struggling to stand. Her form was unsteady. She managed a few faltering steps before collapsing beside the ruins, exclaiming, "This is a cursed demon. Mere true energy cannot eradicate it entirely. After several hours, its cursed power will dissipate, and it will naturally vanish. Do not waste your efforts." Absolutely not. Qin Yuan resolutely declined. Several hours? By then, the entire Yongning County would have likely turned to ruin, with no citizens spared. I cannot stand idly by. Shun Hai laboriously retrieved a talisman from her sleeve. Use this, apply it to its body. It will weaken its cursed power. She attempted to rise, but the effects of the drug had not yet worn off. After taking 2 steps, she collapsed once more, gasping for breath. Qin Yuan was fully engaged in suppressing the cursed phoenix and could not extricate himself. Although they were merely a few steps apart, it felt as if an insurmountable chasm divided them. "Hand it to me." A steady voice broke through, accompanied by the sound of clashing armor. He-Isho had approached Shun Hai, taking the talisman in hand. With a swift motion, he hurled it towards Qin Yuan, commanding, "Catch it." "Thank you." Qin Yuan caught the talisman without hesitation and promptly pressed it against the cursed phoenix. Instantly, a piercing wail echoed through the air, and the regeneration of the cursed phoenix's flesh and blood slowed dramatically. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yuan swung his blade again, but his internal true energy was nearly depleted. The once vibrant crimson energy on the blade began to fade, its momentum significantly diminished. Not enough. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth against the pain in his arms and quickly summoned his interface, pouring all remaining talent points into the pure Yang Heart technique. Great accomplishment. Perfection. Total consumption, 2,000 talent points. Remaining talent points, 1,200. In an instant, a massive surge of heat erupted from his body. True energy surged forth like a tempest, veins bulging as the true energy on his blade soared skyward, nearly becoming tangible. The cursed phoenix seemed to sense imminent danger. Letting out a mournful cry, countless blood feathers rained down like a torrential storm, enveloping the courtyard in a blood-red web. Too late. Chen Yuan leapt nimbly, avoiding the dense stream of blood. With a powerful swing of his blade, the pure yang true energy erupted explosively, vaporizing the bloodlines in its wake. He used this momentum to soar into the air, lightly tapping the dissipating waves of true energy beneath him, as if walking on air, directly targeting the left wing of the cursed phoenix. The cursed phoenix abruptly closed its wings, thousands of blood feathers standing erect like spears, aimed at Chen Yuan. Unfazed, he slashed with his blade. Break! The blade light cleaved through the sky, as the blue sky and white clouds seemed to split in two. An eerie silence enveloping the world, followed by a blinding flash of red light. With a mournful cry, the cursed phoenix was cleaved in two, countless vengeful spirits struggling out from its wounds, turning against the evil entity. Chen Yuan landed steadily, creating distance as he looked up. The remains of the cursed phoenix were torn apart by myriad vengeful spirits, while Wu Chang's twisted phantom was dragged into the void by countless souls. Slain a late-stage cursed demon. Reward: 10,000 talent points. Supreme martial art. Xian Yuan dragon seizing technique. Chen Yuan sheathed his blade, watching as the malevolent entity slowly dissipated, exhaling a long breath. So that is it. The cursed demon is indeed formed from the resentments of vengeful souls. Precisely. Shenhai's weak voice came from behind. She managed to stand, nodding, refining vengeful souls, supplemented by dark arts. Cursed demons are exceedingly rare. I did not expect one to appear here. Chen Yuan extended a hand to support her, expressing concern. Are you all right? I just need a moment. Shenhai replied with a faint smile of apology. I feel like I have burdened you. Chen Yuan shook his head. Each has their strengths. He picked up a shattered porcelain vial from the ground and inquired, do you have any insights into this? After examining it for a moment, Shenhai shook her head. I have never seen such a thing. This is divine blood, He Yisho interjected, left behind by County Magistrate Jiang. He specifically instructed that it should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Chen Yuan frowned, recalling that the eccentric Xiaoshan had mentioned this item, though it had not been fully refined at that time. Do you have any other information? He pressed. I was only responsible for ensuring their safety. My involvement in other matters is minimal. Chen Yuan tossed the fragments back to the ground, stating, General He, your involvement in this matter may spare you from the death penalty, but you cannot escape the punishment of imprisonment. I understand. He Yisho's expression remained calm. My mother urged me to be grateful before she passed. I have repaid that debt in these recent days. In that case, we shall return to the capital to report. You should maintain order within the city, deterring any miscreants, and await the arrival of the Demon Suppression Division to redeem yourself. He Yisho was taken aback but quickly clasped his fists, saying, Thank you. If you wish to, you should visit the mass grave outside the city. After speaking, Chen Yuan turned to Shenhai, bending slightly to offer his back. We are heading back to the capital. Huh? Shenhai murmured, I can walk on my own. Wait until you recover. I will carry you to the carriage. All right. Shenhai complied without hesitation, wrapping her arms around Chen Yuan's neck, her veil brushing against his shoulder. He Yisho watched the two figures depart, gazing towards the direction of the mass grave, a rare look of relief crossing his face. Will we meet again? In the carriage returning to the capital, Shenhai lay sideways, taking a deep, satisfying breath. It has only been half a day, yet it feels longer than any other task. I am truly exhausted. Chen Yuan, she suddenly called his name. I remember the favor you have bestowed upon me. If ever in need, just summon me. Chen Yuan chuckled. I am indeed curious about your appearance beneath that veil. Since we first met, your visage has remained concealed. Is that so? Shenhai's voice took on a playful note. Indeed. Shenhai sat up, delicately grasping her veil and gently pulling it upward. Beneath the veil was a black mask, revealing only a pair of smiling, beautiful eyes. Of course, beneath the veil is merely a mask, she giggled, her delightful laughter echoing in the carriage. The following afternoon, the carriage came to a steady halt before the Demon Suppression Division. Chen Yuan paid the fare and strode directly into the division. In the hall, a white-clad demon suppressor was seated. Noticing Chen Yuan's hurried demeanor, he inquired, What is the matter? Chen Yuan clasped his fists, replying, Reporting to you, the situation in Yongning County has been resolved, and I have come to report to Luo Bai. Just as he was about to leave, the white-clad figure coldly commanded, Halt. Rising from his seat, the white-clad man approached with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Luo Bai is resting today. Relay any matters to me instead. Chen Yuan scrutinized the man. Slightly prominent nose, thin lips, and a sharp face. Clad in white attire that accentuated his slenderness. He shook his head in refusal. Apologies, but Luo Bai stated that this matter must be reported directly to him. Are you unable to comprehend my words? The white-clad man's expression darkened suddenly. Just promoted to black-clad, and already showing such disregard for authority. What audacity! Behind him, Shenhai was about to step forward in protest, but Chen Yuan held up a hand to stop her. He stared directly into the white-clad man's eyes and coldly stated, We have no enmity between us. Why must you act this way? The white-clad man scoffed. Indeed, we have no enmity, but my surname is Zhao, and yours is Chun. Chapter 22. The scarlet-clad demon hunter with an air of understanding. Chen Yuan realized why the other party was so aggressive. Madame Zhao had previously mentioned Zhao's white attire, and it was evident that the person before him was indeed that individual. Zhao Bai approached slowly, his gaze condescending as he declared, I had no intention of meddling in Zhao Jie's affairs, but if you continue to be obstinate within the Demon Suppression Division, do not blame me for lacking compassion. What a lack of compassion. The voice of Luo Bai echoed from afar as he entered, eyebrows slightly raised. When did my subordinates become subject to your reprimands? Are you attempting to usurp their achievements as you did last time? Zhao Bai turned, a forced smile on his lips. Your subordinates are undisciplined. I merely sought to give them a lesson beforehand to prevent future troubles that may implicate you. It is not your place to concern yourself. Luo Bai's cold glare met his. Is there anything else? Of course, Zhao Bai replied leisurely, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jiang Yansheng, the magistrate of Yongning County, was once a disciple of the Zhao family. This incident occurred during his tenure, and I have come on behalf of the Zhao family to inquire. What could be wrong with that? He emphasized the words on behalf of the Zhao family with great weight. Luo Bai turned to Chen Yuan, asking, is this person relevant to the case? Indeed. Chen Yuan nodded firmly. There is a significant connection. Then it is only right that the resolution of this matter be entrusted to me, Zhao Bai asserted, extending his hand as if to claim authority. To prevent your frivolity from causing chaos in the investigation. Such grandiloquent words can only be uttered by you, Chen Yuan scoffed. It seems Madame Zhao did not convey my words to you. What words? Zhao Bai crossed his arms. Chen Yuan replied deliberately. I heard you spent 3 years rising from a common laborer to the rank of black attire. With such capability, it would be wiser for you to withdraw from the Demon Suppression Division before you find yourself devoured by a demon beast one day. You, Zhao Bai and Appo's expression darkened instantly. When he ascended to black attire, the Zhao family had sung his praises. Now, he was being mocked by a mere wastrel. What infuriated him further was that this wastrel had risen to black attire in just a few days. He glared at Luo Bai, gritting his teeth. Very well, Luo Bai. Is this how you educate your subordinates? Merely speaking the truth, Luo Bai replied nonchalantly. I too rose to black attire after a year of service. With that, he cast no further glance at Zhao Bai and beckoned Chen Yuan to proceed towards the Kuan official residence. Zhao Bai glared fiercely at the retreating figures, his fists clenched. The copper buttons of his sleeves crushed under his grip. He muttered angrily, you little wretch, just wait. In next month's demon slaying contest, I will make you pay for today as humiliation. Upon entering the room, Luo Bai took a seat on a wooden chair, his tone calm yet laced with admonition. While it is understandable to seek retribution, you were too impulsive. Chen Yuan shrugged. If I do not act thus, my thoughts remain unarticulated, and my martial arts cannot advance. You certainly have a temper, Luo Bai chuckled. Previously, Shui Hai was my confidant. You have taken his position and severed his connections, which naturally breeds resentment. When I am absent, do not act recklessly. After all, higher ranks can exert considerable pressure. He then turned to Shen Hai, softening his tone. Have you returned to the division so quickly? Did everything go smoothly? Shen Hai shook his head, not smoothly. Luo Bai furrowed his brow, concern evident in his voice. Were there any injuries? None, thanks to Chen Hai. Otherwise, I fear I might not have returned. What? Luo Bai's expression turned tense as he glanced at Chen Yuan. What happened? Speak quickly. Chen Yuan wasted no time, retrieving a booklet from his pocket and laying out the details of the Yongning County incident. The more Luo Bai listened, the more alarmed he became, his brow knitting tighter as his fingers unconsciously tapped the wooden table. When he heard of the curse of the Luan appearing, he gasped, rising abruptly upon reviewing the names in the booklet. You little rascal, you've truly accomplished a remarkable feat. His voice trembled slightly. The matter had escalated beyond his capacity for easy resolution. It was both a hot potato and a significant achievement. Luo Bai began pacing the room, then commanded, you stay here, I will return shortly. He exited the room, and not long after, the door swung open again. Luo Bai entered, his demeanor respectful, followed closely by a middle-aged man clad in red. The man carried an air of authority. His scarlet official robe was made of exquisite silk, adorned with 7 beast-head copper buttons at the waist. Luo Bai introduced, this is Su Hongyi, Lord Su. Scarlet attire. Above white attire is scarlet attire, denoting a 6th-rank official position. Chen Yuan and Shen Hai clasped their fists in salute. We pay our respects to Lord Su. As Su Hongyi stepped into the chamber, he turned to Chen Yuan once Luo Bai closed the door, his tone steady. You are Chen Yuan, correct? I am already briefed on the situation and have reported it to higher authorities. You have done commendably. Thank you, my lord. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. Su Hongyi raised a hand to interrupt, producing a booklet. You know well that this matter is of great consequence. If we act rashly, it may provoke unrest in the capital. After a pause, he continued, the time is not yet ripe. This matter must remain under wraps for now. The additional rewards for you two must be temporarily suppressed. We will proceed as per the normal demon slaying case. Can you accept this? Chen Yuan clasped his fists. We will follow your arrangements, my lord. Shen Hai nodded in agreement. Good, excellent. A smile of approval spread across Su Hongyi's face. I heard Luo Bai praise your exceptional character, and I was skeptical. Now, it appears to be true. You truly surpass the ordinary. The Demon Suppression Division will not neglect its loyal servants. Although there are no extra rewards, the restrictions on your promotions are lifted. You need not wait 5 years for your qualifications. Should you achieve further merit, I will personally advocate for your promotion to white attire. Chen Yuan's eyes brightened. Thank you, my lord. The additional rewards were of little importance to him. The journey had already yielded substantial gains in talent points, not to mention the exceptional techniques acquired. If he could ascend to white attire, his acquisition of talent points would accelerate. Su Hongyi tucked away the booklet. His tone solemn, continued to strive forward. One more thing. Chen Yuan inquired. The mastermind behind this case, Jiang Yansheng, the magistrate of Yongning County, is currently in the capital. Should we apprehend him now? Su Hongyi nodded. Naturally. A mere 7th-rank county magistrate dares to be so audacious. All individuals associated with this matter, aside from those listed in the booklet, shall be dealt with severely. He drew a token from his waist and handed it to Chen Yuan. With this order, officials of the 5th rank and below may be apprehended without prior notice, and you may meet me at any time. Chen Yuan accepted the token. Luo Bai looked on enviously. He would need to announce his intent in advance to meet Su Hongyi. After seeing Su Hongyi off, Luo Bai returned to the room, cleared his throat, and declared earnestly, Chen Yuan, heed my command. Gather 5 common laborers and apprehend the mastermind Jiang Yansheng and all related personnel, bringing them back to the Demon Suppression Division for interrogation. Yes. Chen Yuan gathered the laborers and headed straight for the residence of the Jiang father and son. As they proceeded, pedestrians swiftly stepped aside, not daring to linger. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence, Chen Yuan kicked open the wooden door. Several laborers swiftly unsheathed their blades, rushing inside to subdue everyone. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Yansheng hastily rose, his heart racing as he saw Chen Yuan clad in black. He approached, anxious. My lord, what is the meaning of this commotion? Is there a misunderstanding? Chen Yuan brandished the token, coldly stating, the Demon Suppression Division is executing an investigation to apprehend Jiang Yansheng, the magistrate of Yongning County. As Jiang Yansheng recognized the token, his pupils dilated in fear, and he hurriedly protested, this is a misunderstanding. My lord, it must be a misunderstanding. Do you believe that the Demon Suppression Division captures people on a whim? Seize him. Chen Yuan commanded with a wave of his hand, and the laborers advanced, pinning the still resisting Jiang Yansheng to the ground. Scanning the surroundings, Chen Yuan noticed the absence of familiar faces and crouched down to ask, where is your young master? Chapter 23. Torture in the Dungeon. Captured at Fengqi Tower, Your Excellency. Please see reason. I have remained within the capital these past few days, never stepping outside. Jiang Yansheng's incessant protests were abruptly cut off. Enough. Chen Yuan's voice sliced through the air like an icy blade, piercing Jiang Yansheng's ears. Wu Chang has already confessed and faced his punishment. Do you think you can escape? Jiang Yansheng fell silent, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat. A chill spreading from his heart to his entire being, leaving his spine tingling. Chen Yuan ceased his idle chatter, grasped the hilt of his knife, and struck Jiang Yansheng squarely in the face. Rising, he commanded, take him back to the Demon Suppression Division for interrogation. The henchman swiftly stepped forward, hoisting the bloody Jiang Yansheng and dragging him towards the Demon Suppression Division. The dungeon of the Demon Suppression Division lay beneath the office, a grim, sunless prison. Rumor had it that the heavenly prison of the Ministry of Justice was a hell on earth. Those who entered would suffer grievously. In the dungeon of the Demon Suppression Division was an even more harrowing fate. Once inside, there was no escape. Most incarcerated here had intricate ties to demonic beasts. Upon entering the dungeon, Chen Yuan was met with a potent stench of blood and decay. Despite regular cleaning, the floor was still stained with blood, each stone saturated with the remnants of suffering. In the execution chamber, Jiang Yansheng was bound to the torture chair, a bone whip tightly cinched around his exposed chest. Each tug embedded the whip deeper into his flesh, extracting fragments of bone with each pull. With coarse cloth stuffed in his mouth, Jiang Yansheng repeatedly fainted from the pain, only to be revived by icy water splashed upon him. Bending down, Chen Yuan inquired, are you ready to speak? Where is your son? He strained to listen, but was met only with Jiang Yansheng and Appo's muffled sobs, prompting a derisive laugh. Such paternal affection, yet you refuse to utter a word even now. Jiang Yansheng's face was a mask of terror as he struggled to free himself from the chair, attempting to expel the cloth from his mouth. Chen Yuan's gaze held no sympathy. The souls lost in the depths of Yongning County had endured far greater agony than this old dog. An eye for an eye. The torture continued until he spoke clearly. The torment stretched on for several minutes, with Jiang Yansheng growing weaker, his breath shallow and labored. Unlike the Ministry of Justice, the Demon Suppression Division dealt in lethal blows, and within a brief time, Jiang Yansheng was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Disgusted, Chen Yuan pried the cloth from his mouth and leaned closer, whispering, rest assured, your son will soon join you. He waved his hand, instructing, draft the charges and have him sign. Keep him alive, I shall return with further questions. Once imprisoned in the dungeon of the Demon Suppression Division, regardless of one's rank or the absence of evidence, fate rested solely in their hands. The charges were merely a formality. Often, the fingerprints on the document were not even the genuine article, as fingers were too mangled from the punishment to leave a proper impression. As Chun Yuan exited the dungeon, the henchman had already pried the whereabouts of Jiang Chengin from the mouths of Zhang's household. The young master had indulged in revelry at Fengqi Tower the previous night and had yet to return. Accompanied by several henchmen, Chun Yuan made his way to Fengqi Tower, which had not yet opened for business, and strode inside. The matron, hearing the commotion, hurried to greet him, her face adorned with a forced smile. Your Excellency, Fengqi Tower is not yet operational. The ladies are still resting. Please, take a moment to enjoy some tea, and I shall summon them shortly. With a sidelong glance, Chun Yuan replied, Do you think I am here for tea? The matron maintained her facade, continuing to ingratiate herself. Master Chun, it has been some time since your last visit. Miss Qi Lu has been constantly speaking of you. If someone has offended you, I will certainly address it. Spare me the pleasantries. The Demon Suppression Division is here to conduct business. Chun Yuan interrupted coldly. Where is Jiang Cheng and Appos? And the matron stammered. For those in her profession were most wary of speaking out of turn. Observing her hesitance, Chun Yuan dismissed her with a wave, commanding the henchmen, search room by room. Your Excellency, there are still many esteemed guests resting. The matron attempted to intervene, but was easily cast aside. She stomped her foot in dismay, pulling out a handkerchief to cover her face. Must you resort to violence? I will tell you, Master Jiang is in the private room. Why not say so sooner? Chun Yuan scoffed, striding directly toward the private room. He kicked the door open, and the henchmen surged inside. A cacophony of startled cries erupted as several women frantically grabbed bedding to shield themselves. Jiang Chengin awoke in a daze, his mind still foggy. Before he could grasp the situation, the henchman roughly dragged him from the bed, his head colliding painfully with the floor. The matron rushed in, attempting to comfort the frightened ladies. Chun Yuan approached, looking down at the wailing Jiang Chengin, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Master Jiang, long time no see. Jiang Chengin clutched his head, finally recognizing Chun Yuan. Initially stunned, he quickly erupted in fury. You, what do you want? The commotion drew the attention of many guests, who peeked out to witness the unfolding drama. Jiang Chengin, his face flushed with anger, struggled to rise and shouted, What? Are you using your position in the Demon Suppression Division to settle personal scores? His words provoked a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. Isn't that the Qin family's scion? I've seen him around, but it seems he has risen in status. Hush, keep your voice down. Did you see that black-clad figure? The Demon Suppression Division is ruthless. That scion, in the Demon Suppression Division? Surely not. He must have spent quite a fortune to get there. To offend the Demon Suppression Division and drag in personal vendettas, this will be quite a spectacle. As Jiang Chengin listened to the murmurs, he noticed Chun Yuan's dark attire, his heart tightening. He feigned calmness and continued to raise his voice. In front of so many witnesses, you dare to act so brazenly? Do you not fear retribution? Chun Yuan's expression remained impassive. You dare speak of retribution? Growing impatient, he gestured, and the henchmen swiftly subdued the already weakened Jiang Chengin, pinning him to the ground and dragging him from the room. Jiang Cheng and Appos' face turned pale, trembling from pain, yet he defiantly proclaimed, Justice resides in the hearts of the people. I would rather die than yield. When my father ascends, you shall be exposed as the parasite of Dakian. His righteous indignation cast him as the victim in the eyes of the increasingly curious crowd. Murmurs of discontent directed at Chun Yuan erupted among the spectators. The Demon Suppression Division is becoming increasingly lawless. The Emperor is wise. He has recently cut their funding to benefit the people. Indeed, they squander public resources without any visible results. I've rarely seen a demonic beast. What are they even busy with? I have seen demonic beasts that mere soldiers could handle. What need have we for the Demon Suppression Division? As the murmurs grew louder, a young gentleman stepped forward, raising his voice. Master Chun, for my sake, why not spare this young master? Chun Yuan cast a cold glance in his direction. Who do you think you were to ask me for leniency? The newcomer was Wang Yijuan, son of a prominent merchant family. Though the Wang family was the most powerful among the imperial merchants, having previously collaborated with the Qin family, their relationship had soured amidst recent turmoil. Unperturbed, Wang Yijuan maintained his genial demeanor, his voice resonating. Though my Wang family is merely a trading house, we hold some weight, in consideration of the common folk of Dakian. Master Qin should temper his actions and uphold justice. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause, lauding Wang Yijuan's words, who smiled broadly while gazing at Chun Yuan. Jiang Cheng and Appos, and also turned his head with great effort, exclaiming, Thank you, Master Wang. With righteous figures like you in Dakian, how can we not prosper? We must not allow such scoundrels to run amok. Chun Yuan remained silent, lifting his foot and forcefully pressing it down onto Jiang Chengin's head, forcing him to the ground. He met Wang Yijuan's gaze, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. What a deftly orchestrated scheme. Not only had Wang Yijuan elevated his family's reputation, but he had also positioned himself as a beacon of righteousness, truly a masterful play. Chen Yuan brandished the talisman of the Demon Suppression Office, his voice resonating like thunder within the Phoenix Roost. Jiang Yansheng has colluded with beasts to plot against lives, and the evidence is irrefutable. Should there be any dissent, those will be treated as accomplices. His admonition reverberated throughout the hall, swiftly quelling all discourse. The assembly fell into a profound silence, none daring to utter a word further. Wang Yijuan and Apos' smile gradually faded, yet his tone remained composed. If Master Chen possesses irrefutable evidence, why not present it sooner? One might fear it is a fabrication devised on the spur of the moment. We do not seek to interfere with the workings of the Demon Suppression Office. Rather, we are concerned about the potential abuse of power that could chill the hearts of the common people. It would be more prudent for Master Chen to showcase the evidence to win the trust of the public. He scrutinized Chen Yuan, recalling their previous encounter at the Chen residence, where he had observed this young scion, a quintessential wastrel, elevated solely by wealth to the position of a demon suppressor. What could he possibly achieve? This was a perfect opportunity to leverage public sentiment to establish his authority, garnering the respect of his father and the elders in his clan while striving to secure control over the handling of the new commercial contracts. Chapter 24, Gathering Evidence. Wang family complains evidence. Chen Yuan's gaze darkened, his voice icy. Remove him. The surrounding henchmen immediately advanced, encircling Wang Yijuan. Caught off guard by Chen Yuan's audacity, Wang Yijuan hastily retreated, but after a few steps, he was subdued by several burly men and pressed down beside Jiang Yansheng. Flushed with anger, he glared and exclaimed, "Are you insane? How dare you touch me?" Chen Yuan remained unfazed, his tone calm. As I mentioned earlier, dissenters will be dealt with by their associates. You truly dare to harm me. RN and Apos, you afraid of your Chen family? Wang Yijuan's words were abruptly cut short as Chen Yuan delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, transforming his threats into agonized coughs and retches. He curled on the ground, gasping for air, his face pale. Chen Yuan surveyed the crowd, his voice booming. Is there anyone else with objections? The onlookers, witnessing Wang Yijuan's painful struggle on the ground, dared not voice their anger and lowered their heads, merely a rabble. Chen Yuan scoffed and waved his hand. Take him away. Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Division, Chen Yuan instructed his subordinates to treat Wang Yijuan properly. Along the way, Jiang Cheng and Apos, and stubborn and relentless, maintained his defiance until they entered the interrogation room. Upon seeing the barely conscious Jiang Yansheng, his arrogance was swiftly extinguished, leaving him pale. Without a word, Chen Yuan immediately subjected Jiang Cheng into torture. This pampered young master succumbed to pain within minutes, his face smeared with blood. Jiang Yansheng trembled at the sight, his voice hoarse as he pleaded repeatedly. Chen Yuan approached him, coldly stating, I will ask, and you will answer. If I am satisfied, I will grant you mercy. Jiang Yansheng bowed his head, resigned. I will speak without omission. The divine blood was acquired from and Apos, Shao, and Apos, through alchemical methods learned there, perfected after several months, and Apos, Shao and Apos, has been dealt with by the Demon Suppression Division. And the elixir? After refining the divine blood, the Zhuowan organization approached me and gifted me the formula. A heaviness settled in Chen Yuan and Apos' heart. Both recent tasks bore the shadow of the Zhuowan organization. How much do you know about this organization? I am unaware. They have always contacted me unilaterally. Jiang Yansheng's voice grew weaker. I only know that the fourth princess has ties to Zhuowan. The fourth princess? Chen Yuan's brows furrowed. Pondering. I initially thought the fourth princess, Zhao Mingzhao, merely sought elixirs for longevity, yet it appears she is entangled with Zhuowan. Could this organization be linked to the imperial family? Chen Yuan procured paper and pen, convey everything regarding the fourth princess without the slightest omission. After Jiang Yansheng trembled through his account, Chen Yuan pressed his hand to seal the blood print, securing the evidence. Seeing Jiang Yansheng's pleading eyes, Chen Yuan waved his hand. Take both of them to the prison. Both faced undeniable evidence of their crimes, and their doom was sealed, the annihilation of their clan a foregone conclusion. Thank you, my lord. Jiang Yansheng knelt, tears streaming down his face. Exiting the interrogation room, a henchman hurried over. My lord, someone from the Wang family is here, demanding you. Chen Yuan inquired, what about that fellow? He is still alive. The henchman dragged the barely conscious Wang Yijuan forward. Chen Yuan nodded, throw him out, and warned the Wang family that should they meddle in the affairs of the Demon Suppression Division again, they will face consequences. Yes. After interrogating the remaining Jiang family servants and confirming their non-involvement, Chen Yuan spared them further trouble. During this time, he discreetly summoned a henchman and instructed in a low voice, go to the 16th lane in the Western Market, to Zixian Pavilion. Under the pretense of Jiang Cheng'an, raid that pawn shop, retrieve 200 taels for me, and confiscate the remaining 80%. The rest, you may manage as you see fit. The henchman's eyes brightened, and within an hour, he respectfully presented 300 taels of silver notes. Chen Yuan took only 2 notes, stating calmly, The rest is to be confiscated. He harbored no sympathy for the pawnshop. Having settled all matters, night had fallen. Under the admiring gazes of the henchmen, Chun Yuan left the dungeon. Upon returning to his own courtyard, he had yet to enter when Qing Tang suddenly darted out from the side. Approaching Chun Yuan, she caught the strong scent of blood. Pinching her nose and frowning, "Young master, you've landed in serious trouble again." "What happened?" Chun Yuan asked. Qing Tang pulled him aside, speaking in hushed tones. "The Wang family has come to complain, alleging you abused your power and severely injured their illegitimate son, demanding an explanation from you, or they will retaliate. The master is furious and nearly caused a scene. Is Aunt Lin all right?" Chun Yuan's expression darkened. "Yes, fine. Aunt Lin went to the temple this morning to pray for you, and will return tomorrow. The old master also came. Emohi nearly suffered because of it, but I reacted quickly and hid her away." She added, "Emohi is the new sister who arrived that day. The old master is Chun Jingshuan's father, the former head of the Qin family, now elderly and rarely involved in family matters. As long as no one is hurt, that's good." Chun Yuan sighed in relief. Chuckling softly, "Have you eaten dinner yet?" "Oh dear, young master, who has the heart to think about that now?" Qing Tang stamped her foot in anxiety. "The old master is involved. You should find a place to avoid the storm for now. Return once the master cools down. I'll gather news for you. The master says you think you can bully others just because you wear black clothing. You will eventually bring harm to the Qin family, and he wants you to apologize to the Wang family." Chun Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "His words are mere wind in my ears. There's no need to heed them." He felt little sense of belonging to the Qin family. Apart from Aunt Lin and Qing Tang, few treated him kindly. He understood clearly who was good to him and who was not. Still unconvinced, Qing Tang suggested, "Shall we first find Aunt Lin?" "No need. Let us find Emohi first." "Where is she?" "I've arranged for her to stay at my aunt's house. Follow me." Qing Tang led Chun Yuan through several alleys to a dilapidated wooden house. She hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door. "Who is it?" An impatient voice came from within. A gray-haired woman opened the door, seeing Qing Tang with a scowl. "You again? What trouble do you bring now?" Lowering her head, Qing Tang timidly replied, "Aunt, I'm here to fetch my friend." The woman clicked her tongue and yelled into the house, "Whoever, come out." Emohi staggered out, pale and appearing quite frail. Qing Tang hurriedly stepped forward to support her, frowning. "Aunt, didn't you feed Emohi dinner? She's already weak. Do you think I run a hostel?" The woman rolled her eyes. "Your cousin is studying, and our family is already tight on money. How can I afford to cook for your friend?" Qing Tang insisted anxiously. "I said I would bring you silver later. Now I'm the one at fault for sheltering your friend?" The aunt snapped. "You have money to spare. Keep it for yourself. Who knows if you're trying to deceive me? A maid has no money to waste." "How can you say that?" Qing Tang's eyes reddened with anger. Chun Yuan stepped forward and spoke. "Qing Tang is no longer a maid. She is free now and simply works in the Qin residence." The woman glanced at Chun Yuan with disdain, stepping back and fanning her nose. "Little Tang, now that you're in the Qin residence, work hard and don't associate with questionable people, bringing home any beggars." She regarded Chun Yuan as a wandering vagabond, repulsed by the peculiar scent emanating from him. "However, since you are free now," the woman's eyes twinkled with a scheme. "Your cousin is approaching the age for the imperial examination and needs money to hire a good teacher. Little Tang, why not look for a position as a maid in another household? You can share half with me. It would be a way to repay our family for taking care of you." Chapter 25. Family Matters of the Qing Tang. Qin's family rebuke. "How could you utter such words?" Qin Jiaqin scolded his aunt. Shock and disappointment filled Qing Tang's eyes as she realized that her only relative was suggesting she sell herself into servitude for money. "If you are unwilling, then why such a strong reaction?" The aunt mumbled, recalling how frail Qing Tang had been, and how she had only fetched a mere 3 taels of silver. 3 taels? Qing Tang grasped her aunt's wrist tightly. "You once claimed that the broker had deducted money, giving only 1 tael. Were you deceiving me back then?" She remembered her youth, when her father was imprisoned for unknown reasons, never to be seen again. Her mother struggled to raise her, but soon succumbed to illness due to overwork. She had taken refuge with her aunt, living on the edge of survival. But with the arrival of her aunt's newborn, their circumstances grew dire, leaving no means to treat her mother. Her aunt had suggested that if she were willing to work as a maid in a wealthy household, she could earn money for her mother's treatment. In her innocence, desperate to save her mother, Qing Tang followed her aunt to the broker, signing a contract for servitude, yet her mother never lived to see a doctor. She remained with the broker until she was sold to the Qin family. Her aunt, feeling the pain of Qing Tang's grip, exclaimed, "You ungrateful wretch. If we had no spare coins to buy straw mats, your mother would have been devoured by wild dogs long ago. The rent was rising, and you were too young to need money. I was safeguarding it for your benefit. In this world, how long can a girl like you work? Once you age and become clumsy, you will be cast aside, and it will be too late for regrets. Listen to your aunt," she continued. "If you sell yourself to a wealthy family now, you could earn at least 10 taels of silver. I can help you negotiate for more. Once you are in a wealthy household, your horizons will broaden. If you can catch the eye of a nobleman and become a concubine, your later years will be free from hardship." As she spoke, She reached out to pull Qing Tang, but Chun Yuan intervened, blocking her. What are you doing? The aunt shouted angrily, glaring at Chun Yuan. If you continue to be a nuisance, I will have the constables remove you. Chun Yuan shielded the dazed Qing Tang behind him, looking down at the aunt with a calm demeanor. Qing Tang's affairs are her own to decide. You need not meddle. I am her aunt. This is for her own good. What concern is it of yours, outsider? The aunt retorted. Peering outside, she noticed constables with lanterns patrolling and called out, Constable. Initially, he ignored her, but upon repeated calls, he approached with a frown. What is it? Constable, this idle person has intruded without cause and is causing a scene before my door. I was merely speaking with my niece, and he even attempted to strike me, the aunt hastily asserted. The constable, displeased, frowned and did not even glance at Chun Yuan, extending his hand toward the aunt. She grimaced in pain, producing several copper coins, and respectfully offered them to the constable, saying, Please, constable, I implore you to intervene. Only then did the constable nod in satisfaction, not bothering to look at Chun Yuan, barking, Who is this beggar? The curfew is in effect. Do you wish to be thrown into the lockup? Chun Yuan remained silent, gazing at him indifferently. The aunt smirked to herself, thinking, This foolish boy dares to offend the constable. Once he gets beaten and thrown out, he will regret it. Seeing Chun Yuan's lack of compliance, the constable raised his voice further. Do you truly wish to be punished? He lifted the lantern to scrutinize Chun Yuan's features. But as the light illuminated Chun Yuan's dark attire, he faltered. The uniform was eerily familiar, as if the foreman had specifically warned against it. When the firelight glinted off the token at Chun Yuan's waist, the constable's pupils dilated, and the lantern nearly slipped from his grasp. This is the Demon Suppression Division, whom the foreman warned us not to offend. Do you intend to strike a demon suppression officer? Chun Yuan asked, his tone flat. The lantern clattered to the ground as the constable knelt. I am at fault. I beg for your mercy. He turned, delivering a slap to the aunt. You blind harpy. How dare you falsely accuse a demon suppression officer? The aunt and Apos' face turned pale, her lips quivering, utterly flustered. Mind your own business, Chun Yuan commanded. Go back to your patrol and refrain from engaging in such nonsense. Yes, my lord, I shall leave at once. The constable nodded and bowed, handing the copper coins back to Chun Yuan, visibly relieved as he hurried away. Chun Yuan weighed the coins in his hand, glancing back at the terrified aunt. Before he could speak, she suddenly fell to her knees. My lord, Enough. Rise, Chun Yuan interjected sternly. Qing Tang's matters are for her to decide. The aunt nodded incessantly, afraid to speak further, her demeanor drastically altered from before. Chun Yuan was about to reprimand her again when he felt Qing Tang tugging at his sleeve. He flicked the coins back to the aunt, murmuring, The broker who dared to take Qing Tang has already been arrested. Should you harbor any ulterior motives, the prison has space for you as well. I daren't, the aunt stammered. Her fear mingled with a flicker of hope as she realized the coins could return to her. Chun Yuan scoffed, You should be grateful that you are Qing Tang and Apos' aunt. With that, he departed with 2 maidservants in tow. As they walked, Qing Tang supported Mohi, trailing behind Chun Yuan. After a while, she whispered, Thank you, young master. What do you thank me for? Chun Yuan smiled gently, playfully pinching her nose. I told you I would not allow anyone to bully my maid. Qing Tang wrinkled her nose, a rare frown replacing her usual smile. But my aunt, she once cared for my mother. I know I have been willful and caused you trouble. Chun Yuan ruffled her hair. Do not dwell on it. If I were concerned, I would not have returned the coins. I am not the type to exploit my power. But before, Qing Tang murmured, then smiled lightly. Now it is different. Although the young master has done many wrongs, aside from my parents, you are the one who cherishes me the most. You little girl, Chun Yuan turned to Mohi. Do not mimic Qing Tang. All you do is bark. You are the little dog, Qing Tang retorted, raising her hand to swat at Chun Yuan, but he dodged, and she chased him in mock anger. Mohi watched the two playfully and chuckled softly. As their playful banter led them to the Chun residence, Qing Tang's smile faded, and her thoughts returned to the events of the day, worrying about Chun Yuan. At that moment, the gates of the side courtyard of Chun Manor stood wide open, an atmosphere of solemnity enveloping the place. In the usually deserted Jingyun Hall, Chen Jingxian wore a face of thunder, while the concerned Madame Zhao, having been persuaded to return, engaged in idle chatter with Qin Qinglan, who sat proudly on a wooden chair, a smirk gracing his face. This incident had even stirred the usually reclusive patriarch, Chen Mingyang. Old ancestor, master, the second young master has returned, the steward announced just as Chen Yuan strode into the hall. Chen Jingxian sprang to his feet, brandishing a wooden stick. Beast, how dare you return? What have you done now? Chen Qinglan taunted. You have only held the position in the Demon Suppression Division for a few days, and already you engage in actions that tarnish the Chun family's reputation. Father said it best. You, wild spawn, will inevitably bring disaster. His tone was lighthearted, exuding arrogance. The Wang family member rose, a solemn man approaching 40, and inquired, Are you the one who harmed my nephew, Wang Yijuan? Wang Yijuan. Chen Yuan raised his gaze to the man, his voice calm. I believe I warned your Wang family that if you intercede again, you would face consequences. Chapter 26. The Chun residence and the Wang family. How dare you? Nonsense. Chun Jingxian roared, his voice reverberating through the hall. A tempest of fury, wretched spawn. Still here to create chaos. The Wang family's son has been grievously injured by your hand, bettered for months. Does donning black robes make you worthy of such arrogance? In just a few days, you've caused such turmoil. You must immediately apologize to the Wang family. The Wang family member, with a dismissive wave, coldly retorted, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. I see that the Qin family looks down upon us, even daring to threaten us. Do you truly believe that we fear the name of the Demon Suppression Bureau? If it were a man in white, perhaps we would think twice. But Chun Yuan is merely a man in black. Madame Zhao, observing the escalating tension, hurriedly interjected. Her tone tinged with urgency. The Chun and Wang families have been on good terms for many years. This incident is solely the fault of that wretched child, who has always been unruly and unmanageable. She cast a sidelong glance at Chun Yuan, her voice laced with disdain. He must come forth to apologize, lest our family's goodwill be tarnished. As for those two maidservants, they should also be sent to the Wang family to serve your esteemed son. Do you hear me? Chun Jingxian pointed a wooden staff at Chun Yuan, anger blazing in his eyes. Chun Yuan, unperturbed, surveyed the crowd and slowly shook his head. Irredeemable. Jiang Cheng'an has harmed the common folk, colluding with beasts, resulting in nearly 100 deaths in Yongyan County. His crimes are unforgivable, and the evidence is irrefutable. He has been using people to concoct elixirs, with all purchased maidservants vanished without a trace, sheltered by the powerful, thus eluding capture for so long until I personally apprehended him. Chun Yuan turned his gaze to the Wang family, questioning Wang Yijuan's audacity to defend him. Was he not complicit in these affairs, shielding Jiang? The Wang family member vehemently denied it. Wang Yijuan has made it clear to us. He only asks you to provide evidence to avoid innocent casualties. What is he? How dare he demand evidence from the demon suppressor? Chun Yuan's voice darkened. Frigid, a mere dandy who frequents brothels dares to ask the Bureau for evidence? Or does your Wang family intend to usurp the Demon Suppression Bureau? The Wang family member retorted sharply. Do not speak recklessly. Chun Yuan's gaze was disdainful. I made myself clear. Even if your family patriarch were present, should he dare to utter nonsense, he would still be taken to the Bureau. The Wang family member trembled, pointing at Chun Yuan. You. Silence enveloped the Jiangcheng Hall. The onlookers were unclear about the events, but knew that the Wang family had come in fury, accusing Chun Yuan of misconduct and abuse of power. Given Chun Yuan's prior reputation for misdeeds, their minds were already made up, eager to hold him accountable. Chun Yuan directed his gaze back at Chun Jingxian, his tone dripping with scorn. You fail to discern the true nature of the situation and instead engage in mindless commotion. Who, I ask, is truly causing chaos? As a merchant, trusting others so easily, you hold the helm of the Chun family and Appo's ship. Such rash actions, who, in truth, is tarnishing the Chun family and Appo's name? Regarding matters of demons, do you genuinely believe you can curry favor and incite trouble? What will you do when the Bureau comes to your door, claiming this incident implicates the Chun residents? Chun Jingxuan's grip on the wooden staff trembled slightly, his face flushed with heat, yet he would not relinquish his hold. The Chun family had been struggling lately. The most powerful Wang family in the capital had come knocking, initially a cause for excitement, only to discover that his illegitimate son had caused a ruckus, injuring a member of the Wang family. This was a cause for alarm. If this matter was not handled properly, it could turn the Chun and Wang families into bitter enemies, an untenable situation. Now, the Chun family could not withstand the scrutiny of their peers, let alone the Wang family, the most formidable of the royal merchants in the capital. Even if illegitimate son Chun Yuan was in the right, they could not let it rest here. If he were to lay down that wooden staff, he would not only fail to provide the Wang family with an explanation, but he would also lose all authority as a father before his illegitimate son. Chun Yuan, unwilling to indulge, strode forward, snatching the staff away. He had refrained from speaking on the matter of Aunt Lin's injury out of respect for his mother's presence, but now he saw fit to settle accounts. He fixed his gaze upon the astonished Chun Jingxian. You wield that staff all day, yet dare only to strike at your own kin. With a firm grip, Chun Yuan crushed the staff in his hands, splinters scattering to the floor. For his mother and Appo's sake, he was reluctant to elaborate on certain matters. But should there be a next time, and he could not restrain himself, he would not hold back his wrath. Chun Jingxian, taken aback by Chun Yuan and Appo's audacity, stammered, You unfilial son, insulting your elder, defying your superior. Chun Yuan scoffed, refusing to wear that label. Chun Jingxian, known for his violent temper, often resorted to physical force within the household, a fact well known to all. As the lord, no one dared to speak against him. Standing up for Aunt Lin was also a defense for the other members of the Qin family. The elderly patriarch, Chun Mingyang, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. Enough. It has come to this, let it be. His face was lined with wrinkles, and his sunken eyes spoke with strength. Yuan, you shall apologize to the Wang family. to avoid further gossip from outsiders. Let this matter rest. The Wang family members were discontent. Their nephew was grievously injured, and all they received was a mere perfunctory apology. This was clearly an attempt to protect that wretched child. Yet, upon meeting the unyielding gaze of Chun Mingyang, they ultimately fell silent. Now, feeling weak, they would return to the Wang family and let the family head deal with this impudent Chen family. They looked at Chen Yuan, seizing the opportunity to humiliate him. Did you hear that, you wretched child? Apologize. Chen Yuan chuckled softly and stepped forward, delivering a swift kick to the Wang family member's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Chen Yuan stepped on the man and Appo's back and declared, Ancestor, what outsiders are you speaking of? He proclaimed sternly, the Wang family has repeatedly obstructed the work of the Demon Suppressor, protecting Jiang Cheng'an, and I suspect collusion in the Yongyan County incident. You dare. The Wang family member glared. My Wang family has powerful backing. Before he could finish, Chen Yuan seized his dagger and struck it against the man's teeth. Instantly, the Wang family member's teeth shattered, blood spilling forth. Chen Yuan brandished the token given to him by Su Hongyi, waving it before the man. This is a special decree from Hongyi. For officials of 5th rank and below, it is and Appos, strike first, report later. And Appos, a mere Wang family? I can easily investigate you. The hall fell into a chilling silence, and Chen Yuan surveyed the room, his expression impassive. I will visit the Demon Suppression Bureau. Should there be further matters, I will address them upon apprehending the suspects. He lifted the Wang family member, leaving a trail of blood in the man and Appos' anguish cries as he departed from the Chen residence. Once Chen Yuan was completely out of sight, Chen Jingxian, seething with rage, exclaimed, Scoundrel, unfilial son, how dare you? He turned to Chun Mingyang. Father, this matter. Enough, I am weary, Chen Mingyang interrupted. The younger generation will have their own fortunes. Yuan has grown up, yet you remain as impetuous and rash as ever. Learn from your second and third brothers. Madame Zhao, standing nearby, urged, Patriarch, who could have anticipated that Chen Yuan would act so recklessly? I fear he will offend others, dragging our Chen family into trouble. Chun Mingyang shot her a glance. Has the Chen family ever feared offending anyone? Yuan has always been a member of the Chun family since birth. With that, he strode away. Chun Jingxian, his face flushed with anger, realized he could no longer chastise Chen Yuan, and stormed out of the side courtyard. With Madame Zhao and others following closely behind, their faces darkened. Upon Chen Yuan's return, the side courtyard was deserted. Qing Tang, who had been eavesdropping outside, cautiously approached after seeing the lord and his entourage leave. Young master, do you think father will cut your allowance? She had witnessed the consequences of Chen Yuan's defiance, knowing that it had once led to a severe punishment where he was bedridden for days, deprived of his monthly allowance, a bitter experience. Do we truly lack for that? Chen Yuan pulled out 2 silver notes, waving them before her. As I mentioned before, I have retrieved 200 taels. Qing Tong's eyes widened in astonishment, following the fluttering silver notes suspended in the air. Chapter 27. A tender moment, and the 4th princess's scheme. What a little money lover. Chen Yuan jested with a smile, extending a silver note toward her. Don't hesitate, take it. Qing Tang hesitated, her hand reaching out only to retract. Young master, why give me so much money? Just take it. Chen Yuan insisted, placing the note firmly in her hand. He then called for Mo and handed her another silver note. Mo quickly shook her head, too timid to accept. What? Is it so difficult for you two to accept a silver note from me? Chen Yuan feigned seriousness, adopting a stern expression. Seeing his demeanor, they reluctantly accepted. If you need anything, just buy it yourself. I don't want to hear people say I mistreat my servants when I'm out. Chen Yuan raised the food box in his hand, knowing they hadn't eaten yet, having specially packed some meals from the tavern. Qing Tang and Mo hurriedly took the food box to heat it by the stove. Chen Yuan returned to his room to change out of his blood-stained black attire and washed up briefly. When he re-emerged, the warm meals were neatly arranged on the table, and the two were seated nearby, whispering to each other. Why haven't you started eating? Chen Yuan inquired. We're waiting for young master to eat first, they replied in unison. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Come, let us eat together, otherwise, the food will get cold. Indeed, the etiquette of the Dacian kingdom dictated that servants must stand and serve while their master dined, only allowed to eat afterward, with severe punishments for those who disobeyed. However, Chen Yuan scoffed at these feudal customs, particularly in a secluded courtyard. He closed the door and urged the two to join him at the table. Qing Tang feigned reluctance, yet her eyes were fixated on the food. She had already seated herself, stuffing a bun into her mouth. Mo remained hesitant, her head bowed, unwilling to pick up her chopsticks. Mo, just eat. Young master rarely treats us, and if he finds out he's run out of money one day, it'll be our pockets that suffer. Qing Tang mumbled through a mouthful of bun. Eat your meal. No one thinks you're mute. Chen Yuan chuckled, shaking his head at her incessant chatter. Mo finally sat down, awkwardly picking up her chopsticks, clearly uncomfortable. Chen Yuan observed her closely. Unlike Qing Tong's lively demeanor, Mo exuded a quieter, more delicate aura. Her eating style was refined. Unlike Qing Tong's voracious consumption, She took small bites, savoring her food with the poise of a noble lady. Chen Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Let us go to the market together tomorrow and buy you both some new clothes." "That sounds great," Qing Tang exclaimed. "You two are not bound to Chen's household. When you have free time, feel free to buy whatever you wish." "You may not know, young master," Qing Tang explained. "When we go to the tailor and Amp, Oppos, the shopkeeper asks too many questions. If they realize we and Amp, Oppos, rebuying for ourselves, the better shops refuse to sell, fearing trouble. We need a steward to accompany us. I'll accompany you tomorrow and clarify things with the shopkeepers," Chen Yuan replied, then shifted the conversation. "Qing Tang, aside from your aunt, do you have other relatives?" "No," Qing Tang responded, her smile fading as she gently shook her head. "My mother passed away, and my father was taken by the authorities. I have had no news since." Chen Yuan noted this in his heart, thinking he should help her investigate if the opportunity arose. He turned to Mo and asked, "What about you, Mo?" Mo was taken aback by the question, pausing for a moment before murmuring, "My family's fortunes have declined, my parents are long gone, and I have no other relatives." Her lips moved slightly, as if she wished to say more, but she ultimately remained silent. Chen Yuan reassured them, "At Chen's household, there's no need for formality. Consider it your own home. After a long day, you should rest early." Engaging in light conversation for a while, he then returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and summoned the interface. Current martial arts, common grade, Swift Wind Blade Technique, complete. Spirit grade, Pure Yang Heart Technique, complete. Mysterious Sky Anomalous Eyes, complete. Supreme grade, Mysterious Abyss Dragon Seizing Technique, first level. Remaining talent points, 11,200. The introduction of the new supreme martial art flooded his mind. The profundity of the mysterious abyss is unfathomable. The might of dragon seizing is overwhelming, merging the dual energies of yin and yang, encompassing 9 realms. The third level can shatter clouds and split seas. The sixth can seize dragons and bind flood dragons. The ninth can capture the abyss and rend the void. Chen Yuan was astounded. The efficacy of this martial art exceeded his expectations. Although this world possessed true Qi martial arts with various realms, at its core, it remained a mundane realm. No matter how powerful a martial arts technique, it would still be crushed by thousands of troops. This was the foundation of dynastic change. However, this supreme technique evidently transcended the realm of martial arts, seizing dragons and binding flood dragons, even tearing the void. With a thought, Chen Yuan poured all his remaining talent points into the mysterious abyss dragon seizing technique. The points were instantly depleted, and the technique on the interface began to change slowly. First level, third level, Mysterious Abyss Dragon Seizing Technique, third level Breaking Waves and Shattering Clouds Technique. Suddenly, Chen Yuan felt a tearing pain throughout his body, as muscle fibers continuously tore and reformed, causing immense suffering. He had never experienced such a sensation when enhancing his techniques before. Gritting his teeth, he endured. The pain persisted for nearly 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Chen Yuan stood up, feeling light as a feather. As he stepped off the bed, his foot pressed down with a slight force, creating a deep dent in the ground. He realized this was the result of a sudden surge in strength that his body could not control. Over 10,000 talent points had only elevated him to the third level. The power within him had multiplied, far exceeding his imagination. Returning to the bed quietly, he sat cross-legged once more. He needed to digest this explosive surge of power gradually, learning to master his body. In the deep of night, in the Jiaihua Palace, a noblewoman adorned with a splendid golden hairpin entered the hall, supported by her maid. Butler Ning stood by the door, bowing obsequiously. "Your Highness, the fourth princess." Princess Zhao Mingzhao responded coolly, continuing her stride while casually inquiring, "Butler Ning, how did the matter proceed?" It went fairly well." Butler Ning replied cautiously, following closely. "Earlier, I wanted to contact your Highness, but I was unsure of your whereabouts." Zhao Mingzhao shot him a glance. "Royal ancestral rights are not something you can contact at will. Has the matter concerning the Chen family been resolved?" "It has," Butler Ning affirmed. Chen Jingxian heard of the princess's intention to collaborate and was overjoyed. Though the goods have yet to arrive, the Chen family has already begun preparing the trade caravan. Zhao Mingyao snorted softly. With the Jiang and salt ship sunk, he had no choice. That was handled well. There were no leaks, right? "Rest assured, Your Highness. Those in the know have already sunk with the ship," Butler Ning assured. "Well done." Zhao Mingzhao nodded slightly. "What about the other matter?" Butler Ning lowered his head, his voice dropping further. "Your Highness, please Don and Oppos. Be angry. There were some unforeseen circumstances." He recounted the incident involving Chen Yuan, embellishing it with details. Zhao Mingzhao remained expressionless, taken aback that the Chen family had such a debauched air. "Good thing I had you test them one by one, or I might have been deceived by his facade. But there's no need to worry. I and Oppos, VE already set up my pieces. The Chen family will be at my fingertips." A mere black-clad figure cannot stir up any trouble. Seated comfortably, she gestured, "Bring me the elixirs." "But Your Highness, the magistrate of Yongning County has been captured by the Demon Suppression Division this month and Oppos' elixirs have not arrived," Butler Ning spoke softly, not daring to breathe. What did you say? Zhao Mingzhao and Appo's beautiful eyes narrowed sharply. When did this happen? Today, it was also that debauched air and Appo's doing. Zhao Mingzhao and Appo's eyes glinted with cold light. He possesses such ability. Suddenly, she smiled lightly, revealing a jade token from her sleeve. Send word to Yan Yan. She knows what to do regarding the Chun family's business. Yes. As Butler Ning bowed and exited the room, Zhao Mingzhao shed her silk outer garment, revealing a distinct pattern on her shoulder. The intricate patterns gradually illuminate, revealing the image of an azure phoenix. Chapter 28. The dandy and the princess of the capital. On the following morning, Chen Yuan, attended by 2 maidservants, donned a short robe of moonlight white, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, exuding an air of youthful extravagance. Seizing the coolness of the dawn before the heat of the day set in, the trio strolled leisurely towards the marketplace. The shops lining the streets gradually lowered their shutters, while the fragrant steam of freshly made buns wafted through the alleys. Qingtang, unable to contain her excitement, bounced over to a pancake stall, her nose twitching and eyes sparkling. Young master, the sesame here is delightful, she exclaimed, cradling a freshly cooked pancake, blowing gently on it, her gaze yearningly fixed on a nearby candied hawthorn stall. Observing her enthusiasm, Chen Yuan Kuden and Appo's helped but chuckle as he purchased 2 skewers and handed them to her. Qingtang received the candied hawthorn with a bright smile, her dimples deepening as she bit into the crystalline coating, sweetly proclaiming, Young master, you are truly kind. Mo he, holding a parcel of assorted snacks wrapped in oil paper, had barely tasted a few bites before Qingtang claimed the majority, yet she bore no resentment, merely smiling softly. Young master, look quickly. Qingtang suddenly pointed into the distance, exclaiming, there are so many flowers over there. At that moment, she spotted a flower shop at the street corner, bursting with fragrance, and eagerly lifted her skirts, ready to dash across the street. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. 3 tall steeds raced towards them. The foremost a glossy black stallion, its hooves kicking up gravel. The young master on horseback, dressed in fineries, spotted Qingtang blocking his path and, instead of reining in his steed, raised his whip and shouted, Get out of the way, are you seeking death? Qingtang stood frozen, her candied hawthorn dropping to the ground. As the hooves approached, a white figure suddenly appeared. Watch out. Chen Yuan interposed himself before Qingtang, gripping the horse's leg and forcefully yanking downwards. The black stallion neighed in protest, toppling over. The young master was thrown from his mount, landing unceremoniously, while the 2 following horses panicked, crashing into the stalls along the roadside. Are you all right? Chen Yuan turned to inquire. Qingtang, still shaken, shook her head, while Mo he hastily stepped forward to pull her aside. I will handle this, Chen Yuan instructed, turning his attention to the disheveled young master on the ground. You! How dare you? The young master, clutching his waist and grimacing, struggled to his feet, indignantly demanding, Do you know who I am? How dare you harm my horse? This is a prized steed from the northern barbarians, worth a fortune. Chen Yuan regarded him coldly. The marketplace has regulations. Horses must not gallop. Preposterous. The young master spat. Who in the morning lacks the sense to avoid obstacles? Your maidservant has eyes like a dog, not watching where she is going. If I am injured, your life will not suffice as compensation. He was about to continue his tirade when he noticed commotion behind him. He grimaced, limping away. Behind him, a lavishly adorned carriage, inlaid with gold and jewels, approached with grace. The driver, a woman in white, frowned at the chaos ahead and inquired, Young Master Chow, what has transpired? Miss Linghua. Someone obstructed the way, causing an unfortunate incident. Young Master Chow replied, his face a mask of false charm. I merely insisted on clearing a path for the princess. Yet this fellow claims even the princess must abide by the rules. Linghua's gaze sharpened, cutting through the air like a blade as she fixed her eyes on Chen Yuan. Such audacity. Do not be troubled, Miss Linghua. There is no need to trouble the princess. I shall teach this blind fool a lesson on her behalf. Young Master Chow declared with a smirk. It is my duty to ensure the princess's passage. Kindly wait a moment. With that, he turned with an air of superiority. Listen closely. 200 taels of silver for the princess, and let your maidservant apologize. This matter will be settled. Chen Yuan furrowed his brow. Princess? Young Master Chow sneered, his condescension evident. I mistook you for a son of a noble family due to your ostentatious attire, yet you are clearly unaware of the few princesses in the capital. She is the sole daughter of the Duke of Wu, the most esteemed of all. The Duke of Wu? Chen Yuan recognized the name. Years prior, during the northern barbarians and Appo's invasion, the Duke had valiantly defended the land, safeguarding a significant portion of the empire. Since then, he had risen to great prominence, earning the title of one-character Duke. The Chen family had once sent gifts of congratulations, but had not even been deemed worthy of an audience. Chen Jingxian had always boasted of their gifts, as many imperial merchants lacked even the privilege to present offerings. The daughter of the powerful Duke of Wu undoubtedly held an extraordinary status. Chen Yuan remained silent, his gaze drifting toward the opulent carriage. Young Master Chow. Misinterpreting his stillness as fear, leaned closer and whispered, "Before the princess makes an appearance, we could reduce this matter to a triviality. If you cannot produce the 200 taels." His eyes flickered towards Qingtang and Mo He, a lewd glint surfacing. "Tell you what, your 2 maidservants are quite appealing. Let them serve me as attendants, and you may pay me 100 taels. I will speak kindly to the princess to resolve this matter. How does that sound?" Chen Yuan and Apos' eyes darkened as he waved his hand dismissively. Young Master Chow suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, sent flying several feet away, curling up on the ground in agony. Enough noise. Chen Yuan retracted his hand, casting a glance at him, then indifferent, turned away. Had he truly exerted his strength, young Master Chow would likely have perished on the spot. You dare. The driver. Ling Yue seethed, her brows knitting in fury as she directed her whip at Chen Yuan. Although the young master was not favored by the princess, he could be considered a guard of sorts. One must be cautious when striking a dog in the presence of its master. Openly attacking was an affront to the princess and Apos' dignity. She dismounted, prepared to chastise Chen Yuan, when the carriage curtain stirred. Hastily, Ling Yue turned, bowing her head, and murmured, "I apologize for the oversight. I failed to manage the situation properly, disturbing the princess." From within the carriage, a delicate hand lifted the curtain, revealing a wrist as flawless as jade. Gradually, a stunning visage emerged, her captivating eyes shimmering like autumn waters. She wore a gown of soft gold, draped with a light azure veil, bells adorning her waist. "Princess." Ling Yue carefully assisted her from the carriage, standing by her side, softly saying, "Princess, I can quickly handle these trivial matters. Please do not jeopardize your health. When we return, The princess gently gestured for her to cease, approaching Chen Yuan with a graceful gait, her bells chiming softly. Ling Yue followed closely, and as they passed the fallen young Master Chow, a flicker of disdain crossed her features. Without hesitation, she kicked him aside, muttering, "Foolish dreamer, I warned you not to follow. You only bring chaos to the princess. Men are never anything but trouble." The princess halted 3 steps from Chen Yuan, tilting her head slightly, her gaze imbued with authority, as if silently imposing pressure upon him. Chen Yuan met her stare unwaveringly, and suddenly, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him. Those eyes. Under Ling Yue's piercing gaze, he scrutinized the Duke of Wu's daughter. With her flowing hair, lively eyes, and breathtaking beauty, coupled with her striking figure, his heart skipped a beat, and with a tone laced with both curiosity and uncertainty, he slowly uttered, "Shanghai?" Chapter 29. Ling Yue's hostility, peculiar business hush. The princess gently raised her finger to her lips, interrupting Chen Yuan's words. She blinked her lively eyes and smiled sweetly, her voice melodious and reminiscent of Shanghai. "How did you discover it?" Chen Yuan's gaze subtly swept across her chest. "Rogue," the princess thought, her ears turning crimson, the bells at her waist chiming softly. "I am Shenling Xue." Standing beside her, Ling Yue's pupils trembled at the scene before her. What was she witnessing? The normally frosty princess, who never allowed anyone to approach, was being flirted with by this man and displaying a bashful expression. Was the sky falling? Ling Yue scrutinized Chen Yuan, noting his flamboyant attire, presenting himself as a typical dandy, not unlike the detestable young Master Chow. His demeanor lacked the grace and amiability of a nobleman. The princess had encountered countless talented youths, scholars with brilliant achievements, aristocrats of refined bearing, and ambitious young men holding high positions at a tender age. Yet, she found none of them worthy of her esteem. The Duke of Wu had only this one daughter, his late wife having passed away without remarrying, showering the princess with boundless affection. Even the emperor once sought to arrange a marriage, hoping for a royal union, but the princess's disdain led the duke to personally decline. Such a haughty princess, now smiling at a stranger in this marketplace? Absurd beyond belief. No one would believe it if told. Ling Yue's gaze grew increasingly vigilant, regarding Chen Yuan as a formidable adversary. The princess was still young and inexperienced, likely deceived by his honeyed words. Few men could be trusted. She had seen too many who pursued beauty and power, lingering around the princess in hopes of currying favor with the Duke of Wu. As the princess's maid and protector, she would not allow this frivolous man, no better than a rogue, to approach her. Unaware of Ling Yue's inner turmoil, Chen Yuan continued to process the connection between the seemingly vulnerable princess and the decisive Shanghai. Upon returning to report after the mission in Yongning County, he noted that Luo Bai appeared anxious upon hearing of the mission's dangers, likely already aware of Shun Lingshua's identity. Yet, he could not fathom why the esteemed daughter of the Duke of Wu would be permitted to undertake such a task alone. Seeing Chen Yuan silent, Shun Lingshue inquired, "What is it? Not used to being without a veil?" "A bit. If you donned a mask as well, I might become accustomed to it." Chen Yuan chuckled lightly, his gaze shifting to young Master Chow on the ground. "Who is this person?" "The eldest son of the Chow family. Every time I leave the house, he clings to me like a persistent leech," Shen Lingshue replied disdainfully. "I told him to disappear, yet he galloped away as if mad. My maid nearly got injured because of him." "Simple," Shun Lingxue instructed, tilting her head. Lingyue, go to the magistrate's office and have him imprisoned on charges of disturbing the peace and attempting to harm the people. Let the Chao family compensate for the damages on the street tenfold. Yes, Your Highness, Lingyue nodded, having already considered this course of action. Thank you, Princess Shun. I shall not trouble you further, as my maid and I were merely strolling, Qin Yuan said with a smirk. Just call me Lingxue, Shin Lingxue replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Shall we go together? I have nothing pressing to attend to and could use a diversion. Lingyue interjected urgently, Your Highness. Shouldn't this rogue speak first? Why is our princess the one approaching him? Noticing Shun Lingxue's glance, Lingyue whispered, Your Highness, if you return late, the prince will worry. Shin Lingxue waved her hand dismissively. The capital is quite safe. What is there to worry about? Why don't you return and inform him? I will accompany the princess. Lingyue insisted, fearing what would happen if she left alone. Shin Lingxue laughed. Then let us speak less. It is a rare outing. Before long, officials from the county office arrived, and Lingyue went to negotiate. Qin Yuan summoned Qingtang and introduced her to Shun Lingxue. The princess did not regard them with much attention. The disparity in status between master and servant was vast, and not everyone was worthy of her notice. Qingtang, understanding the propriety, had previously acted out because Qin Yuan had no one else with him. Learning of Shun Lingxue's status, she obediently lowered her head and responded graciously. Qin Yuan, noticing the undisguised disappointment in her eyes, gently patted her head. Wait here. He walked a short distance to a candied hawthorn stall and purchased 3 skewers. Qingtang accepted the treats, her gaze trembling, her lips moving as if to speak but hesitating. Enjoy. It's not often we venture out. Qin Yuan encouraged with a smile. Shin Lingxue glanced at the 2 maids, puzzled. Are they really your maids? Why else would they be? Qin Yuan replied. They are not merely maids, they are family. Shin Lingxue frowned slightly, having never heard such a notion. There was a clear distinction between master and servant in her household, and even Lingyue, who often accompanied her, adhered strictly to the rules. Qin Yuan handed the last skewer of candied hawthorn to Shun Lingxue, saying, We also need to visit the tailors to buy them some new clothes. Will you come? Of course, Shun Lingxue nodded, her curiosity piqued. Qin Yuan's demeanor remained unchanged upon learning her identity. Most others would either act timidly or alter their attitude entirely. She wondered how Qin Yuan would behave upon meeting the Duke of Wu. The group strolled toward the tailors, and Lingyue, noticing this, hurried back, disregarding the gilded carriage. She squeezed between the two, anxiously asking, Your Highness, where are we going? To browse the tailors, Shun Lingxue whispered conspiratorially to Lingyue. What do you think about letting him meet my father? Absolutely not. Lingyue exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously like a frightened rabbit. The prince will be furious. If such a dandy enters the prince's residence, he would surely have your skin. Then let it be. We shall discuss it later, Shun Lingxue replied, unfazed. Her eyes twinkling as she walked beside Qin Yuan. I still owe you a favor. Today is the perfect opportunity to repay it. It pertains to information regarding the Qin family. What? Qin Yuan expressed mild surprise, having thought it mere courtesy from Shun Lingxue. Shun Lingxue spoke slowly. There are peculiarities surrounding the business dealings between your family and the 4th princess. She gazed expectantly at Qin Yuan's face, hoping to see a look of astonishment. Yet, Qin Yuan remained unruffled, calmly stating, I am aware. You know? Shun Lingxue exclaimed, astonished, as she had only recently learned of it herself. It is quite simple to deduce, Qin Yuan replied. The salt ships in Jiangnan sank, severing the Chun family's financial lifeline, bringing them to the brink of bankruptcy. Their usual partners have remained silent, indicating the gravity of this crisis. Just days later, the 3rd prince, who has always supported the Qin family, has yet to speak, while the 4th princess, with whom they have had no prior dealings, suddenly appears. Qin Yuan turned to Shin Lingxue. Have you ever heard the saying, flattery from a stranger is often a ploy for deceit? From the start with eunuch Ning, he had been cautious of the 4th princess. After the events in Yongning County, learning of her connection to the cursed phoenix only heightened his wariness. If there were no vested interests, why would the 4th princess engage in cooperation with the Qin family? Surely, it could not be due to a benevolent heart. Chapter 30. The purchase at Yunyi Pavilion and the sudden conflict. Shin Lingxue spoke softly. I have heard that the Chun family has recently prepared a trading team, which must have cost them a significant sum. Qin Yuan shrugged. A person of little significance, my words carry no weight. How many would heed my counsel if I spoke candidly? Moreover, the Qin family has been in commerce for many years, as a venerable royal merchant. They are certainly aware of this matter. They simply have no other choice. Noticing Qin Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, Shin Lingxue could not help but ask curiously, aren't you worried? What purpose does worry serve? Qin Yuan replied dismissively. Rather than fret aimlessly, it is wiser to wait for the opportune moment. Shin Lingxue pouted and huffed lightly, choosing not to press further. Since their departure from Yongning County, Qin Yuan had enjoyed speaking in riddles. If she were to inquire further, would it not reveal her own ignorance? Here we are. Qin Yuan halted his steps, raising his gaze to behold the 3 prominent characters of Yunyi Pavilion. Shin Lingxue remarked, This establishment is commendable, with fine fabrics at reasonable prices. Even the royal family occasionally comes here to procure goods. As they entered, the attendant from Yunni Pavilion approached them. Bowing respectfully, esteemed guests, which fabric would you like to examine? She picked up a piece of satin, displaying the material before them. As she unfurled several bolts of silk, Chen Yuan sidled up and smiled at Qingtang. Please move forward. You cannot see clearly from the back. Qingtang cautiously stepped closer, casting a few glances before quickly shaking her head. She had not expected that the young master would bring them to Yunni Pavilion. Such a place was reserved for the affluent. A single piece of silk could cost 2 to several dozen taels of silver. Even if she were to purchase such exquisite luxury, she would not dare wear it, fearing reprimand from her master. Understanding her apprehension, Chen Yuan addressed the attendant. This fabric feels coarse. Do you have anything soft and comfortable suited for lining? The attendant, puzzled, noted that she had never seen a young master bring maids to Yunni Pavilion, personally selecting garments for them. Observing the fabric worn by this young master, it was merely of ordinary quality. Maintaining her professionalism, she patiently replied, "You have a discerning eye, sir. This cloud brocade, while luxurious, is not suitable for close wear. If you seek a cotton lining." She walked over to a nearby display, retrieving a piece of fabric and gently shaking it open. "This is from Songjiang Prefecture." Just as she was about to continue, a sharp voice interrupted. "Who is this blind monkey? Do you not know that this fabric cannot be touched?" An imperious maid glared, clutching a piece of fabric, her disdain palpable. "Apologies, I have only been here for 2 days." The attendant hurriedly bowed her head in contrition. Those who frequented Yunni Pavilion were not individuals she could afford to offend. "Remove your filthy hands." The maid snatched the fabric away, brushing off the invisible dust. "How could Yunni Pavilion employ someone like you, who does not even understand basic etiquette? I will ensure the manager disciplines you properly." The attendant turned pale. Such words would surely cost her position, and she would find no employment elsewhere. She truly did not know that this fabric had already been sold, otherwise she would never have committed such a blunder. Yet, as the words of defense hung on her lips, her trembling mouth failed to utter them. She had witnessed too many colleagues attempt to explain themselves, only to end up losing face and inciting the wrath of the powerful. This fabric is displayed here, therefore. It is unclaimed. Why is it untouchable? Chen Yuan frowned and stepped forward. The attendant merely made slight contact. Why make a mountain out of a molehill? Within Yunni Pavilion, patrons came and went, and the fabrics on display were meant to be touched and chosen. The maid holding the fabric scoffed. Yunni Pavilion has long had a rule. The lining fabrics from Songjiang Prefecture are to be selected by my master first, as has always been the custom. This attendant has broken the rules. What if she damages or soils it? Who will take responsibility? Chen Yuan and Apos. S brow furrowed deeper, his tone growing colder. No wonder you are so aggressive. It seems you are merely abusing your power. I had thought this fabric was reserved for your master, but your arrogance is quite pronounced. The maid was about to retort sharply when a cool female voice interjected from behind. What is happening here? Turning towards the voice, Chen Yuan saw a noble woman clad in luxurious brocade approaching gracefully, her features striking and her demeanor dignified, trailed by several attendants of notable status. The maid quickly bowed, her tone respectful yet tinged with grievance. Your Highness, this attendant does not understand the rules and recklessly handled the Songjiang fabrics. I was merely in discussion with them. When this young master spoke disrespectfully, the noblewoman's gaze swept over Chen Yuan and the others before settling on Shun Lingxue. With a gentle smile, she said, Sister Shun, if you wish to procure fabrics from Songjiang Prefecture, why come all the way to Yunni Pavilion? Just let me know, and I will have them delivered to your estate. Shun Lingxue replied indifferently, I appreciate the fourth princess's kindness, but I am merely accompanying friends for a leisurely stroll. Sister's friends? The fourth princess, Zhao Mingzhao, turned her attention to Chen Yuan, smiling lightly. Is this not the second son of the Chen family, Chen Yuan? I have heard much about you. My maid is rather spoiled. I will certainly discipline her when I return. Upon hearing this, the maid trembled slightly. Chen Yuan remained composed. Indeed, it is necessary to discipline her to prevent any future tarnishing of the fourth princess's reputation. Zhao Mingzhao raised an eyebrow slightly. Young Master Chen is indeed forthright. He is quite unlike the rumors suggest. No wonder Sister Shun is willing to accompany you. Shun Lingxue frowned slightly, her tone cool. Your Highness, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Zhao Mingzhao responded with a smile. Why must you be so distant, sister? Young Master Chen is a remarkable talent. Having ascended to the ranks of the Black Robes at such a young age, slaying those on the wanted list, it is rare to encounter him, especially since my family has business dealings with the Chen family. Chen Yuan replied with dignity. I have also heard much of the fourth princess's esteemed reputation. The Yongning County incident, the Zhaowan organization, all bear your influence. Is that so? How amusing. Zhao Mingzhao laughed lightly, though her eyes betrayed no mirth. She was well aware of the implication behind Chen Yuan's words. Zhao Mingzhao leisurely produced a palm-sized invitation from her sleeve and handed it to Shun Lingxue. Since we have fortuitously crossed paths, I need not send someone to your residence. Next month, The northern barbarians elite will descend southward to promote friendship with Deqian. I am organizing this grand event, attended by all the royal brothers. I hope Sister Shun and Duke Wu will grace us with your presence to elevate Deqian's prestige. Shun Lingxue accepted the invitation, and Zhao Mingzhao turned her gaze to Chun Yuan with a smile. Young Master Chun, as a young and talented individual, you should certainly attend this event. However, there are restrictions. Only those of 7th rank and above may participate. It is a pity that an 8th rank black robe does not meet the qualifications. Her implication was clear. Chun Yuan was merely a lowly black robe and should not meddle in matters beyond his station. Chun Yuan met her gaze squarely. If the princess extends an invitation, how could I disappoint? I shall certainly be there punctually. Let us hope so. Zhao Mingzhao regarded him thoughtfully, then turned back to Xin Lingxue with a smile. I shall not intrude on sister's enjoyment any longer. I will visit your residence another day to reminisce. With that, she summoned her attendants and gracefully departed from Yunni Pavilion. As Xin Lingxue watched her leave, she muttered under her breath, "TCH, an insufferable old hag. Is there a history there?" Chun Yuan inquired, glancing sideways. Xin Lingxue shook her head. Not exactly. She often visits my estate, presenting herself as gentle and gracious. Yet, outside the court, she constantly tries to meddle in my father's affairs, seeking to curry favor with the powers that be. It is truly vexing. Chun Yuan nodded. Perceiving the tension between the royal family and Duke Wu, the elite gathering, with all the princes present, was clearly intended to elevate Duke Wu's status and was an obvious attempt to undermine him. My father will handle it well. Xin Lingxue shook her head. Now that the bothersome person has left, we can proceed to select fabrics for your treasured maid. Chapter 31. The threat of Lingwei and the princess's schemes. Chun Yuan glanced at Shun Lingxue, finding her words somewhat peculiar. He beckoned the anxious Ce, reassuring him. Rest assured, with this noble lady present, the shopkeeper will not trouble you. Please recommend a few fine fabrics for us. Ce, visibly relieved, bowed and said, "Thank you. Esteemed gentlemen, please follow me." Under Ce detailed guidance, Chun Yuan selected a piece of soft fabric, instructing Qing Tang and Mo He to take measurements for an inner lining. He also picked out several items for Aunt Lin, paid a deposit, and arranged for them to be delivered directly to the Chun residence upon completion of the tailoring. Meanwhile, Shun Lingxue wandered about, curiously exploring her surroundings, her spirits high. Yet she did not make any purchases. By the time they exited Yunni Pavilion, an hour had passed. Lingwei, who had been closely following Shun Lingxue, was growing increasingly anxious. Noticing her lady gazing into the distance, she could not help but remind her, "Your Highness, it is getting late. We should return home. The young Master Yu has been waiting for nearly half an hour for your visit. The Duke of Wu has specifically instructed us to uphold the Yu family and Oppos as propriety." Understood. Shun Lingxue sighed, reluctant to part, and turned to bid farewell to Chun Yuan. Lingwei, with a gentle smile, assisted the princess into the carriage and lightly closed the curtain. Once the matter was settled, she turned her gaze toward Chun Yuan, her expression instantly transforming from warmth to icy coldness. "Chun Gongzi," she lowered her voice to ensure the princess could not hear. "I am unaware of how you came to know the princess, but if you possess any self-awareness, you should refrain from further entanglement." Chun Yuan shook his head with a chuckle, bemused by how the maid was watching him like a hawk, fearing he might harbor ill intentions toward the princess. "Miss Lingwei, do not misconstrue my intentions. Whether there is a misunderstanding is clear to you." Lingyue's demeanor turned frosty. "While the princess is absent, I shall speak plainly. I have encountered too many individuals like you, with ulterior motives, who ultimately bring ruin upon themselves. I have heard your name. You are the one who eliminated the criminal ranked 73 on the blood list. Indeed, you possess some talent. However," she stepped before Chun Yuan, "those on the list are mere novices. Do not think that ascending to the ranks of the Black Cloaks makes you exceptional. As a mere merchant's son, do not presume to reach for something beyond your grasp. If you continue to be so oblivious." Chun Yuan raised an eyebrow, smiling as he inquired, "What then?" "Then allow me to enlighten you." Before she could finish her sentence, Lingyue's hand was already on the hilt of her sword. With a sharp sound, the blade was drawn, pointing directly at Chun Yuan. Qing Tang and Mo He gasped, the blade narrowly missing Chun Yuan's ear, producing a fierce gust of wind. The sword halted beside his earlobe, and Lingyue looked at him with disdain. "To be this slow to react, yet you dare to claim to be a young prodigy? You are nothing but an empty name. Miss Lingyue, swords are blind. Be careful not to hurt yourself." Chun Yuan chuckled lightly, raising 2 fingers to gently push the blade aside. Lingyue sneered, "If you cannot even withstand my sword, do not feign bravado. Keep your distance from the princess. Next time, the blade may not miss." With a raised eyebrow, she did not hide her contempt, preparing to sheath her sword. However, as her left hand reached for the sheath at her waist, she found nothing. Lingyue froze, looking down to discover that her sword sheath had vanished. It had been secured to her waist moments ago. Could it have fallen to the ground? She scanned the area but heard Chun Yuan's teasing voice. "Are you searching for this?" Lingyue's head snapped up, only to see her sword sheath in Chun Yuan's grasp. When had he made a move? She had not seen him act at all. Chen Yuan smiled softly. Miss Lingyue, rest assured. My relationship with the princess is merely one of ordinary acquaintance, without any ulterior motives. He tossed the sheath back to Lingyue, momentarily at a loss for words. Lingyue tightly grasped the sheath, glaring at Chen Yuan before coldly huffing. I hope you remember my words today and do not misjudge yourself. With that, she turned and mounted her horse. Chen Yuan watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a silent laugh. If she only knew that her princess was a black-cloaked demon subduer, he wondered what her reaction would be. Qing Tang and Mo he hurried forward. Concern etched on their faces. Young master, are you all right? Chen Yuan waved his hand, smiling. It's nothing, let us return home. That maid is utterly detestable, Qing Tang complained. Young master is not a reckless person. He has merely visited Fengqi Tower a few times for socializing. Chen Yuan's lips twitched, urging, hurry, let us return for lunch. Upon returning to the Chun residence's side courtyard, Aunt Lin was leisurely enjoying tea. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, she rose to greet him. Yuan Gur, come here. Chen Yuan approached, asking what is it? Aunt Lin produced a protective talisman from her sleeve and placed it in Chen Yuan and Appo's hand. This is a sacred artifact blessed by a temple master. The demon subduing department faces dangers daily, and with this talisman, you will be shielded and everything will proceed smoothly. Chen Yuan smiled as he tucked the talisman into his robe. Thank you, mother. Now I can rest easy. Aunt Lin sighed with relief. The master mentioned you may face misfortune soon. Carrying this talisman can avert calamity. She gently advised, have a sip of tea to soothe your throat. It's almost lunchtime. Just as Chen Yuan reached for his teacup, a knock sounded from outside. A young servant called out, second young master, the master requests your presence in the main courtyard. What could it be now? Aunt Lin felt a twinge of anxiety. She had just learned that Chun Jingxian had sought retribution the previous day. The young servant replied, it concerns the Chun family and Appo's business deal. Please hurry, second young master. ISN and Appo's tea that handled by Qin Qinglan? Why does it involve Yuan Gu and Appo's? Aunt Lin grumbled. It and Appo's. It's just about lunchtime, and I haven't and Appo's tea even had a hot meal yet. I and Appo's LL returned shortly. You and Qing Tang can chat for a while. Do not wait for me. Chen Yuan reassured her. He followed the young servant to the main courtyard, and as he pushed the door open, he immediately heard voices raised in anger. Qin Qinglan kicked over an incense burner, shouting, Father, the caravan was my painstaking effort over several days. Why should that useless fool interfere? Chen Jingxian sat in the main seat, his brow furrowed in concern. The fourth princess specifically named him. What can I do? Infuriating. What does that dandy know? Why should he be chosen? Qin Qinglan paced angrily. As Chen Yuan entered, he offered a slight bow, asking, what do you need of me? Chen Jingxian cast a glance at him, inhaling deeply as he stood. Yuan, I summoned you regarding the fourth princess and the Chun family's business deal. This morning, the fourth princess sent word, explicitly demanding that you take charge of this commercial venture, or the collaboration will be terminated. The remaining 3 shops in Jiangnan have already been pawned to prepare for the caravan. This business is entrusted to you, and there must be no mistakes. Business? Chen Yuan shook his head, responding coolly, I want to go. You have no say in whether you go or not. Chen Jingxian slammed the table in frustration. Do you think this is a jest? Because of you, we have already offended the Wang family. Chen Jingshuan's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at Chen Yuan. Now, the Chen family can only rely on this business deal to salvage the situation. Do you think I wish to send you? If it weren't for the fourth princess's insistence, you wouldn't even have a part in this. Chapter 32. Taking over business affairs. Inventory of goods. Chen Yuan's brow was furrowed. The fourth princess's blatant scheme was evidently designed to place him in a precarious position. Should any mishap occur during this undertaking, not only would the Chun family face imminent ruin, but he would also be cast as a scapegoat, his reputation utterly tarnished. Moreover, he had never dabbled in commerce, and his lack of experience was glaring. No wonder the fourth princess had exuded such confidence during their meeting today. Qin Qinglan scoffed dismissively, his tone dripping with disdain. Yuan Gur, you truly are a paradox. In these past few days, I've made all the necessary arrangements. The caravan is set to depart tomorrow. Yet here you are, meddling and making excuses. Chen Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him, thinking him a fool beyond redemption. Only someone as dim-witted as Chen Qinglan would eagerly grasp such a hot potato. Chen Qinglan's face turned a shade of fury, and he turned to Qin Jingxian, indignantly exclaiming, Father, this useless. Silence. Qin Jingxian shot him a cold glare, his voice sharp. What place do you have to speak here? If not for the matters concerning the Jiangnan salt ships, would we be in this predicament? Noticing Chen Yuan's silence, Chen Jingxian suppressed his irritation and asked in a low voice, what will it take for you to take charge of this matter? From now on, Aunt Lin will dine at the same table as Madame Zhao. Chen Yuan stated plainly. Furthermore, the authority to make decisions regarding the caravan must be entrusted entirely to me. No one else is to interfere. Agreed. Chen Jingxian waved his hand. The goods for the caravan are already prepared. You need not concern yourself overly. Simply depart with the caravan at the hour of Qin tomorrow. Chen Yuan inquired. Where are the goods now? Who is responsible for the inventory? Chen Jingxian looked toward Chen Xinglan and instructed, take your second brother to the docks warehouse. Chen Xinglan snorted disdainfully, gesturing, follow me. The two traveled in silence straight to the dock. This time, the Chen family's caravan would traverse the waterways, expected to arrive in Yin City in 5 days, carrying primarily the spices of Nanyang. Upon their arrival at the dock, the members of the caravan bowed respectfully to Chen Xinglan. Reluctantly, he announced, from this moment forth, the caravan will be handled by Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan surveyed the dozens of spice barrels before him and asked, are all the goods here? The ship's master promptly approached, responding with deference, second master, they are all here. We just completed the inventory this morning at the princess's residence. Bring me the inventory list, Chen Yuan commanded. The ship's master handed over the list, and Chen Yuan quickly reviewed it before stating, recheck the goods. Bring them all out and verify them against the list one by one. Yuan Gur, what are you doing? Chen Xinglan's expression shifted, hurriedly interjecting. I already verified the goods this morning. Are you still not satisfied? The ship's master also urged, second master, weighing these spice barrels is a tedious task. The porters have already labored all day. To recheck them will consume another afternoon. Chen Yuan remained impassive, turning his gaze toward Chen Xinglan, his tone cold and detached. I am not at ease. We will recheck the goods. The porters will receive double the pay. If they are unwilling, they may come to me for settlement and leave. I will not force them. After a moment of hesitation, the ship's master finally nodded. I will speak with them. Before long, a dozen porters hurried over, shouting, Boss, is it true we will receive double pay? Yes, recheck the inventory and settle immediately. Understood. The porters, invigorated by the promise, rolled up their sleeves and swiftly entered the warehouse, beginning to sort through the spice barrels, weighing each against the list. Seeing this, Chen Xinglan scoffed and turned to leave. Do not leave just yet. Chen Yuan called out to stop him. Chen Xinglan, impatient, glanced back. What do you want? The caravan has been handed over to you. For the remaining matters, simply inquire with the ship's master. Chen Yuan's voice turned frigid. Wait until the inventory is complete before you go. It will not take much time. Are you in such a hurry to leave because you have something to hide? At his words, Chen Xinglan's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. With the incentive of double pay, the porters worked swiftly, completing the inventory in less than an hour. The ship and Oppo's master approached Chen Yuan, a troubled expression on his face, holding the inventory list. Second young master, the inventory is complete. The goods are mostly intact. But there are some shortages. What is missing? Chen Yuan inquired. 3 pounds of ambergris, 5 pounds of sandalwood, and other spices are also somewhat lacking. The ship and Oppo's master reported honestly, adding, the discrepancies are within the reasonable limits of losses incurred during transit. Chen Yuan let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Chen Xinglan. Chen Xinglan, how peculiar. These goods haven't even been shipped, yet losses have already occurred on site. Do not underestimate the significance of a few pounds. Ambergris is a luxury prized by the royal family, fetching a price of 100 taels of silver per pound. Why are you asking me? Chen Xinglan averted his gaze, his tone betraying his anxiety. The counts were accurate when I checked. Perhaps there was an oversight at the princess's residence. Ridiculous. Chen Yuan's anger turned to mockery. No matter how foolish the fourth princess might be, she would not tamper with the counts. The contract was clearly documented. Such petty tricks would be exposed with a simple verification. Chen Xinglan. Chen Yuan's voice grew harsh. Confess honestly. Do not make me waste my breath. I have nothing to do with it. What do you intend to do? Chen Xinglan stammered, retreating in fear as he saw Chen Yuan unsheath his metaphorical sword, his voice trembling. I will tell you. It's in the Chen family cellar. To dare steal even this. What audacity. A fool indeed. Chen Yuan was seething. He understood that there existed a tacit rule of acceptable losses among royal merchants, but it depended on the parties involved. If it were the third prince, who had long been an ally, they would turn a blind eye. However, the fourth princess had ulterior motives, and Chen Xinglan and Oppo's ignorance of decorum would only bring disaster upon the Chen family. Before the fourth princess even acted, this fool, Chen Xinglan, was already digging his own grave. Keep a close watch on the spices. Verify them once again before they board the ship. If there are any discrepancies, I will hold you accountable. Chen Yuan instructed the ship's master, then stepped in front of Chen Xinglan, and in full view of everyone, struck him down to the ground with a single blow. He dragged the bloodied Chen Xinglan through the streets, heading directly back to the Chen residence. In the courtyard, Chen Jingxian paced back and forth anxiously. Hearing the commotion outside, he quickly summoned a servant. What is happening outside? The servant rushed out to take a look and hurried back, panicked. Master. There are many people outside watching the second young master drag the eldest young master back. What? Chen Jingshuan's heart sank. What trouble was this rebellious son stirring now? He strode out, only to see Chen Yuan with a grim expression, dragging a dust-covered Chen Xinglan, who was wailing in distress. Chen Jingxian immediately instructed the servants to disperse the crowd. Once Chen Yuan entered, he quickly shut the door, unable to contain his fury any longer. What are you doing? Do you still care for the Chen family and Appo's reputation? Chen Jingxian thundered. Chen Yuan tossed Chen Qinglan onto the ground. The Chen family and Appo's reputation? You ought to ask him what he has done. Having been pampered since childhood, Chen Qinglan had never endured such humiliation. Blood mingled with tears on his face as he crawled toward Chen Jingxian, crying out, "Father, save me." Chen Jingxian hastily helped Chen Qinglan to his feet. His voice tinged with urgency. What have you done now? If Madame Zhao sees this, it will surely cause chaos. I merely took some spices as per the rules, Chen Qinglan muttered, his voice trembling. This bastard. Before he could finish, Chen Jingxuan's temper flared, cutting him off sharply. What did you say? Chen Qinglan met Chen Jingxuan's fierce gaze and trembled, no longer daring to speak. I told you not to take anything this time. Did you think my words were mere wind? You insolent wretch. Chen Jingxian, exasperated, raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Chen Qinglan's face. Chapter 33. The sale of spices and the arrival of the third prince. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the courtyard. Chen Qinglan had just managed to prop herself up on one side when another forceful blow sent her crashing back to the ground, her left cheek swelling in a crimson hue. Wretched beast. Unfilial son. Chen Jingxian roared. Where are the spices? Hurry and send someone to retrieve them. Chen Qinglan spat out a few bloodied fragments of teeth, mumbling indistinctly, they and Appo's, in the cellar. Move at once. Chen Jingxian barked at the servants huddled in the corner. Several young attendants, pale with fright, stumbled towards the back courtyard. Before long, Steward Wu rushed in, flustered, holding a brocade pouch embroidered with golden thread, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Master, the spices ordered by the eldest young master are all here, but... The old steward hesitated. Chen Jingxian snatched the pouch, his voice urgent. But what? The steward lowered his voice. Yesterday, the eldest young master instructed me to sell these spices quickly. The 3 pounds of ambergris have already been exchanged for silver notes. What? Chen Jingxian staggered back as if struck by lightning, colliding heavily with the stone table at the center of the courtyard. Gripping the table edge, his voice trembled. Where did they sell it? Can it be redeemed? At double. No, triple the price. In the interest of a swift sale, I distributed them among the various shops of the Chen family. The steward wiped the sweat from his brow. I have already dispatched someone to retrieve them. Chen Jingxian paced anxiously, his chest heaving, pounding his fist in frustration. This is a calamity. Old Wu, why didn't you report such a grave matter to me first? The steward bowed deeply. Forgive me, master. These matters are usually handled by the eldest young master. I assumed it was your wish. Chen Jingxian abruptly turned, fixing a furious gaze on the crumpled Chen Qinglan, his anger boiling over. After a moment, several shopkeepers hurried in. After a brief exchange, they provided a remarkably consistent response. Master, a maidservant came to inquire about the spices as soon as we opened this morning. We were eager to sell, so... Do you know who that was? Chen Jingxuan's voice tightened. The shopkeepers exchanged glances, and one tall, thin shopkeeper suddenly said, I think I've seen her before. She was with someone from the Princess and Appo's residence. The Princess and Appo's residence? Chen Jingxian felt a chill run down his spine. The usually silent Chen Yuan suddenly spoke. When did that person arrive? Second young master. She was waiting outside the shop at dawn. Chen Yuan nodded slightly, an understanding glimmering in his eyes. No wonder the fourth princess specifically requested him to oversee this transaction. To privately sell imperial spices was not merely a breach of contract. It could lead to a swift downfall for the Chen family, who were mere merchants. If accused of treason, their estate would be confiscated in an instant. Now that he was involved, it was too late to extricate himself. The fourth princess was indeed a cunning strategist. Ambergris, a tribute from the southern seas, was traditionally reserved for the royal family. While it occasionally circulated in the market, it would invariably leave traces. When the cargo ship set sail, a knowledgeable inspector would ensure that the goods matched the order. If not, the Chen family would find it impossible to defend themselves. But how could the fourth princess have foreseen that Chen Qinglan would privately take and sell it? And how was she able to send people to the shops in advance? Lying in wait. Was there a traitor within the Chen family? Chen Yuan's gaze swept over the courtyard's occupants before settling on the bloodied Chen Qinglan, shaking his head gently. The immediate concern was not to uncover a mole. The spices were to be loaded onto the ship that night, and the fourth princess's people could arrive at any moment. Time was running short. What to do? What shall we do? Chen Jingxian paced like a caged beast, suddenly seizing the steward. Quick! Contact the other royal merchants and see who still has stock. We'll pay any amount of silver. Chen Yuan interjected. Don't waste your efforts. Even if they have it, they won't sell. With the fourth princess's methods, such an oversight was unlikely. The only way to resolve this was to seek assistance from the Duke of Wu, who had no ties to the royal family. The Duke and Appo's residents must have high-quality ambergris. Perhaps he could be introduced through Xinling Xue. As Chen Yuan pondered, a sharp voice pierced the air from outside the courtyard. The third prince's decree has arrived. Everyone turned in unison. A white-haired eunuch entered, stepping lightly, his white whisk in the crook of his arm. He has come. Chen Yuan squinted. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The final opportunity lay in the hands of the third prince. Third prince. Chen Jingshuan's face brightened at the sight, hope flooding back into his complexion. He hastened forward, speaking humbly. Eunuch Huang, it is a pleasure to see you. Eunuch Huang smiled warmly. Master Chen. It's good to see you. The prince is aware of the Qin family's situation and has sent me here immediately. Chen Jingxian bowed deeply. I am immensely grateful for the third prince's concern. I shall accompany you to the west garden of Chonghua. Eunuch Huang waved his hand dismissively. Do not rush, Master Chen. The prince specifically instructed that only the second young master is to visit today. Yuan? Chen Jingxian turned in astonishment. Eunuch Huang had already turned to Chen Yuan. Inclining his body slightly, second young master, please accompany me. Having frequently delivered messages, he recognized this young master of the Qin family. Chen Yuan approached calmly. Thank you. Eunuch Huang. Eunuch Huang nodded to Chen Jingxian in farewell, leading Chen Yuan into the palace. As the carriage traversed the bustling marketplace, Chen Yuan discreetly slipped a silver note into the eunuch and Amp, Oppo's sleeve. Eunuch, is there anything I should be cautious of when meeting the prince for the first time? The eunuch and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened at the sight of the note, his smile growing broader. Young Master Chen, you need not worry. The prince is most affable, rest assured. Thank you. Eunuch Huang. The two passed through the heavily guarded gates of the palace, entering the outer precincts. The west garden of Chonghua, situated on the western side of the palace, boasted a large red gate flanked by two stone lion statues, the crimson doors slightly ajar. Eunuch Huang guided Chen Yuan past the shadow wall, revealing a picturesque scene. A winding stone path led to verdant willow trees, fragrant blossoms swirling in a riot of colors, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Beside the willow, at a stone table, sat the third prince, clad in a pale yellow robe, savoring tea alone. Nearing middle age, he was slender, and upon hearing footsteps, he raised his head to reveal a face as pale as parchment. Your Highness, Qin family and Amp, Oppo's second young master has arrived, Eunuch Huang announced, bowing respectfully. At the prince and Amp, Oppo's gesture, he exited the courtyard with deference. Chen Yuan? The third prince smiled softly. I remember your name. Come, take a seat. Chen Yuan bowed. Your Highness, your reputation precedes you. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you today. The third prince waved his hand. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Do you know why I have summoned you? Chen Yuan, composed and unassuming, took a seat on the stone chair and shook his head. I do not. Young Master Chen, it is just the two of us here. The third prince poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards Chen Yuan. I will speak plainly to save time. The matter of the ambergris. He fixed his gaze on Chen Yuan's eyes. I informed the fourth princess. Chapter 34. The case dossier, crime of deceit, thus it was. Chen Yuan suddenly realized. The Qin family had been closely allied with the third prince for many years, undoubtedly placing numerous spies within their residence. Chen Xinglan and Amp, Oppo's small maneuvers had likely been observed by His Highness long ago. The third prince, noticing Chen Yuan and Amp, Oppo's calm demeanor, chuckled lightly. Young Master Chen possesses a temperament far beyond his peers. He paused meaningfully. If your esteemed father were here, he would surely be astonished. Your Highness flatters me. Chen Yuan replied, raising his tea to drink it all in one go. But I do not understand why you have summoned me specifically. The third prince rose and began to pace. I owe a favor to my fourth sister, and this presents a perfect opportunity to repay it. To repay it with the entire Qin family? Chen Yuan's voice remained steady. A fleeting shadow crossed the third prince's eyes, deepening his smile. You jest, young Master Chen. The Qin family's endeavors over the years have not been without merit. Today, I have called you here for this very matter. Chen Yuan dismissed the notion. Thinking it too casual, the imperial merchants could falter today and rise again tomorrow. Such relationships were only built on insufficient benefits. He maintained a respectful bow. Thank you for your good intentions, Your Highness. However, I fail to see why I alone have been summoned. My father is far more capable in handling such affairs than I. Why must young Master Chen belittle himself? At such a young age, you have already risen to the rank of a black-clad officer. Your future is boundless. Chen Yuan gently shook his head, clearly unconcerned with such accolades. Young Master Chen is truly exceptionally intelligent. The third prince retrieved a dossier from his robe. What if I were to add this? Chen Yuan focused his gaze. The dossier in the third prince and Oppo's hand was indeed the evidence he had brought back from the Yong County case. How had it come into the third prince and Oppo's possession? The third prince placed the dossier on the stone table. I have some connections with Su Hongyi of the Demon Suppression Bureau. He sent this dossier to me last night. The Yong County case surprised me greatly, and I never expected you to obtain such material. I recall our first meeting, when you were merely a child playing with crickets on the ground. Now you have managed such a significant affair. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. What exactly do you intend to achieve, Your Highness? My fourth sister indeed has designs on the Qin family, and I had initially consented to her wishes. The third prince lightly tapped the teacup, a smile appearing on his pale face. However, I changed my mind this morning. I have heard that you share a close friendship with the Duke of Wu's only daughter, Xinling Xue. Merely an acquaintance, Qin Yuan replied, remaining composed. He did not wish to involve Xinling Xue in this matter. The third prince laughed knowingly. You jest. During banquets, Miss Xin has never shown kindness to my incompetent younger brothers. He stated frankly, I do not wish to complicate matters further. As long as you can outshine the Duke of Wu at next month's Junjie conference, you may access the dragon's saliva in the treasury at your leisure. Qin Yuan feigned modesty. Your Highness is jesting. How could I possibly outshine the Duke of Wu? You can, the third prince interrupted. The Duke of Wu would never lower himself to contend with a junior. As long as you can surpass the northern barbarian's exceptional talents, this matter will naturally come to fruition. You truly hold me in high regard, Qin Yuan conceded, no longer denying the proposition. But he swiftly shifted the topic. If this succeeds, those involved in the Yong County case must be severely punished. The third prince pondered for a moment. Officials of the 6th rank or above and royal family members are off limits to avoid alarming the imperial court. The rest are under your discretion. He then produced another document. Additionally, you must handle this matter on the way. This concerns an old case from the Demon Suppression Bureau in Yanqing. Bring this individual back to conclude the demon hunting task. Qin Yuan accepted the document, which depicted a sinister-looking man with detailed intelligence. Agreed. He tucked the document away and stood, saying, I shall take my leave now to procure the fragrance. The third prince nodded slightly, reminding him, my fourth sister is quite headstrong. Exercise caution once the merchant ship sets sail. In Jiahua Palace, Eunuch Ning bowed and reported, Your Highness, Qin Yuan was seen at the docks this afternoon. Zhao Mingzhao, who had been resting with her eyes closed. Open them. Has he taken over? He has indeed taken over, Eunuch Ning replied. He has been counting the goods in advance and discovered that some fragrances were missing. Not long ago, he also entered the palace to see the third prince. Third brother? Zhao Mingzhao frowned and immediately rose, instructing for a carriage to be prepared to head to the docks. Upon reaching the docks, Chen Jingxian, who was stationed there, saw the carriage and quickly stood up, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he hurriedly approached. Your Highness, what brings you here so early? The carriage curtain remained motionless, and Zhao Mingzhao's cold voice came through. The goods are valuable. I wish to inspect them in advance. That, Chen Jingxian forced a smile. According to protocol, we typically count and load the goods late at night. The porters are all resting at this hour. I have my own arrangements. Zhao Mingzhao commanded without room for argument. No need for the porters to assist. With her order, several guards immediately approached the cargo area to count the goods. Chen Jingxian anxiously exclaimed, Your Highness, Qin Yuan, the one responsible for the trade, has not returned yet. Perhaps we should wait for him. If there are any mistakes, it will be difficult for him to take over. He is only responsible for the transportation, Zhao Mingzhao coldly interrupted. Your Highness, regardless of how Chen Jingxian pleaded, Zhao Mingzhao remained unyielding. Within the hour, a guard reported, Your Highness, 3 pounds of dragon saliva are missing. Missing? Zhao Mingzhao lifted the carriage curtain to inquire. Chen family head, what is your explanation? Chen Jingxian was drenched in cold sweat. This. It may have been left in the cellar. I will have someone check immediately. Zhao Mingzhao casually remarked. This morning, one of my maidservants happened to purchase 3 pounds of dragon saliva from the Chen family shop. Chen Jingxian turned pale. It must be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Zhao Mingzhao alighted from the carriage, her voice suddenly turning severe. Is it not clear to you, Chen family head, whether it is a misunderstanding? To engage in private trade before the goods have been delivered, what audacity! She scolded sternly. The crime of deceiving the monarch cannot simply be resolved by compensating with more fragrances. Even if you bring 3 more pounds of dragon saliva, the act of private trading is indisputable and unforgivable. Chen Jingxian fell to his knees. Your Highness, please show mercy. Someone. Zhao Mingzhao waved her sleeve. Seal off the Chen family. Those involved must be severely punished. As the guards were about to take action, a clear voice suddenly resonated from the distance. Hold on. Zhao Mingzhao turned to see Qin Yuan approaching leisurely, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Arriving now is too late, she remarked, her eyes looking down imperiously. The head of the trading operation, who condones private trading, should bear the same guilt. Qin Yuan remained unperturbed, carrying a barrel of fragrance as he drew closer. Fourth princess, what do you mean by private trading? Zhao Mingzhao retorted mockingly. The evidence is irrefutable. What use is it to provide 3 more pounds of dragon saliva now? Please do not rush, fourth princess. Qin Yuan set the heavy barrel down with a thud. The previous barrel was indeed the dragon saliva sold by my Qin family. The servants made an oversight and switched the barrels. He lifted the lid, and a rich aroma wafted forth. This 100 pounds of dragon saliva is the true merchandise for our transaction with your highness. Chapter 35. The request of Mo He and the pirate raid. Zhao Mingzhao's eyebrows shot up, her eyes flashing with icy brilliance as she fixed her gaze upon the barrel of spices. The decorum befitting royalty was utterly abandoned as she rushed forward, taking a handful of spices and bringing them to her nose. The scent was unmistakably that of ambergris. and its quality surpassed even what she had provided. Clenching her fist, she crushed the spices within her palm, fine powder cascading through her fingers. Excellent. Zhao Mingzhao slowly raised her head, her expression impassive as she regarded Qin Yuan, who had indeed fulfilled his promise. Had he only brought 3 pounds of ambergris, she could have firmly implicated the Qin family in illicit sales. However, with 100 pounds, the notion of private trading was rendered moot. Rest assured, Your Highness, Qin Yuan replied calmly, bowing slightly. This batch of spices will safely arrive in Yin City. I await good news from you, young Master Chun, Zhao Mingzhao replied, regaining her usual cool demeanor as she turned and boarded the carriage. Her hands tightly clenched within her sleeves. Returned to the palace. Watching the carriage depart, Qin Yuan understood all too well that the 4th princess would not let this matter rest. The issue of smuggling originated from Chun Qinglan's greed. The 4th princess was merely seizing the opportunity to set a trap. The true scheme was yet to reveal itself. Yuan, Yuaner, Qin Jingxian, covered in dirt, scrambled to his feet and dusted off his clothes. So much ambergris, was it given by the 3rd prince? Qin Yuan nodded slightly, instructing someone to set aside 3 pounds for shipment. The remainder would be returned to the 3rd prince's residence. He had cleared out the 3rd prince's stock of ambergris, and the other party had looked as if they had swallowed a fly before reluctantly agreeing to the extraction of 100 pounds after he promised a reciprocal arrangement. Brother Chun, I shall return home first. You can handle the remaining trivial matters. I will join the ship later, Qin Yuan said to Qin Jingxian, who stood frozen in place. When had it become his turn for this illegitimate son to issue commands? In the courtyard, Qingtang was busy sweeping fallen leaves. Young master has returned? She called, setting down her broom. The food left from noon has gone cold. Let me heat it up for you. No need for trouble. I will be leaving shortly. Qin Yuan interrupted her, looking around. Where's my mother? Madame Lin, worried by your absence, has gone to the temple to pray, saying she would recite scriptures all night. Again? Qin Yuan frowned. He remembered that Lin had never been one to believe in such things. She has sought blessings for both you and Mo He, Qingtang remarked, pulling out a pouch embroidered with a safety talisman. Perhaps hearing of your involvement in business made her uneasy. Just then, Mo He emerged from the side room, holding unfinished embroidery. Young master, she timidly began. Are you going to Yin City? Why? Do you wish to accompany me? She spoke cautiously. I promise not to cause any trouble along the way and can assist you. My parents are buried in Yin City, and I wish to pay my respects. Go prepare your belongings. You shall accompany me, Qin Yuan replied after a moment's thought, nodding in agreement. By common standards, it was indeed unwise to take women on trading expeditions, but as the leader of this caravan, he could make exceptions. Arriving at the dock with Mo He, the merchant ship was ready to set sail, porters conducting final checks while guards patrolled the deck, weapons in hand. As Qin Yuan stepped onto the deck, the ship owner hurried over, holding a candlestick and navigation chart. Master, the auspicious hour has arrived. Qin Yuan issued a brief order. Set sail. Cast off. The ship owner shouted, and as the heavy anchor was hoisted, the sails billowed in the river breeze, and the merchant vessel slowly departed the dock. This merchant ship was fully equipped, featuring private cabins. Considering that Mo He was a woman, Qin Yuan specifically arranged for her to share a cabin with him. However, shortly after setting out, Mo He succumbed to seasickness and lay listlessly in bed. For 3 consecutive days, she languished, consuming only a few spoonfuls of rice porridge. Carrying a bowl of warm sour plum soup, Qin Yuan pushed open the door. Come. Drink this warm soup. It will make you feel better. Young master. Mo He struggled to sit up, her complexion pale and weak. I apologize for being a burden. Enough of that. The ship owner says this sour plum soup is the best remedy for seasickness. Drink it while it's hot, and then rest some more. Qin Yuan sat beside her on the bed, carefully propping her up. As Mo He sipped, her gaze softened as she looked at Qin Yuan, her cheeks flushing slightly, warmth flooding her heart. She was merely a servant. Yet the young master treated her with such patience. After Mo He finished drinking, Qin Yuan gently tucked in the blankets. Rest well. With that, he softly closed the door and made his way to the deck. Upon entering, the ship owner promptly had his first mate take over the helm and approached Qin Yuan with a beaming smile. The weather has been favorable these past few days, and at this rate, we should reach Yin City by tomorrow. His face radiating joy, he considered accompanying the young master a stroke of fortune, proclaiming the journey to be remarkably smooth. Qin Yuan remained noncommittal. Has it not been smooth in the past? Not exactly, the ship owner replied with a reluctant smile, secretly thinking that the second young master was indeed rather rigid. Had it been the elder young master, he would have already rewarded them with some wine money. Our Qin family's merchant fleet has some reputation. We usually receive a bit of courtesy wherever we go. The ship owner continued, this route is quite safe. Master should rest, and I will call you when it's time. Before he could finish, the first mate suddenly exclaimed, Captain, a ship is blocking our path. What are you fussing about? The ship owner reprimanded. Our merchant ship flies the imperial merchant flag. Ordinary vessels will yield. But the first mate's tone had shifted. But that ship is unflagged. Unflagged. The ship owner's heart sank. On this waterway, aside from small boats and rafts, only pirate ships would dare sail without a flag. But this was an official route. Where could pirates come from? Before he could ponder further, a whistling sound cut through the air, and a cold arrow shot towards him. In a flash, Chen Yuan's hand moved, catching the arrow firmly in his palm, its sharp tip mere inches from the ship owner's eye. The ship owner, shaken, shouted, "Pirates! Prepare for battle." The sound of drums signaling confrontation echoed as guards surged from the cabin, weapons drawn. In the distance, the unflagged pirate ship was rapidly approaching, a torrential rain of arrows descending upon them. The first mate, unable to evade, was instantly riddled with arrows, his heavy body collapsing onto the wheel, causing the ship to lose control and tilt dangerously. Chen Yuan swiftly seized the panicked ship owner, deflecting several incoming arrows with a sweep of his sleeve, and pulled him into the hold. "Master, it's too dangerous outside. You should stay here." Before the ship owner could finish, Chen Yuan had already shut the hold door behind them. "Stay put and do not move." At this moment, the pirate ship had drawn alongside, ferocious bandits throwing grappling hooks to secure the merchant ship's side. The two vessels collided, and armed pirates began to board. "Kill all the men. Leave the women," the lead pirate shouted, brandishing a 9-ring broadsword as he leaped onto the deck, cleaving the approaching guard in two. The pirates behind him moved swiftly, scaling the merchant ship and forcing the guards to retreat in disarray. Chen Yuan's expression hardened, and with a resounding unsheathing of his long knife, the blade glimmered coldly as 3 pirates lunged at him, their screams cut short before they plummeted into the raging river below. Chapter 36, Slaying the Bandits and Investigating the Hold. "Come here. Surround him and kill him." The bandit leader's pupils constricted as he witnessed Chen Yuan swiftly slay several men. Immediately, a few iron-shielded bandits charged forth, forming a tight circle around him. "You seek death." Chen Yuan raised his blade, and with a flash, the cold gleam of his sword tore through the air, producing a piercing sound against the iron shields. Before the shield-wielding bandits could close in, they felt excruciating pain as the blade's energy left numerous cracks on their shields. The sword energy penetrated through the gaps, striking them, and blood gushed forth. Stepping through the pool of blood, Chen Yuan advanced with purpose, his blade aimed directly at the bandit chief. Upon seeing this, the leader grinned maliciously, just in time. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 bandits leaped from either side of the ship, their sword techniques fierce and precise. One aimed directly for the throat, while the other aimed a horizontal slash at the abdomen. Clang! At the moment Chen Yuan blocked with his right-hand sword, he unexpectedly seized the incoming blade with his left hand. The broken blade tip spun into the air. The high-quality steel groaned in his grip, twisted and contorted beyond recognition. The 2 swordsmen, still stunned, found themselves caught by the throat, colliding against one another. The bandit leader's expression finally changed as he staggered back 3 steps and shouted, "Fire the arrows." Suddenly, 7 archers emerged atop the ship and Oppos, S-mast, drawing their bows to full moon and preparing to unleash their arrows. With a sharp whistling sound, a rain of arrows descended upon Chen Yuan, encircling him within a 3-foot radius. With a deft leap, Chen Yuan darted sideways across the deck, his original position instantly filled with arrows. The steel arrows embedded themselves deep into the ship's planks, their fletching trembling with force. Chen Yuan glanced at the arrows, his heart filled with doubt. The accuracy and power of these archers were not those of ordinary bandits. Turning back to the bandit leader, he noticed that the chief had retreated behind a group of over 10 bandits, who formed a defensive line despite their ragged clothing, displaying an underlying military discipline. The merchant ship's guards had suffered significant casualties, with 2 injured defenders struggling back-to-back just to fend off a single bandit's onslaught. Form the arrowhead. The bandit leader's command resonated across the battlefield. The bandits swiftly reformed into groups of 3, creating a pointed formation with shields up front and spears behind, marching in unison. The deck creaked under the weight of such disciplined advance. Chen Yuan's heart sank. This level of organization was comparable to that of official soldiers. He ceased holding back, his long blade suddenly erupting with crimson pure yang energy. The blazing energy swept forth like a furious tempest, engulfing the frontline bandits. The iron shields melted under the intense heat, and the bandits were reduced to charred remains before they could even scream. The remaining bandits, stricken with terror, halted in their tracks. "Those who retreat shall be slain." The bandit leader shouted hoarsely, but the remaining bandits trembled, their courage bolstered by anger as they charged forth once more. Chen Yuan's gaze turned frigid. He sheathed his long blade, slightly raised his right arm, and extended his fingers like claws. The sky, once calm, suddenly seemed to be whipped into chaos, as if caught in a violent gale, tearing apart the clouds. The tranquil river stirred inexplicably, waves crashing against the ship, causing it to sway uncontrollably. Chen Yuan and Oppos' energy abruptly retracted, his palms swirling with a vortex, distorting the air around him, producing a low, ominous hum. The mysterious abyss dragon capture technique. A tremendous force erupted forth, causing the bandits ahead to momentarily freeze, their weapons slipping from their grasp. Unable to control their bodies any longer, they were lifted off the ground by an invisible power. What sorcery is this? The bandits cried out in terror, struggling in vain against the overwhelming force. Chen Yuan and Apos' expression remained indifferent as he clenched his fist. The bandits felt as if crushed under immense pressure, their bones cracking, blood spilling from their mouths, before they were unceremoniously hurled into the raging river, silenced forever. The remaining bandit leader, horrified, retreated, abandoning his previous composure. Where do you think you're going? Chen Yuan swiftly approached, pinning the bandit leader down, and beheaded him. Holding the bloodied head aloft, he leaped onto the mast, his voice resonating across the ship. The bandit chief has been slain. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. The surviving bandits gazed at the head hanging high, their fighting spirit extinguished as they tossed aside their weapons. Capture them all. Chen Yuan discarded the head aside. Fewer than 10 bandits were bound tightly with coarse ropes to the ship and Apos' pillar. The ship and Apos' owner cautiously peered out from the cabin, the heavy scent of blood assaulting his senses. The bodies strewn haphazardly across the deck unsettled the seasoned merchant. Spotting Chen Yuan, drenched in blood, he hurriedly approached. Master, are you unhurt? In his haste, he accidentally kicked the severed head, causing him to collapse in shock. Chen Yuan turned to him, gently lifting the trembling ship owner. It's nothing. The owner, still shaken, muttered, these damned bandits. Bandits? I think not. Chen Yuan replied, crouching down to lift the bandit and Apos' tattered clothing, revealing a layer of soft armor beneath. He picked up the finely crafted sword, noting its exquisite craftsmanship, even surpassing the guards and Apos' weapons. A group of thieves? Yet they possess such fine equipment. Have the bodies cleared and count the casualties. I will inspect their ship, Chen Yuan instructed. The bandit ship was tethered nearby, and with a nimble leap, he landed on its deck. He surveyed the surroundings. The wooden planks leading to the hold were secured with a heavy lock. Faint sounds emanating from within. Grasping the lock, he yanked it forcefully, shattering it with a loud crack, and the sounds within ceased instantaneously. Lifting the wooden planks, he was met with darkness, obscuring his vision. He stepped cautiously inside, and amidst the blackness, he heard a faint rustling. Suddenly, a wooden plank shot towards him from the darkness. Chen Yuan sidestepped just in time, the plank crashing to the ground and splintering in two. Turning to investigate, he saw a gaunt young girl, her tattered garments barely covering her, her face a mask of fear as she recoiled. She whimpered, Sir, I was wrong. Please don't. Chen Yuan reached out to her, and she stiffened, trembling like a candle in the wind. He removed his outer garment and draped it over her, soothingly saying, What's the matter? Sir, it's not their fault. It was all me. The girl stammered, her lips quivering, afraid to touch the garment as it fell to the ground. Chen Yuan bent down to retrieve it, but the girl hastily squatted to clutch it tightly. Do not fear. The people aboard this ship have been eliminated, he reassured her. Sir, please don't jest with me. You may go up and see for yourself. The girl remained skeptical, but as she observed Chen Yuan and Apos' sincere demeanor, her eyes widened in realization. In the pitch-black hold, Chen Yuan could see her eyes gradually brightening. She scrambled up onto the deck, looking around in astonishment, tears streaming down her cheeks. Thank you for saving me. The girl knelt, her forehead knocking against the ground, her face flushed crimson. Chen Yuan quickly helped her up, asking, What has happened? The girl replied, Please follow me. She led Chen Yuan deeper into the hold, navigating through debris until they reached a cabin. Pulling open the door, he found a cramped space of around 10 square meters, dimly lit by a single candle, where nearly a dozen young girls huddled together, their clothes tattered and their faces pale and weak. Xiaoying, did it succeed? Hearing the commotion, the girls turned their attention towards the girl in the outer garment, their expressions shifting to concern as they caught sight of Chen Yuan behind her, the smiles on their faces fading instantly. Chapter 37. The songstress troupe encounters trouble. Interrogation of the bandit Xiaoying. Come here. The leading woman in green seized Xiaoying and pulled her behind her, her bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Chen Yuan. Her right hand reached for a spiked piece of wood on the ground. Her delicate fingers turned pale from the strain, and her arms were marred with unhealed bruises. Sister, we are saved, Xiaoying exclaimed, gripping the woman's arm, tears welling in her eyes. This is our benefactor. All those brutes are dead. We can escape. The woman in green was momentarily stunned by her words, her cracked lips trembling slightly before she managed to croak out, Really? Really? Indeed. Xiaoying nodded vigorously, tears mingling with her smile. I saw it with my own eyes. Hearing the commotion, the other women in the cabin dragged their weakened bodies over. Some were barefoot, while others were disheveled, their exposed skin covered with bruises and whip marks. The woman in green dropped the fragment of wood with a thud, her legs giving way as she knelt on the ground, her forehead hitting the damp floor of the ship. Great benefactor. She choked, almost unable to speak, her frail shoulders shaking violently. Please, allow me to bow before you. More than a dozen women behind her also knelt down, a few of the weaker ones nearly collapsing. Chen Yuan stepped forward, raising his hand to stop them. There's no need for such formalities. His gaze swept over the haggard faces of the women, his voice unconsciously softening. Return to the merchant ship. It is safe there. After ensuring the women were settled on the merchant ship, Chen Yuan ordered clean clothes and blankets to be brought, as well as hot porridge from the kitchen. Once he had attended to their needs, he returned with his guards to eliminate the remaining bandits on the pirate ship. Deep within the ship's hold, they discovered not only nearly 100 tales of official silver and tributes, but also a mountain of luxurious food. Chen Yuan commanded that all of it be transported back to the merchant ship, and finally, he set the cursed vessel ablaze, reducing it to ashes. On the merchant ship, the well-fed women slept peacefully. Chen Yuan found Xiaoying curled up in a corner of the cabin and gently inquired, "Could you share your experiences with me?" Xiaoying raised her pale face. "Benefactor, we were originally songstresses from the Qingyin Pavilion, earning our living through performances. Last month, we received an invitation from an official in Yen City, promising generous remuneration. My sisters pooled their money to hire guards and set sail. At first, everything was calm, until we encountered that pirate ship flying the official flag." Xiaoying trembled, her nails digging deeply into her palms. After they boarded, they threw all the men into the river. Tears streamed down her cheeks, splattering onto the deck. We were locked in the hold, and every day, the more stubborn sisters were beaten and scolded daily, and we could only lick the bottom of bowls filled with spoiled porridge. Chen Yuan silently offered her a handkerchief, which Xiaoying took, but only clutched tightly. They even wrote to our families demanding ransom, and when our relatives brought the money, they humiliated us in front of them, before tossing them into the river as well. We wished for death, but found it impossible. We could only fight desperately, which led us to plan a surprise attack. Chen Yuan looked at the young girl, barely of marriageable age, his heart heavy like a stone. "You all should rest well. This ship is heading to Yen City, and if you have nowhere to go, you may stay aboard. In due time, we will return to the capital, and there is plenty of food on the ship. Thank you, great benefactor, for your immense kindness. I cannot repay you." Xiaoying attempted to kneel again, but Chen Yuan supported her. "No need for such gestures. Go and rest." Leaving the passenger cabin, Chen Yuan headed straight for the prison at the bottom of the ship. As he approached, he overheard his guards excitedly discussing, "Did you see the master wielding that blazing knife? The light flashed, and those bandits fell like wheat. You were so frightened at the time you could barely hold your knife steady. I saw it clearly, when the master waved his hand. Those bandits seemed to float in midair, as if possessed. I heard that the master has a bad reputation in the capital, always consorting with scoundrels and neglecting serious matters. It's all nonsense. Do you believe those rumors? With the master's skills, I could never reach that level in my lifetime. Those people must be envious and spreading lies." Chen Yuan shook his head with a light chuckle, deliberately increasing the sound of his footsteps. The two guards immediately fell silent and stood up straight, their eyes filled with respect. "Master, what have you learned?" Chen Yuan looked through the iron bars. The guards appeared hesitant. "Master, this group of bandits is quite resilient." "Resilient?" Chen Yuan scoffed. "In the dungeons of the demon subduing office, I've never encountered anyone truly resilient. Open the cell." He stepped inside, and the first bandit looked at him with a grin. "Sir, this rope is too tight. Loosen it a bit, and I will." "Too tight, is it?" Chen Yuan smiled faintly, slowly drawing his long knife, the cold gleam flashing. Two severed hands fell to the ground with a thud, the ropes slipping from the bandit's body. Accompanied by a scream of agony, he collapsed to the floor, blood spraying from his wounds. The guards nearby felt a chill in their hearts and instinctively took a few steps back. Chen Yuan leisurely flicked the blood from his blade, squatting down. "Now, it shouldn't be too tight. Can you speak?" The bandit trembled uncontrollably, unable to articulate a coherent response, his eyes wide with terror as they fixed on Chen Yuan. Still unwilling to speak? Quite resilient, indeed. Chen Yuan swung his knife again, and the bandit's head flew off, rolling across the floor before stopping at another bandit's feet. Chen Yuan turned with a smile, casually asking the second bandit, "Do you feel the ropes are too loose?" The bandit shook his head vigorously, quaking like a leaf. "And no, we are the Yen City Naval Forces. We are responsible for eradicating bandits." Chen Yuan nodded. No wonder they had displayed such skill in their previous encounter. This group of bandits was not merely pretenders, but legitimate naval forces. How did the naval forces become pirates? He inquired. "Sir, we usually patrol under the official banner, but occasionally masquerade as bandits." Chen Yuan's eyes flashed with coldness. "So, you disguise yourselves as bandits to plunder merchant ships and oppress the common folk, and then conveniently attribute these deeds to pirates?" The bandit trembled. "Sir, it was not my decision. It was ordered from Yen City." He hesitated, his words faltering. Chen Yuan flicked his knife again, and another head flew off, blood splattering the entire cell. The guards could no longer bear it and rushed outside to retch. Chen Yuan approached the next bandit. "What about the songstresses in the hold?" The bandit could no longer withstand the pressure and fell to his knees, knocking his head against the ground. "It was instructed by Cui Yongnian, the deputy governor of Yen City, that we should act this way. Please spare my life." His pants were soaked. He had not expected that surrendering would lead to such a hellish fate. Chen Yuan wrinkled his nose, asking, "And the songstresses in the hold?" Before he could finish, the bandit interjected. It was Cui Yongnian's son, Cui Hao, who personally directed this. Every few days, he would bring his colleagues aboard for pleasure. And similar incidents have occurred before. I know nothing else. Please spare me. Despite the bandit's head butting the ground until it bled, Chen Yuan remained unmoved. A glint of cold light appeared in his eyes as he turned to his guards. Tomorrow, hang them from the ship's rail. Before leaving, he added, remember to cut out that loquacious tongue. Understood, master. The guards responded, their faces pale. The remaining bandits turned ashen upon hearing this. Chen Yuan turned to leave. It was not his place to forgive these beasts. His only responsibility was to send them to hell. Returning to the deck, Chen Yuan unfolded the documents provided by the third prince. He had read through them thoroughly, revealing a sinister-looking man whose identity was the former deputy governor of Yin City. The evidence of his crimes included colluding with pirates and harming thousands of innocent lives. Chapter 38, Merchant Ships Diversion, Pirates Rampage. What a remarkable coincidence this is. Chen Yuan sensed the presence of a significant case lurking in the shadows. He had previously found the situation puzzling. How could a mere case of collusion with water bandits warrant the attention of the third prince? It must be noted that the great Qian dynasty was beset by internal strife and external threats, with small-scale rebellions erupting in various regions, leading to civilian casualties becoming a daily occurrence. Logically, such a case of collusion with water bandits should be concluded with a simple edict sent to the capital for approval of immediate execution. Yet, the involvement of the royal family hinted at deeper, hidden truths. The governor and his deputy held the rank of the 5th grade, a title superior to that of the scarlet-robed envoys of the Demon Suppression Bureau. This was indeed intriguing. Yet, it remained uncertain whether any demonic beasts were involved. Chen Yuan secured the documents and strode purposefully towards the deck. Since fate had led him into this murky water, he was determined to navigate through it. On the deck, the ship's captain struggled to steer the vessel. After the tragic death of his first mate, he was the only one aboard who knew how to handle the helm, leaving him drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Upon seeing Chen Yuan approach, he quickly called over a sailor to steady the ship's helm and wipe the perspiration from his brow. He held genuine admiration for the new employer's capabilities. In this perilous moment, rather than abandoning him as a burden, he had instead come to his rescue. Had it been the previous owner, he would have likely fled in a small boat, deeming the captain and Apos' clumsiness a liability. What are your orders, my lord? The captain inquired respectfully. Chen Yuan answered directly. How familiar are you with this official route? The captain fetched the navigation chart. In response to my lord, I have not traveled to Yinqing many times, but I have traversed this official route no less than 100 times. Have you encountered any water bandits? Years ago, I saw a few. They were emaciated refugees who would hide upon seeing the imperial merchant flag, he recalled. They wielded nothing but rusty knives, and their boats were riddled with holes. They never dared approach a vessel of our stature. Chen Yuan pointed to a tributary on the chart. Are you familiar with the circumstances of this tributary? The captain leaned in for a closer look, his brow furrowing slightly. This is a backwater route, which could save us half a day's journey. But the water bandits are rampant here, and legitimate merchant ships never venture this way. Turn around and take this route. Chen Yuan commanded decisively. The documents indicated that in reports from the previous governor regarding the suppression of bandits, this location was mentioned 8 times out of 10. If the naval forces responsible for eradicating bandits had turned rogue, then where were the genuine water bandits? The captain protested, my lord, this waterway is behind us. Turning around will waste considerable time. Moreover, if we encounter water bandits again, we will lack the safety of the official route. He suddenly fell silent, realizing that the official route might not be safe either. Understood, my lord. I shall turn the ship around immediately. The captain ceased further objections. In the past, he would have argued his case, but having witnessed the capabilities of his new employer, he felt it best to focus on his duties. Inside the cabin, Chen Yuan was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the ship jolted violently, and he immediately opened his eyes, swiftly moving to the door. My lord, the captain rushed in, drenched in sweat. This waterway is impassable. What has happened? Chen Yuan inquired. The water level is too shallow. If we proceed, the merchant ship risks running aground. We have already dropped anchor. Not enough water? Chen Yuan frowned. It was the rainy season. How could the river be so low? He hurried to the bow, only to find the water ahead unusually calm, revealing the sandy riverbed below. Has the tributary shifted its course? He asked. Not at all. The captain shook his head firmly. The royal navigation chart was updated only last month. Any course changes would have been marked. He held the navigation chart closely, muttering. The changes must have pertained to a different tributary. A glimmer of insight flashed in Chen Yuan and Apos' eyes. Are you suggesting that there is another tributary in the vicinity that has altered its course? Indeed, my lord. Please take a look. The captain handed over the chart, pointing out the tributary leading to Yinqing, which had been redirected a year prior due to shipping operations, as clearly indicated. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. Wait here. I shall investigate further. With that, he gracefully leaped from the bow, landing deftly on the riverbank. My lord, be cautious, the captain exclaimed, but before he could finish, Chen Yuan lightly touched the water's surface, walking upon it as if it were solid ground, quickly covering several dozen paces. Upon reaching the dry riverbed, Chen Yuan scooped up a handful of sand and gravel, observing the coarse grains mixed with fine silt slipping through his fingers. The predominance of larger particles mingled with finer grit. He mused to himself, if this area had been dry for years, the finer grains would have been eroded away by the wind. This must be a recent cessation of flow. Yinqing was merely 5 days away by water. How could such a significant matter be concealed? Looking around, he found himself surrounded by mountains, utterly devoid of human presence. Just as he prepared to return to the ship, a tremendous noise erupted from the direction of the merchant vessel. Turning back, he saw 7 or 8 small boats clinging to the merchant ship like leeches, with a dozen shadowy figures scrambling up the ropes. Chen Yuan darted back to the ship in a flash, where the chaos was already being subdued by the guards. The guards were restraining several emaciated men, with rusty fish spears scattered about the deck. "My lord, these are the true water bandits," the captain spat. Recalling their wretched appearance from 3 years ago, the bandits hung their heads in silence until the guards brought in several elderly and weak women and children. "Captain, my lord, we just caught these individuals in the cabin, attempting to meddle with the provisions." The previously listless young bandits suddenly struggled against their captors, but the guards held them firmly. "A distraction?" Chen Yuan remarked calmly. "A clever strategy, yet they lack the manpower and strength. Release him." As the guards loosened their grip, the young bandit glanced at Chen Yuan, then at the captured women and children, despairing as he knelt. "My lord, please show mercy. They were merely starving and sought food. If you wish to kill or punish someone, let it be me." Chen Yuan responded indifferently. "Release them? Without provisions, how long can they survive?" It was evident that this group of bandits was not there to seize the ship. Their rusty fish spears could hardly penetrate the guard's sturdy armor. The young bandits had initially intended to create a diversion, allowing the elderly and vulnerable to sneak away with some rations, but were caught off guard by the trained guard's swift response. "My lord," the young bandit stammered, struggling to find words. "I beseech you to show leniency and spare our lives." Chen Yuan raised his hand to signal the guards to release the remaining captives, then inquired solemnly, "How long have you taken to the life of a bandit? Have you harmed any innocents?" "My lord, please see clearly." The young bandit bowed deeply, his forehead hitting the deck with a dull thud. "We were once fishermen from Luoshui village, living off the waters for generations. Ever since the soldiers arrived, we have had nowhere to turn." Chen Yuan frowned, pressing for more details. "Soldiers? What soldiers?" The young man raised his head, bloodshot eyes filled with anguish. "Just months ago, we saw a government notice stating that soldiers were coming to eradicate bandits. As fishermen often besieged by water bandits, we thought salvation had finally arrived. Yet, when the official ships arrived, the soldiers slaughtered us indiscriminately. We fled into the river under the cover of night, barely escaping with our lives." His fists clenched tightly. "Not long after, we heard that the soldiers had achieved great success in eradicating bandits, and over 300 souls from Luoshui village became their military acolytes." Chapter 39. The Broken Barrel and 1,000 Tales of Debt. "We took refuge in the mountains, living in constant fear of being discovered by the officials. Our lives were a precarious struggle, surviving on fishing and foraging." He turned his head, anger flashing in his eyes. What sins had those officials committed that the fish and shrimp in the river had dwindled to nothing? At first, we could catch live fish, but soon only dead shrimp remained, and ultimately, even the lifeless crabs on the riverbank became our only sustenance. Before long, the entire river had run dry. He struck his head heavily against the ground, lamenting that if it weren't and Oppos, for our desperation, we would never have resorted to this. Beside him, a scrawny child burst into tears, clutching a tattered doll tightly in his small hands. An elderly man with white hair hurriedly crouched down, covering the child's mouth with a trembling hand, casting a fearful glance at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan sighed softly, retrieving a document from his bosom and spreading it before the young man. "Is this person leading the group?" The young man squinted closely, replying to the lord. That night was too dark to see clearly. There were some resemblances. Chen Yuan and Oppos. His heart was filled with doubt. The former governor had been imprisoned for colluding with water bandits under the charge of murder for profit. What had transpired in Yin City during this time? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yuan spoke solemnly. "Since you have not harmed the common people, I shall not make things difficult for you." He turned and instructed his guards to bring forth provisions, placing them before the young man. "This should sustain you for several days. Follow the tributary northward, and it will lead you directly to the capital." At these words, the young man's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, my lord. Such kindness will be forever etched in my memory." Having witnessed countless tragedies in life, he had initially approached with a heart resigned to death, merely seeking food for his fellow villagers. "Enough, conserve your strength. Others still need your care." Chen Yuan frowned, grasping Ning Yi's arm, disliking the frequent kneeling and bowing. He instructed his guards to unload the provisions from the small boat, sending off the refugees from Luoshui village. The boatman shook his head in dismay. Alas, in this world, merely striving to survive is a luxury. He muttered a few words before turning back to steer the vessel, turning the merchant ship around. The following day dawned calm and serene. Under the watchful eyes of the women at Qingyin Pavilion, The bandits were hanged from the boat's edge, their bodies cast into the sea. He gradually adapted to life aboard the ship, assisting in caring for the young women. On the afternoon of the 5th day, the merchant ship slowly docked at the Yin City pier. The port was bustling with laborers unloading cargo, and Chun Yuan stood at the bow, gazing afar. Unlike the grandeur of the capital, Yin City was a labyrinth of waterways, renowned as a hub of maritime transport. The dock was alive with merchant ships, and streams of people flowed back and forth, with numerous laborers working tirelessly from dawn till dusk. The boatman approached, holding a ledger. Master, this shipment includes 100 pounds of ambergris, 20 loads of myrrh, and 50 barrels of cloves. Before he could finish, a laborer rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, Master, boatman, it's bad. While unloading, I saw a barrel of spices with a hole in it. It's filled with seawater. Upon hearing this, the boatman's face turned ashen. Which barrel? Hurry, bring it here. Several laborers hurriedly lifted the wooden barrel, removing its lid. The boatman glanced inside and immediately panicked. Oh no, master, this is Ningxi. It cannot come into contact with water. Quickly check the other barrels for any damage. The laborer hurriedly returned, only to find that all the others had been tainted by seawater to varying degrees. Faced with such a grave error, the laborer explained, Boatman, this Ningxi was stored inside. We didn't notice any damage while inspecting it. It must have been caused by a small hole in the ship's bottom, likely from a collision with that pirate ship. Still arguing, the boatman scolded him fiercely. I told you to check carefully. You only know how to be lazy. He turned to Chun Yuan, his face filled with despair. Master, we will have to let all this Ningxi rot in our hands. This is top quality product, worth 10 taels per pound. 200 pounds of Ningxi, that is 2,000 taels. After taxes and commissions, we will end up losing 1,000 taels to the princess's mansion. Where will I find that much silver? Chun Yuan approached the barrel, lifting it with one hand as seawater trickled out from the irregular hole. Aren't these barrels supposed to be waterproof? The boatman rubbed his hands anxiously. Yes. Most spices cannot come into contact with water. Even slight dampness can spoil them. These barrels are specially made to keep them dry. Chun Yuan's eyes glimmered with a myriad of colors as he subtly activated his extraordinary vision. When he set the barrel down, he already had a clear understanding. This was an act of deliberate sabotage. What? The boatman's eyes widened in shock. Master, our crew has been carefully selected. Chun Yuan interrupted, inspecting the other barrels. The details did not resemble an accidental breach. The traces of damage suggested that someone had forcefully created a hole, a fist-sized puncture, but executed with remarkable swiftness and strength. To think that amidst our journey, there lurked an insider from the 4th princess's faction. Zhao Mingzhao truly had her hand in everything. With no immediate evidence to pursue, Chun Yuan brushed off the dust from his hands. You should sell the remaining spices as planned, at the original price. Report the losses to me. I will find a way to resolve this. The boatman, filled with trepidation, replied, Master, that is a considerable quantity. No matter. First, arrange for everyone to rest, and contact the shops for tomorrow's sale. Chun Yuan placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. I have some personal matters to attend to. The boatman, understanding the hint, refrained from further inquiries. Understood, master. As a crucial waterway, Yin City naturally housed the Demon Suppression Office. However, despite inquiring with several individuals, none could provide guidance until a young child pointed him in the right direction. Arriving at a secluded area in the west of the city, he found the Demon Suppression flag lazily fluttering in the wind, the gate wide open, yet devoid of any aura of solemnity. Just as Chun Yuan approached the entrance, he was met with the sounds of merriment and music emanating from within, accompanied by laughter and lively chatter. Frowning deeply, he strode inside, only to find the once serious Demon Suppression Office now reeking of alcohol. Several women in sheer garments were nestled beside a drunken demon-suppressing official in white, who was already flushed from drink. Upon noticing Chun Yuan's entrance, he waved his hand with bleary eyes, slurring, What business do you have? Go. He was interrupted by a hiccup, and the women beside him teased. Master, you're already drunk. Weren't you just saying you could drink 1,000 cups? Who said I'm drunk? Bring the wine. Today, let us have some fun with these little ladies. Chun Yuan interjected coldly. Is this not the Demon Suppression Office? The official, irritated, replied, Can't you see I'm busy? If you disturb me again, I'll hold you accountable. Chun Yuan snorted, drawing his sword and striking down. A glimmer of cold light sliced through the table, exploding with a thunderous crash, splattering food and drink everywhere, causing several women to scream in fright and flee barefoot. The Demon Suppression Office? I thought I had entered a brothel. Chapter 40. The fall of the Demon Suppression Office and investigation of the river transport. The envoy clad in white was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in furious indignation. Who dares to create havoc within the Demon Suppression Office? He fumbled for a weapon at his side, but found none. Suddenly rising, he swung his fist directly at Chun Yuan's face. Unaware of your own folly, Chun Yuan did not even lift his eyelids, delivering a swift kick. With a resounding crash, the white-clad man was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall, which splintered like a spider's web. Amidst the shrill screams of the women present, Chun Yuan stepped forward, his boot pressing down on the man's chest, surveying the surroundings with disdain. Is the Demon Suppression Office reduced to just you, a mere drunkard? The man coughed up blood, his drunkenness evaporating, and weakly replied, Who are you? I am the Demon Suppressor of the capital, Chun Yuan declared, revealing the crimson insignia at his waist. He turned to the women still lingering to watch and barked, Why are you still here? The crowd of young women scattered like startled birds. Chun Yuan retrieved a wine cup from the ground, sniffed it, and frowned. When did the Demon Suppression Office become a den of debauchery? No wonder the citizens of the city are oblivious to this place. It is shrouded in such filth that it is even worse than a brothel. The man finally caught his breath, struggling to rise, and adjusted his clothing, bowing deeply. My lord, please forgive my transgressions. Now, in the capital's Demon Suppression Office. I am the only one remaining. What do you mean? Chun Yuan inquired. The man revealed a bitter smile, rubbing his chest. Aside from myself, all the other demon suppressors have perished. Chun Yuan doubted his own ears. What did you say? The clothing I wear is also from my predecessor. The man tore open his outer garment, revealing a black robe beneath, introducing himself as Li Xianwang. I have just committed an offense quickly. Tell me what transpired. Chun Yuan's pupils constricted. An entire division of demon suppressors had been wiped out, and the capital remained entirely unaware. Report to me, he demanded. Li Xianwang lowered his head in shame. I am often inebriated, and my uncle, who wears the white robe, has always turned a blind eye to my excesses. That day, I was excessively drunk, only hearing it was an urgent mission, and thereafter, I lost clarity. When I awoke from my stupor, no one had returned. The vast Demon Suppression Office was left with only me. Why was such a significant event not reported to the capital and Oppo's Demon Suppression Office? Chun Yuan asked. His brows tightly knitted. What was the mission? Li Xianwang stammered, My lord, I do not know how to make contact. I have only gone on one mission with my uncle, and I usually just muddle through for my salary. Under Chun Yuan and Oppo's piercing gaze, his voice dwindled. Now, I am alone, and I do not know what to do. Seeing that there are still some funds left in the office, I thought to bring in more people to liven things up. Absurd, Chun Yuan exclaimed, striding toward a nearby ledger. The entries were sparse and disordered, lacking processing and approval. A sense of alarm rang in Chun Yuan and Oppo's mind. An entire division of the Demon Suppression Office had been annihilated. What urgent mission could possibly justify such a deployment? Whatever calamity could prompt the entire office to mobilize must be of unparalleled magnitude. Yet, the surface of Yin City remained calm, showing no signs of demonic beasts. Glancing at Li Xianwang, Chun Yuan noted that he did not appear to be feigning ignorance. His steps were unsteady, and he seemed wholly consumed by wine and revelry, entirely lacking the demeanor of a martial artist. Do you know where the records of the Demon Suppression Office are kept? Chun Yuan inquired. The records? Li Xianwang pondered. I believe they are in the gung room. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch them for you. He hurriedly entered, only to return empty-handed shortly after. Scratching his head, I made a mistake. They should be in the next room. He then dashed to the adjacent room, emerging shortly after with a box of records. Placing it on the ground, My lord, everything is here. Chun Yuan's fingers swiftly skimmed through the records, but he still could not find the information he sought. He turned to Li Xianwang and asked, Are you aware of why there are no records for the former governor and deputy, Su Wenhuan? Seeing the bewildered expression on Li Xianwang's face, Chun Yuan sighed and shook his head. It was futile to inquire. Although Su Wenhuan's records were absent, he did find the documentation for the current governor and Oppo's deputy, Cui Yongyan. He pulled it out with 2 fingers and scrutinized it closely. The more he examined it, the more tightly his brows knitted. This record was excessively immaculate, far too perfect for a bureaucrat of the Duqian dynasty. Cui Yongyan, a young man who had excelled in the imperial examination, married into a prominent family, and swiftly ascended from humble beginnings to a 5th-rank official, had an unblemished record of achievements. He was known for his integrity, frugality, and kindness, and had recently presided over river transport projects, benefiting countless citizens. Li Xianwang leaned in for a closer look and bowed. My lord, I am familiar with this individual. The current deputy governor came to the Demon Suppression Office after the incident occurred. Came here? Chun Yuan asked. What was his purpose? I do not know. Li Xianwang shook his head, noticing Chun Yuan's disapproving gaze, and quickly waved his hands. My lord, I truly do not know. That day, he was accompanied by several guards, and I only caught a glimpse of him before being stopped by the guards. However, after his visit, the funds in the Demon Suppression Office diminished by half. Oh. Chun Yuan exerted pressure between his fingers, reducing the document to mere powder. In this light, such information became utterly useless. Shenling Xue had once stated that collecting detailed records of every individual in their jurisdiction was one of the iron rules of the Demon Suppression Office. The current emperor had repeatedly proposed changes to this rule, but could not overcome the resistance of the office, which had only led to budget cuts. Now, the intelligence system of the Demon Suppression Office was virtually paralyzed, with only Li Xianwang remaining, unable to garner any support. Chun Yuan clicked his tongue. reminiscing about the time he was left isolated and helpless in Yongning County. My lord, Li Xianwang spoke up. I am at your service at all times. What assistance can you offer me? Qin Yuan asked, glancing sideways. I am unsure. Li Xianwang's gaze grew steadfast, but if I can find the whereabouts of my predecessors, I will not hesitate to face any peril. Qin Yuan studied his eyes for a few seconds and nodded. Very well, do not create more chaos. My lord, rest assured. Qin Yuan extracted several more records, briefly flipping through them before asking Li Xianwang. Do you know about the rerouting of the river transport? I have heard a little, but I am not very well informed, Li Xianwang replied. This project cannot be accomplished by a few individuals in a day, Qin Yuan stated. I need to find the relevant personnel and inquire about the situation without alarming anyone. Li Xianwang clenched his fist. My lord, this matter is simple. I have a lead. Please follow me. He led Qin Yuan out of the Demon Suppression office, locking the door behind them. After rounding a corner, he softly called out, Tiger Boy, Sparrow Spirit, come here. Moments later, two children, looking like little mud monkeys, emerged from a gap in the wall, revealing their tiger-like teeth. Brotherly, what is it? They asked. Li Xianwang smiled and handed them a few pieces of silver, saying, Do you recognize anyone involved in the river transport project? The river transport project? The girl named Sparrow bit her lip. Are you talking about the excavation of water channels? I remember that little Yan's family does this. I met her last month, and I can ask her for you. No need, Qin Yuan interjected, shaking his head. Just tell me the location. Sparrow cast a wary glance at Qin Yuan and shook her head. No, I can only tell brotherly. She leaned close to Li Xianwang's ear and whispered the location. Chapter 41. The discovery of the wooden house and Shui Qingtian distributing porridge. Li Xianwang rose, expressing gratitude to K. Ling and Oppos, and produced several pieces of broken silver to purchase some snacks, cautioning her not to indulge too much as it would be detrimental to her teeth. K. Linger accepted the silver, tucked it into her pocket, and, accompanied by Hu Guer, skipped away joyfully. Li Xianwang watched her depart before turning to Qin Yuan and stating, Sir, it is just across the street from the Yunxiang Compassionate Orphanage. Qin Yuan took over the conversation. Li Xianwang, displaying a look of astonishment, clasped his hands in admiration, saying, You are truly impressive, sir. Qin Yuan shook his head, explaining that with his keen hearing, nothing within 10 paces could escape his notice if one was attentive. You seem fond of children, Qin Yuan observed. Indeed, Li Xianwang replied with a smile. When dealing with others during the day, one must remain cautious, but with children, their innocence allows for a heart free of worry. Quite so, Qin Yuan nodded. Let us not delay further. The twilight deepened, and night would soon fall. Familiar with the streets of Yan City, Li Xianwang took a shortcut and reached the wooden house in less than a quarter of an hour. Qin Yuan approached the door, knocking with a force that echoed, but no one responded. Instead, a head poked out from the crack of the neighboring wooden house. Upon seeing Li Xianwang in official attire, the person hurriedly attempted to close the door. Li Xianwang, quick-witted, pressed the door back with a firm hand, commanding, Come out. I have questions for you. Your Excellency, please understand, I have committed no crime. The voice from inside trembled, sounding as faint as a whisper. Do not mistake me for someone else. The individual appeared frail, with graying hair and a gaunt face, hunched over as if merely a skeleton covered with skin. Come out. Li Xianwang, losing patience, yanked the door open. Qin Yuan assessed the emaciated man and gently inquired, Do you know where your neighbor has gone? The weak man, sensing Qin Yuan and Oppos' amiable demeanor, quickly leaned closer and replied in a hushed tone, I truly do not know, Your Excellency. His voice was frail, as if he might be swept away by the wind at any moment. Qin Yuan continued his questioning. How long have you lived here? About 2 or 3 years. And I have never seen anyone living next door, the man answered. As you can see, at this hour, every household should be home, yet the next door looks deserted. Nonsense, Li Xianwang retorted sharply, kicking the man to the ground. There is clearly a family of 3 living next door. The dust has not even settled on the roof. How dare you speak such lies? Ignoring the man's wails from the ground, he turned to Qin Yuan. Sir, this man is spouting nonsense. K. Ling and Oppos never lies. He was concerned that the child might be implicated. Qin Yuan cast a glance at Li Xianwang. I am not so petty. Peering through the window, it was evident that the house showed no signs of habitation, yet it did not appear to be long abandoned. K. Linger had mentioned seeing Xiaoyan a month ago, indicating that this family had only recently disappeared. The frail man's claim of never having seen anyone was undoubtedly a deception. As he pondered, a shout suddenly rang out from afar. Qingtian Lord is distributing porridge. Do not be late. The man on the ground in Oppos' eyes brightened upon hearing this call, and his lamentations ceased abruptly. He clutched his stomach and struggled to rise, limping towards the source of the sound under the watchful eyes of the 2 men. What is this? Qin Yuan frowned. Li Xianwang and Oppos' kick had not been gentle. How could this frail man endure such pain to rush towards the call? Li Xianwang explained, Sir, in Yan City, the only one referred to as Lord Qingtian is the assistant magistrate, Cui Yongyan. Noticing Qin Yuan's look of confusion, he elaborated, Magistrate Chui Yongyan is the foremost philanthropist in Yin City. He is known for his benevolence, not only founding the Compassionate Orphanage, but also supporting impoverished scholars and constructing roads and bridges. When the recent influx of refugees occurred, he went against the tide, personally funding soup kitchens to aid countless individuals, earning immense respect from the people of Yin City. Qin Yuan scoffed. He sounds more sage-like than a sage himself. Had it not been for his knowledge of the pirate ship incident, he might have almost believed such claims. He paused, then inquired, "Are there any illicit substances such as opium circulating in Yin City?" "Why do you ask, sir?" Li Xianwang was taken aback. "It seems unlikely. The Great Qin has strict regulations regarding such items, and no one would dare to sell them." Qin Yuan shook his head. "Let us see how this Lord Qingtian is aiding the populace." The frail man exhibited symptoms indicative of long-term substance abuse. The two men followed the sound to the opposite street. Arriving at the entrance of the charity hall, a large iron pot simmered over a fire, the aroma of meat porridge wafting through the air. Behind the pot sat a middle-aged man in official robes, surrounded by guards. The street was filled with eager citizens, their eyes aflame with anticipation as they gazed at the thick porridge. "Dear elders," the man in the official robes rose and proclaimed, "Today, I have prepared this meat porridge as a gesture of gratitude to the villagers. Yin City owes its current state to your unwavering support." A chorus of praises erupted from the crowd. "Chui Darren is indeed our benevolent Lord Qi Tian. Thank you, Chui Darren, for your kindness. Yin City is fortunate to have Chui Tongji." Chui Yongyan raised his hand, requesting silence. "Today, the quantity of porridge is limited. Those who have not yet received or are here for the first time will be prioritized. Please do not push. We will distribute porridge daily. If you do not receive today, you may come again tomorrow." Qin Yuan observed coldly, sensing something amiss. Although meat was a precious commodity in the Great Qian, citizens typically had access to it only a few times a year. This frenzy was unusual. He noted many individuals in the crowd appeared pale and unsteady, clearly having fasted all day for a bowl of porridge. Chui Yongyan resumed his seat in the grand chair, sipping tea with a smile. Watching the citizens rush to receive their porridge, those who obtained it paid no heed to its heat, immediately pouring it down their throats. Only after swallowing the entire bowl did they exhale warmth, faces aglow with satisfaction, licking the bottoms of their bowls as if still craving more. "Absurd," Qin Yuan muttered under his breath, pushing through the crowd. Amidst a flurry of shoves and shouts, he reached the front. Hearing the commotion, Chui Yongyan looked up. He did not recognize Qin Yuan, but upon seeing Li Xianwang behind him, he approached with a smile. "What brings you here, Li Hai?" His gaze shifted to Chan Yuan. "And who might this be?" "The Demon Suppressor." Qin Yuan revealed his token and took an empty bowl to scoop a spoonful of porridge, intending to sample the famous porridge of Chui Darren. Chui Yongyan raised an eyebrow and gestured, "Please, young brother." Qin Yuan, maintaining a stoic expression, dipped a fingertip into the porridge and tasted a grain of rice. Immediately, his body shivered, fixating his gaze intently on Chui Yongyan. "And how does it taste?" Chui Yongyan, appearing relaxed, replied, "This porridge is prepared by a renowned chef and infused with various nourishing herbs." "Is that so?" Qin Yuan's grip tightened, and with a resounding crash, the porcelain bowl shattered in his hand, splattering porridge everywhere. The surrounding citizens gasped and recoiled, while Chui Yongyan's guards tensed, quickly positioning themselves to protect him. Unfazed, Qin Yuan drew his long blade, slicing through the air as the pot shattered into pieces, the thick porridge splattering in all directions. Chapter 42, The Crisis of Commerce. A night in the spring tower. Qin Yuan coldly remarked, "What a masterful chef." Even the mere act of swallowing a grain of rice felt distinctly amiss. His body was as if beset by parasitic insects, every ounce of strength dissipating, while an overwhelming thirst surged in his throat, an insatiable desire to consume the entire bowl of porridge. Fortunately, the pure yang vital energy coursing through him dispelled this sensation in time. If he, with his cultivation, could feel such a way, how would ordinary citizens fare? Would it not be akin to drinking poison to quench their thirst? As anticipated, upon witnessing the porridge being destroyed, the surrounding populace and Appo's eyes brimmed with bloodshot fury, their vicious gazes seemingly intent on devouring Qin Yuan whole. Had it not been for Chui Yongyan raising his hand to intervene, they would have undoubtedly surged forth. A fleeting look of surprise flashed across Chui Yongyan's eyes as he stood, signaling his guards to withdraw, and approached with a smile, saying, "Little brother, there is no need for such agitation. This porridge is entirely safe." He gestured for a servant to bring forth the untouched bowl of porridge. Chui Yongyan lifted the bowl and drank it down without leaving a trace, as if to assert that a distinguished official would never harm himself. "Indeed, how could Lord Chui ever wish us ill?" exclaimed a voice from the crowd. "Who in Yin City does not know that Lord Chui cherishes his people as his own children? Do not slander him. It is clear that you are simply envious of Lord Chui's benevolence, unable to bear witness to his good deeds, and intent on spreading malevolence." The crowd was incensed, their collective ire directed at the accused, spitting vitriol. Chui Yongyan, with a calm smile, gestured for quiet. "Everyone, please do not be angry. This young brother is new here and does not yet understand. A great man like Lord Chui surely possesses a magnanimous heart. Li Xianwang, feeling the weight of the accusations, turned crimson, having never encountered such a spectacle, his head bowed in confusion. Chen Yuan remained unperturbed, sheathing his dagger and scanning the unruly throng with a cold gaze. Ultimately landing on Chui Yongyan. Lord Chui is indeed a commendable official. I wonder, however, if the souls of those who perished at the bottom of the river share the same sentiment? Chui Yongyan's facade of control faltered momentarily, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He scrutinized Chen Yuan, forcing a calm demeanor and feigned nonchalance. What do you mean by that, young brother? I fail to comprehend. You know precisely what it means, Chen Yuan retorted with a cold laugh, pushing through the crowd with Li Xianwang and sweeping away. Chui Qing Tian. Do prepare yourself. As Chen Yuan departed, the crowd erupted in further vitriol. Lord Chui, this man surely seeks to ensnare you. We will not allow this madman to succeed. Chui Yongyan, maintaining a soothing tone, replied, there is no need for such concern. This matter does not involve you. Come back tomorrow for porridge. How could it not concern us? Lord Chui's affairs are our affairs, a leader among them insisted, yet their gaze remained fixated on the spilled porridge. Such a waste of porridge. Before long, the first person knelt to lick the ground, soon followed by others. Chui Yongyan did not intervene, merely casting a meaningful glance at Chen Yuan's retreating figure before turning back to his residence. As twilight fell, the Demon Suppression Office was illuminated by flickering lights. My lord, what shall we do next? Li Xianwang inquired, his eyes filled with admiration. Chen Yuan's composure under pressure was even more daunting than that of his white-clad uncle. Investigate further, Chen Yuan instructed, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Chui Yongyan has a son named Chui Hao. We will start with him. This official robber collusion is rife with his involvement. Li Xianwang's eyes brightened. I am familiar with him. He often frequents the brothels and taverns. I have seen him indulging in drink. His presence quite ostentatious and his demeanor arrogant. When does he usually appear? Chen Yuan inquired. During the day, he can be found in taverns, but at night, he often visits the Dream Spring Tower, rarely absent, Li Xianwang replied. Chen Yuan stood, stating, wait for my news tonight. Accompany me to Dream Spring Tower to capture him for interrogation. He will surely divulge everything. Li Xianwang nodded eagerly, understood. After relaying a few more instructions, Chen Yuan departed the Demon Suppression Office. He needed to visit the shop first to ensure that, in the event of an emergency, there would be someone to oversee affairs. The Chun family shop, located at the heart of the marketplace, was lavishly adorned, representing the dignity of the imperial merchant. Entering the shop during mealtime, only a handful of customers were present, lending an air of desolation. A servant approached, recognizing Chen Yuan, and whispered, Master, the shipper seeks you urgently. Where is he? Chen Yuan asked. In the back hall, the servant replied. Upon reaching the back hall, Chen Yuan found the shipper pacing anxiously. What is it? He inquired. Master, you have finally arrived, the shipper exclaimed, clapping his palm against his other hand. Today has been fraught with oddities. All the merchants in Yen City have suddenly refused to accept our goods. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Unable to sell? Retail is manageable, but bulk goods are meant to be distributed to local merchants. If we rely solely on retail, it may take half a year to break even. And I cannot explain this to the princess's residents, the shipper lamented. Since the goods are fine, why the refusal to purchase? Chen Yuan pressed. I am also puzzled. The shipper sighed. We had everything arranged. Contracts were to be signed tomorrow, and laborers were already scheduled for transport. But suddenly, each merchant sent someone to terminate our agreements. Just now, Chen Yuan's heart raced. In Yen City, only Chui Yongyan possessed such influence. He had not anticipated the swiftness of their actions. He did not believe this was the work of the fourth princess. If Zhao Mingzhao truly had such capabilities, why go to the trouble of sabotaging the spices? There is no need to rush. Let us discuss this in a few days, Chen Yuan reassured him. In the meantime, allow everyone to rest, and arrange for additional guards to protect the womenfolk. The shipper nodded. Yes, master. However, considering the travel time, we can only remain in Yen City for a maximum of 5 days. Today counts as the first. Understood. Chen Yuan took a deep breath. 4 days should suffice. He hastily ate a few bites, noting the time, and made his way to the Demon Suppression Office. Li Xianwang had already changed into casual attire and waited patiently. Upon Chen Yuan's arrival, he patted his sleeve and said, My lord, everything is ready. He revealed the silver notes from within his sleeve, assuring Chen Yuan that the treasury of the Demon Suppression Office was well stocked. Li Xianwang guided Chen Yuan to Dream Spring Tower, where the lanterns were just being lit. As a commercial hub, Yen City's night market was particularly vibrant, with lanterns reflecting on the river's surface and small boats darting back and forth. Arriving at Dream Spring Tower, the welcoming matron approached with a smile. Young Master Li, back again. 1 day apart feels like an eternity. Noticing Chen Yuan, she waved her handkerchief and said, Rest assured. Young Master's friend will be well taken care of. Zhang Ma, don't take it upon yourself, Li Xianwang chuckled, inquiring, Has Chui Hao been here today? Which girl did he choose? Why does young Master always seem to have a quarrel with him? The matron advised. Why not let the girls entertain you instead? Zhang Ma, You did not say this last time Cui Hao sought me out, Li Xianwang retorted. He is powerful and influential, as a mere girl. How could I dare to defy him? Zhang Ma wore a pained expression. I tell you this in confidence, but do not disclose that it was I who said it. Chen Yuan listened intently, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xianwang. The young man was clearly seizing this opportunity for personal revenge. Chapter 43. Capturing Cui Hao and beginning the interrogation. Li Xianwang was exceptionally popular at the Dream Spring Tower. As he stepped inside, a throng of women, like butterflies, fluttered around him, their soft voices wrapping around him like a gentle embrace. Behind him, Chen Yuan was largely ignored, seizing the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The fragrant scent of cosmetics wafted through the opulent interior, where vermilion doors and delicate silk curtains harmoniously complemented one another, exuding an air of luxurious elegance. The hall was filled with patrons listening to music, who turned their gazes towards Li Xianwang upon hearing the commotion, only to quickly avert their eyes. My lord. Li Xianwang beckoned the women away and leaned close to Chen Yuan's ear, whispering, that fellow has just arrived and is currently in room Yun. Should we seize him now? Chen Yuan shook his head, his gaze lingering on the fresh mark of red lips adorning Li Xianwang's neck. Create some noise elsewhere, and we shall convene at the Demon Suppression Division later. This Dream Spring Tower, with its exquisite decor, must be a gathering place for the powerful. Unlike the capital, we must tread carefully to avoid alarming the snakes. Understood, my lord. This is my specialty, Li Xianwang replied with a confident smile, casting a reassuring glance at Chen Yuan before turning to embrace two of the women. A silver note accidentally slipped from his sleeve, prompting gasps of astonishment from the women upon seeing its denomination, drawing the attention of nearby guests. Seizing this moment, Chen Yuan silently ascended the stairs, locating room Yun, and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Did I not say not to disturb me? Came an impatient voice from within. Chen Yuan pushed the door open and stepped inside, closing it firmly behind him. His eyes roamed the room, landing on a man crouched by the bed, fiddling with a piece of hemp rope. Upon hearing the noise, the man looked up with displeasure. On the bed, a woman of the night was tightly bound, her mouth gagged with silk cloth, ropes embedded deep into her flesh, terror and pleading evident in her eyes. Who let you in? The man barked. Do you not understand the rules? Do you wish to be banished from Yin City? Chen Yuan remained unfazed. Cui Hao? Knowing it is this young master, you should hurry and leave. Before he could finish, Chen Yuan had swiftly lunged forward, seizing the hemp rope. In a flurry of movement, Cui Hao was bound tightly, and before he could cry for help, Chen Yuan's boot was pressed against his face, his long knife unsheathed silently, the blade's edge resting against his throat. Shoo! Chen Yuan placed a finger to his lips, his voice a mere whisper, make a sound, and let us see whether they arrive faster than my blade. Removing his boot, Cui Hao and Appo's face bore the distinct imprint of the soul, and he cast a sidelong glance at the menacing knife tip, feeling a chill at his neck, his lips trembling in fear. The woman on the bed, having never witnessed such a scene, whimpered and shrank into the corner, silenced by a glance from Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan dragged Cui Hao to the window and, pushing it open, looked out at the pitch-black river below. Perfect. With a flick of his wrist, the window swung wide. Chen Yuan propelled himself and Cui Hao into the depths below, the splash they made quickly subsiding, unnoticed by anyone. After a moment of submerged silence, Chen Yuan dragged the incapacitated Cui Hao ashore from a secluded spot. Before Cui Hao could cough out the water, they had already arrived outside the Demon Suppression Division. The division, being remote, was devoid of any presence at night, not a single flicker of light to be seen. Throwing Cui Hao to the ground, Chen Yuan shook off the water from his sleeves and sat down on the steps. Cough, cough. Who are you? Cui Hao gasped for breath, finally able to speak as he angrily questioned, are you seeking death? Do you not know my father is the magistrate of Yin City? Chen Yuan remained silent. And before long, Li Xianwang, disheveled, hurriedly arrived. Li Xianwang, you have some audacity. Cui Hao's anger intensified upon seeing him, daring to use such despicable means. It won't be long before my father finds out, and you will suffer for it. Such bravado, Li Xianwang sneered, clapping his hands and addressing Chen Yuan, my lord. Leave this scoundrel to me for interrogation. I assure you he will spill everything. He fetched a wooden stool from the Demon Suppression Division and secured Cui Hao to it, delivering a few solid punches without further ado. Cui Hao, once so arrogant, was immediately subdued. Li Xianwang, panting with exertion, mocked, are you obedient now? Were you not quite imposing earlier? Do you still dare threaten me? Cui Hao spat defiantly. Just wait, you will never see those two little brats again in this lifetime. His face twisted in contempt. Li Xianwang, incensed, delivered another punch, demanding, speak. What is Cui Yongyan scheming? Seeing Cui Hao fall silent, he seized his collar. Do you wish to die? Cui Hao merely sneered. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You. Li Xianwang, furious, prepared to strike again, but was interrupted by Chen Yuan's voice, step aside. Given Li Xianwang's ineffective intimidation, it was unlikely they would glean any useful information by dawn. Chen Yuan approached Cui Hao. Chuckling softly, you play the dandy quite convincingly. Typically, a spoiled rich heir would divulge everything with a bit of intimidation. How is it that you remain so resolute? Chui Hao's gaze fell upon Chun Yuan's face, a tremor coursing through him involuntarily. He understood Li Xianwang's nature. He was merely bluster, too timid to inflict serious harm. Once his father learned of this, he would have his own ways of dealing with it. However, the man before him was different. Chui Hao could keenly sense the hidden malice lurking beneath those calm eyes. Chun Yuan crouched down to meet Chui Hao's gaze, speaking softly, Master Chui, I shall pose a few simple questions. Chui Hao turned his face away, scoffing, if you dare harm me in the slightest, you shall not leave Yin City alive. Do not rush. I have yet to inquire. Qin Yuan stood tall, looking down at Chui Hao. Please enlighten me. Who else accompanied you on the pirate ship? Chui Hao's eyes widened, pupils constricting. What pirate ship? Is Master Chui unaware? Qin Yuan chuckled lightly, his voice icy. It is, of course, the watercraft under the command of Chui Yongyan. Evidence and witness accounts are in abundance. That ship of officials and pirates has already descended into hell. Chui Hao's cold sweat dripped, his throat constricting as he stammered. You. What evidence? It is clearly. Before he could finish, Qin Yuan interrupted. Still so obstinate. He seized Chui Hao's hand, raising his knife, and a finger fell in swift execution. Did you truly believe that being on the ship would grant you impunity? That no one would know of your vile deeds? That you could torment others for your amusement? Qin Yuan leaned closely to Chui Hao and Apos' pale face. When you committed your crimes on that vessel, did you ever consider that this day might arrive? He recalled the officials and pirates mentioning that the entire affair concerning the singing girls was Chui Hao's idea. Chui Hao's features contorted as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his arms trembling. Qin Yuan spoke coldly. Even if I were to execute you on the spot and return to the capital, I would still be justified. If you continue to harbor any hope, I would not hesitate to let you experience a fate worse than death. Under the dual pressure of physical agony and the collapse of his mental defenses, Chui Hao finally bowed his head, weakly murmuring, I will speak. I will tell you. Accompanying me were the governor's son, Chu Hentian, and the former magistrate's son, Su Yun. Just those two. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, surprised that this matter involved the governor of Yin City. The governor was a fourth-rank official, and with his current authority, he could not be touched. Do you know the details concerning Chui Yongyan and Apos' charitable acts? He continued to press. Chapter 44. The Night in the Heavy Prison. The Bald Giant. Chui Hao spoke. I truly do not know. My father never discusses such matters with me, nor does he allow me to touch that gruel. Is that so? Qin Yuan raised his long knife, resting it upon his second finger. Chui Hao trembled, urgently exclaiming, I genuinely do not know. My father has always disdained me, merely providing some silver to dismiss me, never allowing me to partake in serious affairs. You must have noticed, I do not even have a guard by my side. How much do you know about the grain transportation project? Qin Yuan inquired. Where are the workers now? Chui Hao replied, I am unaware of the transportation project. Please do not harm me. I do have some leads regarding those workers. He swallowed hard, continuing, the wages for the construction of the grain transport were considerable. With half paid up front, I had intended to send a few servants to earn some extra money. However, a few days ago, those servants suddenly vanished, not even taking their belongings. I dared not inquire further, assuming nothing had occurred. The son of the former deputy, Su Yun, experienced something similar within a mere 2 days. He seemed to have evaporated from the world. Qin Yuan sheathed his knife, pacing with his hands clasped behind his back. No wonder Chui Yongyan operated so meticulously yet remained indifferent to this son, who appeared to be treated as a discarded pawn, never included in the plans. Sensing Qin Yuan's disapproving gaze, Chui Hao hastily added, if you seek someone, perhaps you should visit the southern part of the city. That is where the populace gathers. And previously, notices for the grain transport were prominently displayed there. Thank you for the suggestion. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yuan struck with a swift motion, delivering a knife-hand blow to Chui Hao's neck, rendering him unconscious. Li Xianwang understood the signal, promptly retrieving ropes to bind him securely and dragging him into the Demon Suppression Department for concealment. Once the task was complete, he inquired, My lord, what shall we do next? We shall act separately. I will seek the former deputy in the prison, while you investigate the southern part of the city and uncover the details of the grain transport. Qin Yuan instructed in a low voice, be sure to exercise caution. I understand, Li Xianwang replied solemnly, clasping his fists. I shall return with news before the hour of the hare. Go, Qin Yuan said, watching as Li Xianwang departed. Cloaked in a black cape, he concealed his visage in the shadows. According to the records provided by the third prince, the former deputy, Su Wenwan, had been incarcerated for a week due to his crimes. The heavy prison differed from ordinary jails, housing only the most heinous criminals. Once inside, one either languished to death or faced execution come autumn, with no possibility of visitation. Qin Yuan located the cell, scaling a tall tree to observe the prison's layout under the cover of its branches. With his extraordinary vision, he noted the heavy guard presence and the 3-shift rotation, leaving little room for error. Any disturbance during the patrol would alert the other 2 shifts. Exercising patience, he gradually mapped out several potential infiltration routes. As the patrol shifted, he swiftly moved, gliding over the high wall like a falling leaf, seamlessly merging into the night. Timing his advance with the moment a lookout tower guard turned away, Chun Yuan swiftly navigated the outer layer, skillfully avoiding 3 patrols, and silently infiltrated the inner sanctum without a ripple. The inner layout was simple, yet at the sole entrance stood 2 heavily armored guards, resembling iron towers, with jailers frequently entering and exiting with lanterns. Chun Yuan held his breath, noting that the jailers changed shifts every 5 minutes. As a team of jailers departed, he seized the moment, drawing his long knife and hurling it forward. The heavily armored guards, upon seeing Chun Yuan, widened their eyes and prepared to sound the alarm. Before they could utter a word, the knife's hilt struck one guard's throat. Stifling his shout, the other guard reached for his weapon, but Chun Yuan was already upon him. He raised his fist, delivering a crushing blow that pierced the armor, striking the heart, and the guard collapsed, eyes rolling back in shock. Chun Yuan supported the fallen guard, swiftly delivering a knife-hand strike to the throat of the other, rendering him unconscious. In mere moments, both guards lay incapacitated. Chun Yuan propped them against the door, disguising them as if they were merely dozing, then hastily entered. Upon entering the prison, a familiar stench assaulted his senses. Despite the numerous torches on the walls, the interior remained shrouded in gloom, without lanterns. An ordinary person could hardly discern the contents of each cell. Chun Yuan advanced slowly, his pupils shimmering with light as he scanned the surroundings. Yet he did not find Su and Huan. Inmates lounged on filthy straw, their eyes clouded as they groaned weakly. The deeper he ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Filth accumulated on the ground, indicating that the jailers rarely visited, often just glancing in with a lantern before hastily departing. Accelerating his pace, he finally reached the end and came upon the person he sought. Su Wenhuan hung in the depths of the cell, hands shackled by iron chains, his head drooping, teetering between life and death. Outside the cell, a brawny bald giant sat cross-legged. Upon hearing footsteps, the giant slowly lifted his head, parting his lips in a menacing grin, exhaling a breath that echoed like a tiger's roar. He rose to his full height, towering nearly 3 meters. His scar extending from his right eye to the corner of his mouth, grotesque in the flickering light. Lord Shui has kept me waiting for so long. I thought tonight would be in vain, he said, striding toward Chun Yuan, each step reverberating through the ground. The surrounding inmates shrank back in terror, their teeth chattering. That old fool won't last long, the giant mused, flexing his muscles and casually tearing a steel bar from the cell, molding it into a deadly iron ball. I hope you can provide me some amusement. No sooner had he spoken than the iron ball shot toward Chun Yuan like a phantom. Chun Yuan tilted his head slightly, the ball whizzing past his ear and creating a massive hole in the stone wall behind him. The resulting debris struck the inmate in the adjacent cell, silencing his screams as blood erupted from his body. Interesting, the giant remarked, licking his cracked lips, a smile spreading across his face. His fingers curled like claws as he ripped several more steel bars from the structure. No wonder Lord Shui would rather agree to release me than spare your life. The bars glimmered with a purple energy, growing increasingly radiant in the narrow passageway. Can you evade this? The giant's muscles tensed like iron, veins bulging on his arms. With a mighty roar, the purple-infused steel bars transformed into a deadly net, aimed directly at Chun Yuan. Several bars targeted his forehead, throat, and heart, vital spots, within the less than 3-foot-wide corridor, leaving little room for maneuverability. The sharp whistling of the bars resonated, causing the cells to hum ominously. While the inmates on either side clutched their ears in agony, blood seeping through their fingers, some even fainting outright. Chun Yuan's right hand remained poised on the hilt of his knife, a cold smile gracing his lips. What a pity, he murmured, his thumb gently pressing the knife guard. You will not escape. Chapter 45. The blade strikes the giant. As the blade was drawn from its sheath, pure yang energy surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly illuminating the dark confines of the prison. In midair, the steel bars met the true energy, melting into molten iron that dripped onto the ground. Chun Yuan advanced slowly, his long knife trembling lightly in his hand, its intent fierce and unwavering, aimed directly at the giant. Come at me. The giant snarled, spreading his arms wide, refusing to evade, and boldly confronting the blade's edge. The clash of blade and palm erupted into a resounding symphony of metal. The giant's palm glowed with a metallic sheen, firmly resisting the long knife infused with pure yang energy. Is that all? The veins on the giant's forehead throbbed. His face contorted in rage as he suddenly brought his hands together, attempting to crush the blade. Unfazed, Chun Yuan deftly twisted his wrist, allowing the blade to slip like a fish from the giant's grasp, leaving a glaring wound in its wake. He stepped forward, and before the giant could regain his composure, he thrust the knife downward. In a frantic attempt, the giant raised his left hand to meet the blade, seeking to replicate his earlier strategy. Yet, as his palm made contact with the blade's glimmer, it was severed at the wrist in an instant. The blood that splattered forth was vaporized by the pure yang energy that enveloped Chun Yuan within 3 feet of him. Merely a trifling skill, Chun Yuan remarked calmly. The giant staggered backward, gasping as he pressed down to staunch the bleeding. He roared in fury, seizing a nearby iron rod and charging with a fierce cry. The iron rod cutting through the air with a piercing shriek. Chen Yuan remained motionless as a gust of wind surged behind him, momentarily halting the giant's advance. Without the slightest delay, Chen Yuan and Appo's long knife descended upon him, leaving a charred fissure upon his chest. Impossible. The giant looked down in disbelief at the wound, his eyes widening as he stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground. The gash was deep enough to reveal bone, blood gushing forth and pooling beneath him. Trembling, he touched the wound, his blood-soaked fingertips wavering before his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. Stand aside. Chen Yuan's blade lightly tapped. I bear no grudge. I shall not slay you. At these words, the giant's astonishment twisted into a grimace of fury, his teeth grinding together, eyes ablaze with wrath. You dare to humiliate me? He bellowed. I am not afraid of death. With one hand on the ground, his muscular arm bulged with veins as he laboriously rose to his feet, tearing his sleeve to extract a palm-sized scale, which he promptly tossed into his mouth. Today, either you die or I shall perish. In the next moment, his body convulsed, the once mighty frame swelling until his tattered clothing split apart. Dark, scaly skin erupted across his surface at a visible pace, and his severed left hand reformed. Now equipped with sharp claws, Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing this transformation. A beast? Or perhaps a fallen creature? The giant's chest wound had ceased bleeding beneath the protective scales, and his aura now radiated a terrifying intensity far surpassing that of his previous state. Now, it is my turn. His figure vanished in an instant, claws slicing through the air. Chen Yuan merely shook his head, sidestepping gracefully, and with a flick of his knife, the cold light flashed. Just inches from his nose, the giant and Appo's arm fell to the ground, severed. Stunned, the giant gazed at his bloodied stump, still struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Chen Yuan's second strike followed promptly. Your left leg. The giant collapsed with a thunderous crash, his knee shattering the stone floor of the prison with an echoing clarity. Chen Yuan approached, inquiring, what is the nature of that scale? The giant attempted to speak, issuing a low, guttural cough, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes as his uninjured right hand lunged toward Chen Yuan and Appo's calf. Chen Yuan sighed, and with a swift motion, the 5 fingers were severed at the base, rolling to the ground like chopped radishes. He pressed the blade against the giant's throat, a thin line of blood oozing forth. This is your final opportunity. The giant howled in a horrifying wail, his eyes filled with determination as he forcefully thrust his neck against the blade. Chen Yuan could not retract his knife in time, and the giant's massive body crashed to the ground, his eyes dimming into darkness. Slain a peak condensation realm fallen creature. Reward, 15,000 talent points. Observing the panel's numbers flickering in his vision, Chen Yuan flicked the blood from his blade and remarked solemnly, a true man indeed. Stepping over the giant's form, he ventured deeper into the cell, severing the iron chains that bound the barely conscious Su Wenhuan. Chen Yuan felt for his breath. It was faint but still present, though how long he could hang on remained uncertain. There was no time to delay. Shortly, the guards would return to the cell, and attracting the attention of the soldiers would prove perilous. He hoisted Su Wenhuan over his shoulder and hastened out of the prison, nimbly maneuvering back to the Demon Suppression office. After laying Su Wenhuan on the ground, Chen Yuan scoured the office for several medicinal pills. Lacking knowledge of pharmacology, he noticed Su Wenhuan's labored breathing, more intake than output, and hastily forced all the pills into his mouth. After a brief moment, Su Wenhuan's breath faltered, then gradually turned rosy as he stirred back to consciousness. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, he weakly inquired, Who are you? An envoy of the Demon Suppression Office from the capital. Sent by the third prince, Chen Yuan stated directly. Are you aware of the schemes of Cui Yongnian? Su Wenhuan struggled to prop himself up but lacked the strength to sit, leaning against the wall instead, shaking his head. I do not know. From his sleeve, he slowly produced a scale, identical to that of the giant, and with great difficulty uttered, This, give it to the third prince. Chen Yuan accepted it, examining it closely. This is a scale from a beast. Is there a beast infestation in Yin City? Yes. Su Wenhuan nodded, his previously rosy complexion fading back to pallor. It is, in the river. His voice dwindled, becoming increasingly unclear. Where? Chen Yuan quickly retrieved another handful of pills, forcing them into his mouth. Speak clearly. Su Wenhuan coughed a few times, expelling saliva and remnants of the pills. His voice regaining clarity. In the river. I cannot discern the entirety, but it is definitely in the river. In the river? Chen Yuan furrowed his brow. Yin City had a well-developed waterway system with numerous tributaries connecting to the main artery, but the primary route was the very one their merchant ships had traversed. Yet, he had detected nothing unusual along the way. Having spoken, Su Wenhuan seemed to have exhausted his last reserves of strength, collapsing against the wall, his breath barely a whisper. Chen Yuan rose and posed one final question. Were you the one who led the massacre in Luoshui village? Su Wenhuan nodded, then shook his head. unable to utter the final word as his arm fell limply. The effects of the medicine could only sustain him for a fleeting moment. Setting aside his long knife, Chen Yuan sat upon a wooden chair, organizing the clues regarding Yin City. Cui Yongyan distributed gruel, yet the porridge contained addictive substances, the intent of which remained unclear. Workers involved in the grain transportation project had vanished without reason, and the tributary they took differed from the one reported to the court, opting instead for the Luojiang tributary. Moreover, prior to this diversion, the citizens of Luoshui village had been exterminated as water bandits, with the perpetrators claiming false credit for their deeds. Su Wenhuan was now deceased. Those tasked with eliminating the bandits had themselves become bandits, acting under Cui Yongyan's orders to burn, kill, and plunder. Chapter 46. The Man in the Raincoat. Dock explosion. Ultimately, the events in Yinxing involved the participation of a monstrous beast. Chen Yuan delicately pinched a dark green scale between his fingers, its touch cold and firm. This scale, resembling a fish's, emanated a demonic power that could rival that of the legendary Zhu Luan from days of yore, indicating it was no ordinary creature. What schemes did Cui Yongyan have in mind? And what manner of beast was this? The clues were painfully scant, leaving him unable to connect the dots. Compounding the matter was the fact that if he could not resolve the situation with Cui Yongyan, the merchant caravan and Appos' goods would remain unsold. And upon his return to the capital, he would face the ire of the fourth princess. Chen Yuan glanced at the clock. There was still some time before his appointed meeting with Li Xianwang. He closed his eyes for a brief respite and summoned his martial arts panel. Current martial arts: Common, Swift Wind Blade Technique, Perfected, Spirit, Pure Yang Heart Sutra, Perfected, Xiantian, Perfected, Supreme, Xian Yuan Dragon Capture Technique, 3rd level. Remaining talent points, 15,000. This time, he had not acquired any new martial arts from slaying the fallen. Instead, he poured all the talent points he had gained into the Xian Yuan Dragon Capture Technique. 3rd level, 6th level, Xian Yuan Dragon Capture Technique, 6th level Binding Heaven Locking Dragon Technique. A familiar sensation of tearing through his meridians surged through him, and Chen Yuan clenched his teeth, awaiting the pain to subside. To his astonishment, a piece of amber-colored crystal began to form on the back of his right hand. This. Chen Yuan gently caressed it, the effects gradually flooding into his mind. This crystal could store energy and restore stamina when exhausted. A precious find indeed, but unfortunately, it was of no use at present. Thus far, Chen Yuan had never reached a point of complete exhaustion. With the Xian Yuan Dragon Capture Technique now at the 6th level, his pure yang qi surged dramatically, ensuring he would not face the inadequacy of energy as he had in his previous confrontation with Zhu Luan. No matter Cui Yongyan's intricate plans, I shall shatter them with a single strike. The hour had passed, yet Li Xianwang had yet to return. Chen Yuan rose, preparing to head south to the city himself. Cui Yongyan would likely anticipate his journey to the heavy prison and would probably have laid traps in the southern part of the city. His earlier hesitation to depart was out of concern for missing Li Xianwang, fearing the latter might return to find him absent. Now it seemed something had gone awry. Chen Yuan checked on the still sleeping Cui Hao, dealt him a swift blow, and then made his way southward. The southern part of the city bordered a river, predominantly populated by common folk, with numerous porters choosing to reside there. The houses were densely packed. Chen Yuan wove through the narrow alleyways, activating his Xiantian. In his line of sight, several faint azure trajectories appeared, winding toward the southern dock. After turning 3 corners, a damp river breeze rushed toward him, and suddenly, Chen Yuan halted in his tracks. Not far away, perched upon a tiled roof, was a hunched figure clad in a raincoat. The individual was dressed in black, blending seamlessly with the night, and was staring directly at Chen Yuan. "My lord, over here." Li Xuanwang's urgent voice came from beneath the eaves, as he waved frantically. Instinctively, Chen Yuan stepped forward, but in the next instant, 3 black needles struck the very spot he had just occupied, their tips vibrating ominously. "My lord, take cover," Li Xianwang urged, lowering his head. "I encountered this fellow as soon as I arrived. He has been lurking on the roof. His ability to discern sound and position is extraordinary. His hidden weapons are utterly silent." Only then did Chen Yuan discern Li Xianwang clearly in the moonlight. His complexion was pale, blood streaming from his arm. An iron needle had embedded itself in his forearm, and he had hastily bound it with a torn strip of cloth, managing to staunch the flow of blood, though the darkened wound was visible beneath. "Are you all right?" Chen Yuan inquired, reaching for the iron needle. Li Xianwang shook his head, pulling back his arm. "My lord, do not touch it. The needle is poisoned." "It matters not." Chen Yuan concentrated his pure yang qi at his fingertips, touching the iron needle, and smoke began to rise. With a swift motion, he extracted the needle, which melted into molten iron and fell to the ground. While Li Xuanwang's wound was sealed by his qi, halting the blood flow. "I cannot handle the poison within just yet. We must find an antidote," he stated. Li Xianwang nodded, forcing a smile. "I can hold on. I will not be a burden to my lord." This individual was exceptionally quick to react. Once he locked onto a target, he was always alert. He picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it outside. Before the stone could touch the ground, an iron needle flew through the air, shattering it into fragments, with the needle embedding deeply into the earth. I attempted to circumvent this fellow, but no matter where I go, he always blocks the path to the dock. We've been at an impasse for nearly an entire night, unable to advance or retreat, Li Xianwang said, his expression lightening somewhat. But with my lord and Apos' arrival, the two of us can surely subdue him. Chen Yuan shook his head. It is not as simple as you think. He picked up 3 stones, hurling them in 3 different directions. As before, they were all shattered by iron needles the moment they left the eaves. What shall we do? Li Xianwang asked, bewildered. You stay here and do not expose yourself. Do not let your blood surge, lest the poison overwhelm you, Chen Yuan instructed, drawing his long knife. This level of threat I can manage. My lord, be extremely cautious. Li Xianwang shouted as Chen Yuan darted out from the shelter of the eaves. The moment he stepped forward, iron needles flew toward him as if predicted. Closing in on him, Chen Yuan raised his blade. The sound of metal clashing echoed, reverberating through the air as he deflected the needles. The man in the raincoat on the roof was momentarily stunned, not expecting Chen Yuan to block his attack. His hidden weapons were silent in the night, and he had relied on sound to anticipate Chen Yuan and Apos' moves. Each needle was aimed at a different vital point. For Chen Yuan to block them meant he had to react at an extremely close range and raise his sword in time. Impossible. How could such a formidable reaction exist? It must be sheer luck. The man in the raincoat flicked 2 more iron needles from his fingertips, aiming to intercept Chen Yuan as he attempted to scale the roof. 2 more metallic clangs rang out, but Chen Yuan remained unscathed, easily deflecting the needles. What? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. If the first instance could be attributed to luck, the second was undoubtedly due to skillful reflexes. As Chen Yuan leapt onto the roof, getting closer, the man in the raincoat could no longer maintain his composure. He hurled all his iron needles, sealing off every possible escape route for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan smiled calmly, too slow. He swept his blade, deflecting the majority of the needles, then shifted his body, easily avoiding the remaining ones. The man in the raincoat was clearly flustered, his movements growing increasingly erratic. Chen Yuan was now able to visually anticipate the direction of his attacks. Damn it! The man spat, turning to flee, only to hear the rush of wind approaching from behind. Chen Yuan's voice was a breath away. Where do you think you're running? He reached for the man in the raincoat, his long knife following suit, severing the tendons in his legs. The man, unable to exert himself to flee, crumpled to the ground, hanging precariously from the edge of the roof. As Chen Yuan approached slowly, the man gritted his teeth and hurled something toward the dock with all his might. With a resounding explosion, a merchant ship at the dock erupted into flames, illuminating the tranquil river. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, his voice sharp. Destroying evidence? Chapter 47. The appearance of Cui Yongnian. Li Xianwang's poison strikes. He stepped forward swiftly, seizing the throat of the man in the raincoat, his fingers tightening like iron clamps. Lifting him up, he forcefully tossed him at Li Xianwang and Apos' feet. Keep an eye on him. Chen Yuan gazed towards the explosion at the dock. Before his words could fully escape, his figure had transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing away. The evidence that the raincoat man was willing to perish to destroy must be of significant consequence. Moments later, he reached the dock, only to find the merchant ship engulfed in flames. The fire consumed the entire vessel, its skeletal frame groaning under the unbearable strain, the sails collapsing with a thunderous crash. Dimly, he could make out some objects tumbling into the dark waters reflecting the firelight. Chen Yuan harnessed his pure yang energy, holding his breath as he leapt into the water, diving towards the ship's hull. His mystical eyes shimmered in the darkness, penetrating the murky currents. The sight beneath the ship sent a jolt through him. Dozens of charred corpses sank like fallen leaves into the abyss. Corpses. Chen Yuan propelled himself forward, his pupils constricting in horror. Each body was pierced through the shoulders by rusted chains, though their faces were indistinct. Their emaciated forms bore a striking resemblance to the famished townsfolk he had seen earlier. At the end of the chains, there were rusted hooks, barbed and seemingly dragged towards the river's depths by an invisible hand. Chen Yuan had no time to waste. Drenched, he swam back to shore. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Young Master Chen." He turned to see Cui Yongnian standing not far away, the firelight casting a particularly somber shadow over his face. "Listen to me. Do not pursue this matter any further." His tone was calm, yet brooked no contradiction. "Continuing the investigation will bring no benefit to anyone." Water dripped from Chen Yuan's hair as he shook his head indifferently, remaining silent. Cui Yongnian sighed lightly as if he had expected this. Gazing at the merchant ship now swallowed by the river, his voice suddenly heavy with age. "I became a scholar at 24, served as the magistrate of Yinqing at 30, and have been in this city for nearly a decade. You are but a visitor here, unaware of its sordid affairs." He spoke with unwavering conviction. "All my actions are for the well-being of the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Yinqing." Chen Yuan scoffed coldly. "Hundreds of thousands of citizens? What explanation do you have for the corpses submerged in the river, just after receiving relief porridge. You do not understand. Chui Yongnian clasped his hands behind his back. Some matters are beyond your comprehension. If I do not act, no one will bear the burden. His gaze met Chen Yuan's. I am aware of your purpose in Yinqing regarding the Chun family's spices. I can assist you in dealing with them, even reclaiming those drenched in seawater at a high price. Just cease your pursuits, and I will consider this matter as if it never occurred, ensuring your safe return to the capital. Chen Yuan chuckled lightly. Chui Tongji, you still do not grasp the situation. I merely wish to uncover the person behind these heinous acts. Nothing more. He drew his long knife. Moreover, Chui Darren, are you not afraid of my actions, coming here alone? Chui Yongnian shook his head, his tone resolute. You will not. You have the merchant ship, the Qin family, and your reservations. If you were truly willing to act, why wait until now? He turned and walked away slowly, waving his hand. What I do is for justice. When we meet again, we shall be sworn enemies. As Chen Yuan watched Chui Yongnian vanish into the night, he tightened his grip on the knife. Indeed, his power in the black attire was insufficient to strike against an official of the 5th rank. He lacked the authority to act without prior approval. The 4th princess of the capital watched closely, and if she caught wind of any misstep, she would not hesitate to strike. Ultimately, it was a matter of strength. If he were clad in white or red, such complications would be unnecessary. If only he could uncover signs of the demonic beasts. He could directly apprehend Chui Yongnian for interrogation. The affairs of Yinqing demanded his relentless pursuit, serving as a stepping stone on his path to elevation. Equally, it was for the countless unjust souls sinking to the river's bottom. Chen Yuan sheathed his knife and returned to Li Xuanwang's side. The earlier raincoat man lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes vacant, a pool of black blood accumulating by his mouth. Li Xuanwang leaned against a nearby wall, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, breathing rapidly. Upon seeing Chen Yuan return, he forced a smile. My lord, have you made any progress? He glanced at the corpse beside him, rising to his feet. This fellow took poison and ended his own life after you threw him down. I couldn't stop him in time. Li Xuanwang's body swayed involuntarily, his steps unsteady. What is wrong with you? Chen Yuan reached out to steady him. But Li Xuanwang's eyelids fluttered, and he leaned forward. Chen Yuan tore away the coarse cloth binding the wound. It was already seeping black blood, spreading along his veins and nearing his heart. Realizing that time was of the essence, he hoisted Li Xuanwang over his shoulder and dashed towards a nearby shop. Kicking open the door and bursting inside. Someone, quickly summon a physician. Chen Yuan shouted, sweeping the goods off a wooden table and placing Li Xuanwang atop it. Hearing the commotion, the ship's owner rushed out barefoot from the back room, immediately seeking a doctor upon assessing the situation. Chen Yuan used his long knife to make an incision at the wound, black blood oozing forth, yet it failed to halt the spread, leaving him to merely slow it temporarily. He looked at Li Xuanwang, his emotions tangled. When they first met, this man seemed debauched and reckless, yet through their interactions, he truly embodied the title of the demon suppressor in black attire. His lack of ability was not his fault. The task of annihilating the entire demon suppressor bureau could not fall to a mere black-clad individual. An elderly physician hurried in, followed closely by the ship and Appos' owner. Master, this is the best doctor in the vicinity. Thank you, doctor. Chen Yuan expressed his gratitude. The doctor merely waved his hand. Stepping past Chen Yuan to inspect Li Xuanwang's wound, his brow furrowed deeply. He inquired, do you know what poison this is? Uncertain, Chen Yuan replied. If I procure the poison needle, can we identify it? Wait a moment. The doctor raised a hand to soothe him and leaned closer to the wound, his expression shifting dramatically. This poison. He looked at Chen Yuan and the others, explaining, I have encountered this poison several times. Within a few hours, it invades the bones and assaults the heart, leading to a swift demise. Of all the patients I have treated, only one survived. What must be done? Chen Yuan asked. What antidote is required? I will fetch it, no matter the cost. The doctor shook his head. It is futile. The patient who survived arrived before the poison had fully entered the body. I had to amputate an arm to save him. He lifted Li Xuanwang and Appos' black clothing, revealing several dark veins on his shoulder. The poison has nearly reached the heart. Even amputation would be unlikely to contain its assault. Is there truly no other way? Chen Yuan clenched his fists, demanding an answer. My medical skills are limited, the doctor sighed, turning to organize his medical kit, retrieving silver needles. If you are willing, I can alleviate some of the patient's suffering. Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment, gazing at Li Xuanwang's pained expression and the faint sounds of moaning escaping his lips. Finally murmuring, then, I beg you, doctor. As the doctor prepared to administer the silver needles, a shout echoed from the doorway. Stop. The maid has a solution. Chapter 48. Mo prepares the medicine. Chen Yuan beats the drum upon hearing the sound. Chen Yuan turned to see Mo standing at the door, her delicate hands tightly clutching a handkerchief. She timidly stepped over the threshold, her voice barely a whisper. I live nearby and heard the commotion, so I came to check on Xiaoing. Chen Yuan nodded slightly, beckoning her closer, and inquired, can you neutralize this poison? Mo's gaze flitted over Li Xuanwang's dark, festering wound, her eyelashes fluttering. My mother once suffered from this poison. She raised her fingers and stated, "We require certain medicinal ingredients. 1 red ginseng, 5 qian of tianbing berries, and 5 pieces of blood scales, to be ground into powder." As soon as she finished speaking, the boatman hurried out to gather the necessary herbs. Given the bustling marketplace, he quickly returned with the items in hand. Mo proportionally mixed the powders, then bit her fingertip, allowing her blood to drip into the mixture. "Young master, it is ready." She sucked on her wounded fingertip, a trace of the medicinal powder still clinging to her cheek. The doctor, seeing the situation, rolled up his sleeves and eagerly applied the powder to the wound. The dark blood on Li Xuanwang's chest ceased its spread, receding like a receding tide. "Remarkable, truly remarkable," the doctor exclaimed, astonished at the extraordinary effectiveness of such commonplace ingredients. He wished to ask more, but Chen Yuan, noticing Mo's discomfort, paid the doctor and sent him away. The two of them remained in the shop, and the boatman decided to close it for the time being. Chen Yuan asked, "Have you paid respects to your parents?" "I have," Mo replied, nodding shyly. "I went to pay my respects the day I arrived in Yinqing, by the riverside. Would you care to share?" Chen Yuan prompted, referring to her mother. Mo fidgeted with her handkerchief, lowering her head. "There is not much to say. My parents used to live in Yinqing and had participated in the grain transportation project, but then an accident occurred." "Grain transportation?" Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had thought all workers and their families involved had been dealt with by Cui Zhongyan. "Yes," Mo continued. "My father had a gambling problem and our family fell into debt, often being pursued by creditors. 2 years ago, when I heard they were hiring for the grain transportation, regardless of age or gender, as long as one could work, my father brought my mother and me to apply, while repaying the debt. We could also afford to send my younger brother to school. I lacked strength, so I was responsible for assisting, fetching water, and delivering meals." As Mo reminisced, she recalled, "I remember there was even meat porridge. My father would not let me eat it, instead packing it for my brother, and I was left with only steamed buns." After the incident, she continued, "I am not quite sure what happened. My father vanished, and my mother was afflicted by the same poison. I stole herbs and, lacking clean water, mixed them with my blood to treat her, which cured the poison. After she regained consciousness, she devised a way to send me on a merchant ship to the capital. I saved money and had inquiries made, but there has been no news." Chen Yuan spoke gently, "My condolences." He understood that Cui Yongyan had covertly dealt with the workers involved in the grain transportation to cover up the incident. Mo's mother, being an ordinary person, would not have escaped this fate. He said solemnly, "Mo, if you were to identify Cui Yongyan as the one who poisoned the grain workers, would you be willing?" Chen Yuan and Appo's search for the workers was not only to understand the situation, but also to seek witnesses. The logic was simple. If Cui Yongyan aimed for promotion, a list of names represented years of political achievements. Conversely, if that list went missing, it could serve as evidence of his culpability. The grain workers could gradually vanish without a trace, and the officials in the capital would not investigate them. They sought the registration list. Chen Yuan was convinced that Cui Yongyan must possess this document. If Mo was willing to testify, verifying the list would leave Cui Yongyan with no room for defense. Mo responded, "Young master saved me. How could I possibly refuse?" "Very well, remain here and do not wander about. I will have the guards on alert." Chen Yuan instructed as he rose, his mind already formulating a plan, as all the clues had connected. He approached Li Xinwang, who was slowly regaining a steady breath, lost in slumber. In his dreams, he murmured, Uncle, I am not useless." The poison from the wound had been entirely absorbed into the medicinal powder. Chen Yuan said, "Keep an eye on him." "Where are you going, young master?" "To seek justice." The laws of Dakian stipulated that in every town and county, a drum of grievance was established. If one suffered injustice, they could personally beat the drum to summon the highest official for a hearing. Initially, this drum served its purpose, resolving many wrongful cases. However, over time, it devolved into a farce where officials would dismiss complaints. Despite its preservation, it had not been struck for ages. As dawn broke, merchants bustled about the docks. A mere explosion had not caused much disruption, and the sun continued its ascent. The streets were filled with pedestrians, and Chen Yuan, gripping his long knife, approached the grievance drum. He grasped the hilt and struck the drum forcefully, the resounding beat echoing throughout the vicinity. Passers-by halted, their curiosity piqued. Who dared to strike the drum? The constables rushed inside to report, astonished at the unprecedented scene. Chen Yuan struck the drum again, shattering its skin, and declared loudly, "Cui Yongyan, step forward." Before long, Cui Yongyan emerged, flanked by several individuals, including the governor of Yinqing, Chu Huiming, whom Chen Yuan had encountered in the records of the Demon Suppression Bureau. "Who strikes the drum, and what is the grievance?" Chu Huiming inquired. "I am Chen Yuan from the Demon Suppression Bureau, here to apprehend Cui Yongyan," Chen Yuan proclaimed loudly. The surrounding populace buzzed with chatter. "Accusing Lord Cui? The Demon Suppression Bureau? Haven't they all vanished?" Chu Huiming cast a glance at Cui Yongyan, signaling him to resolve the matter himself. Unperturbed, Cui Yongyan stepped forward with a confident smile. "Young Master Chen, what performance is this?" Chen Yuan's voice turned cold. You are the fugitive Chui Yongyan, colluding with demonic beasts, poisoning the grain workers, and consorting with water bandits. Your crimes are heinous. At this declaration, an uproar ensued. Chui Yongyan's smile faded. Young Master Chun, do not indulge in such baseless nonsense. I have never committed such acts. Chen Yuan replied slowly. Do you truly believe your actions have gone unnoticed? Many times, one is observed while they act. From the incident with the Navy, you have no chance of redemption. Chui Yongyan dismissed him with a wave. Nonsense. Without evidence, arbitrarily striking the drum can lead to charges of slander. Chui Darren, you truly are relentless. Chen Yuan surveyed the gathering crowd, declaring, Today, let everyone witness the true face of this hypocritical wolf. Chui Yongyan was known in Yinqing as the foremost benefactor, distributing porridge to the destitute daily. I had the fortune of sampling your porridge, Chen Yuan continued, and can discern that it contains a highly addictive substance. Chui Yongyan interjected. Chen Yuan, I personally drank the porridge in your presence yesterday. How could it possibly harm the people? Chen Yuan scoffed. Whether it is harmful to the human body remains to be seen, but this porridge was never intended for the people. It was meant to feed the demonic beast lurking beneath the waters.